motherfucking goddamn Thursdays. We love Higurashi Thursdays. Thursday start of episode 4. I'm gonna share this with Jads this time around. See if I can snag some people I don't usually snag, as it were. Higu Thursdays! Exclamation point. Right. Higu Thursdays are on! Rock and roll it! Alright, let me get my mobile dashboard up for chat. One thing that I found out recently is that my mobile dashboard is a lion motherfucker and didn't show me when 2 new people followed yesterday, which is really sad. I could have done my classic streamer thing and being like, let me clear my voice for this one. Wow, thank you for the follow. Wow, I didn't think that being stereotypical like that would kill me, but hey, you learn something new every day. All right. Oh, no. Okay, my audio does work. That's good. It's always good to make sure. You never know. So, new episode of Higurashi. This is episode 4. Because it's a new episode, I had to do all of the setup again. It doesn't, like, carry through because of how it's set up on fucking Steam. So, if any of the audio shit is weird, please let me know. I'll see what I can do. Have a sip of my tea. I don't have any milk, so I just packed my tea full of sugar in the hope that that would really help me out. Oh, shit, where else do I share this? Yeah, this is it. I forgot one thing. I knew I was. At stream, please and thank you. Higu Thursdays! Exclamation point. Beeping last time I went live with Higurashi is the start of a new episode. If you wanted to Alright, so I think that is all of the cleaning house out of the way. I am probably just going to start this bad boy up. So, one thing that I've done since the last Higurashi stream is I went through all my VODs on YouTube, and I added chapters in the YouTube chapter system, so that you can go through each one of my VODs chapter by chapter, and follow along just a little better. Oh, this tea is fucking delicious. Let me close this right quick. Just so I can see my chat when I have everything like this. Perfect. Oh, so that should make the viewing experience a lot easier if you wanted to catch up. But really, you don't need to catch up, because we're starting a new episode. Speaking of, last episode was fucking crazy, by the way. We ended it by dying. Well, not really. We ended it by falling off a bridge, and then everyone in town fucking died, and it was our fault, kinda, sorta. We somehow gained the power to curse people to die, which is priorly evidenced by the fucking by the fact that after the whole town fucking died, we cursed ourselves and some random reporter to die as well. With specifics. It's kind of crazy. So, that's definitely some credence toward the supernatural theory of what the hell is going on in the town of Hinamizawa. But, there's no specifics, which is always fun. So, we're going to start episode 4 here. About halfway through my tea, so that'll be done probably halfway through this first chapter. And we're just going to get this rocking. I have to admit, stream is supposed to start 10 minutes ago. But I used the 07th mod to set up audio and visual stuff. It also lets the game full screen on my computer. And that mod, it takes a gigabyte. And I just forgot about doing the setup for it, so I had to wait for that to download. But, with all that out of the way, let's get this bitch started, huh? Himatsubushi, for you, the final mystery. This is the time-killing chapter. I now entrust you with all of the mysteries hidden within Higurashi when they cry. However comical it may be, if you've reached any conjecture, then you have passed. This final level is a meager reward for you. Conjecture is impossible. You have the right to reject this story. That does not inspire confidence, because the last one erased all conjecture I had. I have no theories, I will say. I have failed insofar. I have no theories that I think carry through everything. Oh, this shit's delicious. Alright, let's get this bitch started. Shut the fuck up. This arc includes choices that were added in the console version. They result in dialogue changes and can lead to bad ends. Do you want to see the choices? What? I'm fucking sorry? They added gameplay to my visual novel? No. This can't happen. What the fuck? What in the goddamn Sam hell motherfucker is going on? This is so weird. I guess I'll Google it? Should I enable extra choices in Higu episode 4? For Dark Room. That's Life is Strange. That's Life is Strange. Extra English. This is all Life is Strange. Higu Rashi. Thank you. Choices on or off. Playing this. Start with Hamatsubushi. With the mod, they come out of climactic scenes that can break the flow. Playing without choices, and then check them out in a video. Only 2 times when you're given a traditional choice. First time is in one of these tips, and it questions a lot of choices. However, console devalues it. Play without. Okay, you know what? I can work with that. Thanks, Internet. So, skip additional choices. Only show the ones from base. Please and thank you. Okay, I can work with that. Who is the criminal, you ask? Don't we search for them in the story? Who is the criminal, you ask? Do you even know what the criminal did? Who is the criminal? Who is the criminal who will kill me now? Thank you, Frederica Berncastel. Depicting a Missouri. Nah, I got nothing. Midsummer 1980. 85? No, Higurashi takes place in 83, right? Wait. I had misread the time and ended up arriving too early. The scheduled board flipped with a series of clacks. My flight to Sapporo was still a bit later on. I saw it over an hour before boarding. Well, might as well close my eyes for a bit on that bench over there then. Came here directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from that was making me sleepy. This is a little loud. I'm going to turn down the sound effect volume and music volume a little bit to try to make that train a little quieter. I came directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from that was making me sleepy. Finding a suitable bench, I put my luggage on the seat next to me and settled down. Phew, or someone named Akasaka. Interesting. I sighed like an old man. I'd hoped to stay young forever, but that had become splendidly middle-aged. Probably the rumor that even people in the latter half of their 20s experience a decline in their physical strength was not a lie. It had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, so I rarely had any time to myself. This may have been the first time I've been able to enjoy a journey alone like this since I was a student. The reason behind this trip was to meet with an old friend. It was a bit strange to call him an old friend. In fact, it might be better to call him a bad one. After retiring a couple years ago, he moved to Sapporo, his mother's hometown. His mother passed away soon after, and he was now peacefully enjoying his second lease on life. His name was Kuraudo Oishi! So Oishi, 1, lives, and 2, retires. Interesting. He was a former detective from the primary investigation unit at the station Okonomiya. To be honest, the only direct contact we ever had didn't last more than 3 days. After that, we exchanged New Year's cards, but we never really met again. So this will be the first time meeting him in 7 years. In other words, we met 7 years ago, in 1978. There was something I just had to ask, to talk to him about concerning that time. To explain that, it was impossible not to recall the incident that happened back then. That kidnapping, the details and resolution of which were resigned to darkness. Also, it was impossible not to recall a certain mysterious girl. My name is Mamoru Akisaka. It was a year that had been strangely hot, even though it was only June. Early summer of 1978. Does Higurashi... Bye, teacher. Voices are still a little loud. I'm going to turn them down right quick. Okay, this is not the teacher we know, so 78 does in fact take place before the story. I thought that was the case, but we'll make sure. Watch out for cars. And don't drop in at a friend's house along the way, alright? Make sure you get their textbooks in order for tomorrow before you go to bed. Lively sounds of children running towards the hallway. Hey, didn't I tell you before? I already have one of those. I don't need any more. The unique high-pitched voice of youth. Fuck you, game. The energetic shrill of the cicadas went completely unheard by their ears. Children returning home from school split off one by one from their groups of friends as they went through intersections in the residential area. Even though there were several of them in a group as they left the school, as they got close to their homes, their numbers dwindled. That's why the fewer friends you're walking home with acts as an indicator that you were much closer to your destination. Later, see ya. Yeah, see you tomorrow. He finally parted ways with his last friend. Ah, delicious. A van was parked at a bend in the road. The window was open, the sound of the radio leaking outside. Must have been the news or something. For that reason, the three of them were arrested for traffic violations and obstruction of justice. Due to the protests against the dam project resulting in bloodshed when clashing with riot police last month, things have become more violent. The police are taking precautions against radical activists causing yet another incident. Last week, there was a direct confrontation with Minister Inakai on the steps of the Ministry of Construction. The boy's ears perked up at the mention of the name Inakai. That moment, a man's face peeked out from the windows of the van. His behavior was a little different than that of a man looking around to see if there was any incoming traffic before he opened the door to his vehicle. His eyes meeting suddenly with the unfamiliar man, the boy panicked slightly. Nightingale, okay? Skylark, okay. They've secured the 2 blocks around us. We're good to go. Man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy. Are you Toshiki Inakai? While asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Toshiki Inakai. Name was written right there. Interesting. I think that we heard about this as part of the dam protest, but we didn't really care because it was so far in the past, you know? Ah, delicious tea. The phone rang for a third time. If he reached out, he could easily pick up the receiver. However, he was concerned that if he picked it up before it even finished ringing once, whoever was on the other end of the line would think him a fairly cheap person. I need to... Okay, I am. That's why I normally never picked up the phone till the third ring. Even he thought it was a worthless habit. However, I was thinking that there isn't much meaning in waiting for just 3 rings. Wouldn't waiting for 5 be alright? Was very much a reality. His mind filled with such trifling thoughts. He picked up the phone after the third ring had finished, its reverb dampened by his action. Yep. Hello? Hello? He knew that sometimes due to a malfunction at the switchboard, calls didn't connect well. Those times it was best to just hang up and let the person on the other end call one more time. Thinking that, the moment he began to hang up the phone, he sensed that he was connected after all. He felt the presence of the person on the other end of the line, keeping silent. Hello? There was no way they didn't hear his question. What was the meaning of this? It wasn't like he didn't know people could use silent calls to harass people. However, he never received a call like that till today. Maybe he was just lucky before, but didn't believe that he would receive such a call on this phone. There were no direct calls to or from this line. Everything had to go through an operator. Therefore, there was no way the call would be connected unless it was verified there was somebody else on the line. So I didn't understand how to deal with the silent call and just settled into confusion. I don't know who you are, but if you have nothing to say, I'm just going to hang up. Please call again some other time. Taking that to be a parting line, he made to slam down the receiver. It was at that moment the person on the other end spoke for the first time. You didn't say who you were, so I was anxious. If you're not Minister Inakai, please hang up right away. He couldn't help but be surprised by the really strange voice on the other end of the line. Was there a human, alive, who could speak with a coarse and metallic voice like that? Nah, this was a voice he'd heard somewhere before. It was the kind of voice that was on those lowbrow documentaries that they used when they wanted to hide the identity of a speaker, wasn't it? The voice he was hearing over the line was just like that. Who are you? As I said, that's what I want to ask. Are you Minister Inakai? He, Inakai, had to say an answer. Unable to discern the intent of this suspicious phone call, he had a vague feeling that something was off. He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated the call. However, he forced himself to restrain that urge, and for the time being, chose to state his name and listen. That's right, this is Inakai. I said my name, so now you say yours. My name doesn't matter. First of all, let's begin by thinking about the situation you're in right now. Right now, you're sitting in your chair, talking on the phone, yeah? Alright, that's the end of my tea. Then, why don't you try opening the lower drawer to your right? The lower drawer to the right of the minister's chair. There's a lock on it. Not enough to function as a safe, but nevertheless it was a drawer that contained some pretty valuable things. That's why Inikai thought the person wanted some of the important information contained within the drawer. Sorry, but I don't have any intention of opening that. I have no reason to follow orders from someone who won't even give me his name. If you don't open that drawer, I'll hang up the phone. You will most likely end up regretting that. Why don't you think about opening that drawer first? Inikai didn't like following orders from this suspicious person one bit. However, he was concerned about what that man said about regretting it, so he decided to open the drawer. He took the small key he kept stowed in his wallet and unlocked it. His hand stopped right before he opened it, though. What if there was a bomb inside and it would explode if the drawer was open? That delusion took hold of him. He quelled that instinct and opened the drawer. Did you do it? The thing that's in there, do you know what it is? This is... What's the meaning of this? Hey! I don't think there's any need for me to explain, is there? I'll give you some time, so think about it just a little. I'll contact you again later. Whoopsie daisies, that's my bad. Now then, pardon me. Hey! Wait! Hello? Hello? Call had already ended. That would not change no matter how much he yelled at it. Even still, Inikai, without realizing that, continued yelling into the receiver for quite a while. The drawer was still open. On top of the folders crammed into the drawer, it lay there. Toshiki Inikai. Written in plain lettering on a grade schooler's name tag. Just lying there. Enshrined there, completely out of place, as if it were cowering. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is coincidental. Welcome to Higurashi. Alright, so let's see if we're going to stick with this flashback or if we're going to zoom forward now that we know that a kidnapping has happened and that's important. Do you remember Yuki? This is a new person and a new place. This is so weird. This picture. This is where I first proposed to you. That brief moment before you nodded back, you probably wouldn't know just how much it seemed like an eternity to me. Yeah, I would have never thought that amount of time could feel like an eternity. Compared to how long I had to wait for you to propose to me, it was... From the moment I met you till today. Compared to the time I spent since I was born, might only be a brief period, but they were definitely precious, beautiful days that deserve to be called an eternity. That's a powerful line. That's really good. That time continues even now. From now on, I wonder if it'll be a boy, maybe a girl. Either one's fine. Boy or girl, either way, it's living proof that we love each other. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you. Mamoru. If it's a girl, we'll put the Yuki from my name in hers. Think about names is so much fun. We still haven't decided yet. Still time to puzzle over it. Not that long a time, actually. See, Yuks. There's something I have to apologize for today. It's about your job. Sorry. It looks like an annoying bit of work has come up. In the worst case, I might not be able to be there for the delivery. Really? It's fine. You have a very important job. What you do protects the way we live. Compared to you, it's nothing. Please, go ahead. When you return, I'll be waiting here with our child. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. If you feel guilty about it, you can just atone. If I atone that much, no matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. It's just a joke. Now, go on. As I left the room, I bumped into an elderly man. It was Yuki's father. In other words, my father-in-law. Okay, we're back with Akaseka. Munshu Akaseka. Father. I didn't want to intrude, so I waited in the hall. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard. Go. Yuki's that kind of girl. No matter what happens, she doesn't want to hold you back, alright? I've forced her to give up on so many things. To put her through this during childbirth, such an important time of her life, I'm ashamed. If you really feel that way, when you're done with your work, make some time for Yuki, alright? She'll be happier with that than you passing your work off with someone else. Thank you. I know full well you do important work. Be proud of what you do. Yuki's looking forward to your triumphant return. Yep. Who is this guy, and why do we care? I jumped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Compared to the time when I first got here, the numbers on the fare meter had grown considerably. Seeing the modest time Yuki and I spent together wasn't so modest from an objective point of view. Sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead. No worries. Well, off we go. Taxi jerk as it changed gears to accelerate, burying the hospital my wife was in behind a throng of buildings. If it was to end up a really troublesome ordeal, I wouldn't be returning for quite some time. To call a rookie like me, on top of that, one who's off duty. Seeing the section chief was calling for all hands on deck. Okay, so we're like a detective or some shit. The veteran upper brass gathering on an emergency basis happened pretty occasionally. This is the first time that I'd experienced everyone gathering together like this. Whatever was happening, there was no doubt it was going to be something novel. Right when my wife's ready to give birth, huh? If I wanted to spend the time to curse my misfortunes, I'd be here all day. Even the verdant ginkgo trees lining the street that always brightened my mood lacked their usual luster. Eventually, the government office came into view. Briefly holding my breath, I let the feelings of tension course through my body once again. I had to remember the work I was doing was important, necessary, and difficult. I composed myself and sharpened my wit. Alright, I'm ready. Taxi stopped in front of the building. Kamugaseki in Tokyo. They're at the Metro Police Department, Public Safety. Chief, everyone's here. Akasuka, could you close the blinds? The blinds were usually closed and they needed to use the projector if the discussion was going to contain some disturbing content. The blinds closed with a satisfying sound, darkening the interior of the room. Immediately, the inside was drained of the pleasant morning atmosphere, leaving behind only the cold illumination of the fluorescent light. After the supervisor ensured that everyone was present, he nodded to the section chief one more time. With everyone on the edge of their seats, the chief stood up solemnly and began to give his report. Approximately 48 hours ago, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who is also the son of one of his staff leaders, is believed to have been kidnapped. Okay, so this is still 7 years ago. This is still with Oishi before his retirement and before the events of the real story. It is believed the minister, in an effort to resolve matters amicably, chose not to report the situation to the police and plans to cede to the demands imposed upon him. It seemed that 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who was also the son of one of the senior staff members, was kidnapped. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit it had happened. Based off the results of surveillance conducted on the minister's residence, multiple suspicious phone calls from what is believed to be outside the city took place. The abducted child is said to be under treatment for some illness, but there's no trace of any hospital records or witnesses to such effect. Due to that and various other reasons, we believe without a doubt that a kidnapping has occurred. Here, they omitted the details that brought this incident to light. If you think about it a bit, that meant that before this happened, the minister's residence had been under surveillance already. I won't use the word spied upon. Of course, there wouldn't have been court approval for this, and it would have been hard to explain to ordinary citizens. However, it was an effective method to catch wind of incidents like this before they got worse. I'd like for you to understand that dealing with these cases before they become a problem is the job of the Public Safety Division. It's what we do. Why is he just following their demands instead of reporting this to the police? The fact that a minister can't trust the police, what is the world even coming to? Seems a group of perps demonstrated they have quite a high level of surveillance on the minister themselves when they conducted the kidnappings. Enough to give the minister pause before calling the police. We'll find out right away if you call the cops, more or less. So it's possible there's a mole close to the minister. Several of the higher ranking members seem to have experienced this kind of thing, let out some deep sighs. The goal of the perps, their demands, as well as this entire incident are as of yet unclear. But in any case, the possibility this may go to threaten national interest is very high. If their goal is just to have their demands met for monetary gain, it would have been pretty nice. But if this was some politically motivated shakeup, things get a lot more complicated. Since we're not receiving any cooperation from the victim, that means that we're not privy to any of the details of the threats or demands. Due to the fact that we believe there may be a mole involved, this investigation is very classified. Only the people in this room are to know. Furthermore, as this is our utmost priority, we'll be placing a hold on everyone's normal duties. Understood? After that, the supervisor continued on, tactfully explaining our course of action. If this incident were to become public, it was possible the minister's political life would be over. I'll spare the explanation of how the rest of the dominoes would fall, but in the end, support in the Diet would decline, followed by no confidence votes, snap election, might expand communist influences. In other words, we wanted to handle this delicately. Kawasaki and Saiki monitor communications with the minister and the child's residences 24/7. Find out what the minister's doing and report anything that happens. Main members investigate whatever is related to the case as assigned to your units. Focus your line of investigations on the commies and the reds and the comfeds. Don't discount the possibility of foreign involvement either. I've experienced one or two unamicable situations before. This, however, was the first time I'd seen things get so hectic. Several sophisticated conversations were progressing without the involvement of a rookie like me. I didn't intend to be timid, but I couldn't hide my confusion at this unfamiliar situation. And cover that. As for Akasaka, I snap back to alertness when I hear my name called. Yes, you investigate the environmental groups that have petitioned the minister. Among them, there's that group protesting the Hinamizawa Dam project that made the papers. Make sure you investigate them thoroughly. I doubt this is the act of some citizen group, but we have to eliminate every possibility. Understood. So as opposed to the Hinamizawa Dam. It's probably best if you go to the location personally. Get some information from the local authorities. They're a fairly radical organization, so the public safety division there should have them marked as well. Understood? I'll head over there. Your wife, she's almost ready to give birth, isn't she? I apologize for the timing of all this, but I'm counting on your cooperation. We can't take our time with this. So we just have to brute force it with our boots to the ground. Yeah, I know. My wife hates to interfere in my work with her own circumstances anyways. Sorry, and thanks. So then, as for Kawasaki and Seiki to help support your... and etc. I didn't want to take a business trip when my wife was about to give birth. Really? Even if I was a little busy, as long as I was in Tokyo, I could head to the hospital right away, you know? On assignment, that would be pretty difficult. Even so, I knew the work I was doing was important, and understood that I was in no position to be so selfish. I'd have to make it up to my wife for having to be away at such an important time. My wife, Yuki, would probably forgive me with a smile. Only thing she could hate doing would be holding me back. My male ego, though, at least, wished she would have tried to stop me. I'm sorry. I don't mind if you always complain to our child their father couldn't come to the hospital when they were born because he was too busy with work. It's just par for the course. The next day, I took the bullet train to Nagoya and transferred the train to XX Prefecture. I believe it's Shishibone. They mentioned it before, although I'm not 100%. Getting to my destination by land took several hours. If I was traveling by air in that amount of time, I could probably get as far as Hong Kong. The prefecture was by no means close. I never sat in first class except for work. But whenever I did, the seats seemed stiff. Closed my eyes, I mentally reviewed the documents I read yesterday. The group under investigation, the Onigufuchi Guardians. Fun fact, that's also the name of the baseball team. They were a group of residents opposed to the development opposed to the development proposed under the Hinamizawa Dam project. Local protests were quite heated. We're getting a bit more radicalized by the day. Even limited to what was written in the papers, there was bloodshed that occurred during a clash with riot police. Interference with the dam construction, just too many to count. The number of petitions, sit-ins, and direct appeals to the relevant organizations were innumerable. As an extension of that, there was a direct appeal to the Minister of Construction just the other day. This was the reason why we were investigating them in the first place, of course. The land they lived on was going to be submerged, so it was no wonder they would go into a frenzy over it. Even given that, though, could they really be capable of doing something like kidnapping the Minister of Construction's grandson to halt the project? For my take on it, I had some serious doubts. This kidnapping plot was really sophisticated and complicated enough that it was believed there was some political backing. This wasn't something that could be pulled off by some group of protesters. Well, just like the chief said, the plans to eliminate all possibilities. While I'm in their police reference room taking my time investigating, the higher-ups would probably just solve the case, without my involvement entirely. Even if that was true, I couldn't regret being away from Tokyo while my wife was ready to give birth. This was work, you know? There was nothing that I could do. Ding dong. The announcement that we would be arriving at our destination soon snapped me back to wakefulness. Now we are in Gogura. What the fuck? Okay. The Onigufuchi Guardians? Yeah, they've been pretty active around here. The Prefectural Public Safety Department already had the documents and a cup of tea ready waiting for me. The short of it is they're a group of residents opposed to the dam. Really, it's fair to say that every resident living on the land is going to be submerged as rising in action, though. Like the old saying, fight to the last, they're determined and pretty well prepared. It'd be nice if they drew the line just being a moderate residential organization. The stack of papers they prepared for me in the document room was by no means thin. At first, they were your average citizens' initiative, but ever since that incident with the riot police, they started to heat up quite a bit. Now they got a violent mentality on top of growing really radical. Violent organizations usually indicate ones that enforce their own ideology without regards to the democratic process. Breaking that down, many of those organizations held extreme left revolutionary ideologies. Fucking anti-woke bullshit. Fair enough, bro. Considering that, I couldn't help but be surprised that a citizens group would end up going this far, you know? Radical citizens movements happened every once in a while. It seemed that this group was nothing as trifling as that. It seemed I'd have to reconsider exactly what this Onigufuchi Guardians was. Improper grammar, but that's all good. The Guardians' demand, in other words, the withdrawal of the dam project, how far would they go to have that demand met, would you say? The kidnapping of the minister's grandson was classified, of course. That meant I couldn't tell the department about it either. As you know, the arrest after Laxby's confrontation with Minister Ikukai. Whoops, I pressed right-click on accident. There's enough reason to believe they could use illegal means to assert their demands. I skimmed over the list of the criminal records related to the Guardians recorded in the documents. Contents were all violent, not giving me the barest hint of a feeling that these people were trying to uphold the law. Could you give me a rundown of the types of illegal activities that they're engaging in? The chief opened up a manila envelope, fished out some unorganized sheets, and spread them on the desk. Seems that raids on the construction site are the most common. First, they were committing some petty crimes like cutting cords and jamming locks and breaking windows by throwing some rocks. Of course, what really happened first were the demonstrations and the sit-ins and the pamphlets, you know? Lively but democratic. However, then the demonstrators and police clash, which started a riot leading to injuries and arrests. From then on, the Guardians, like their name implies, began to take on a bit more of a demonic form of resistance. If the raids were frequent, didn't the local police up their patrols? Well, of course they were on full alert, but they were up against locals, you know? There wasn't much they could do if they were sneaking around under the cover of darkness. May as well label the entire map of the village around the damn enemy territory. No matter how alert the police were, the locals would just show them exactly how easy it was to sneak around. And actually, it was after the police upped security that the protesters started getting more extreme. Almost like they were being provoked. Can you tell how things started to heat up? An office set on fire, destruction of heavy construction equipment. Destruction? They couldn't have used explosives, right? No. They crammed the gas tanks full of sugar cubes. If they do that, it fouls the engine. Even in Japan, there were people doing that to the vehicles of occupying forces after the war. Compared to misdemeanors like breaking windows, it was very violent and aggressive. Yeah. After being toyed around with to that extent, the local police have lost face, huh? The arson was a bit much, you know? After that, the police increased the number of personnel they had stationed around the clock. The raids quieted down a bit after that. He used the words quieted down. That was still smack dab in the middle of the list of crimes. See, after that, after they found that attacking the site were difficult, they resorted to personal attacks. First people targeted were the construction workers themselves. After that, there was some silence. What was being described to me was a guerrilla war fought in the jungle. Threats and violence against the workers, harsh words and harsher rocks being thrown. There's quite a list of accusations here, but there's not a whole lot of convictions. Of course not. First of all, there's never any witnesses. On top of that, even if we identify the perps, they have alibis coming out the woodwork. What? What do you mean by that? Take, for example, you're just walking around town, right? When a certain man stabs you with a knife. You remember the person clearly and even know his name and address. However, the knife doesn't have fingerprints on it. There's no other physical evidence. Well, you think this would be a run-of-the-mill assault, wouldn't you? In Hinamizawa, it's a perfect crime. Everybody, the entire village, they're all in on it. To protect the man who's the perp, they'll get their story straight but bear an alibi. To that end, they'll even forward some evidence. There's nothing they can do but put him on trial. On top of there not being any material evidence, people testify one after another to cover his side of the story. Any prosecutor would hesitate to file charges. I'm not sure about murder, but if something like opening a gash on someone's forehead with a thrown rock or leaving a bruise after hitting someone, even if you can single out the suspect, there's enough reasonable doubt to never convict. Every case is, without a doubt, perpetrated by a Hinamizawa resident, but they can never identify who. Even if they can figure out who it is, they can't obtain enough circumstantial evidence through due process. Villagers were really well informed about this, and so the malicious, vicious, and tenacious personal attacks continued. The victims can't have been okay with that, right? Couldn't they have filed for an appeal? Well, you see about that. Everyone in the inquest community didn't want to get involved with something so troublesome. They won't stick their noses in anything related to Hinamizawa. The inquest committee is comprised of a random selection of local residents. In the event the prosecutor fails to get a conviction, they have the power to order a retrial. It's a system designed to assert the will of the people on the actions of expert prosecutors in the legal world. In this case, being composed of local residents backfired a little bit. They don't want to get involved? Why is that? How to explain this? You could say they're afraid, since it's a little special there. Special? Is it an outcast community? No, it's different from that. Well, think of it as them being afraid. It's a little hard to explain it just now. Oh, there's an easier way. I got it. Wiped his forehead with a handkerchief, he opened a file labeled as a list of members of the Guardians. The power of the Guardians, you see, is the fact that they count many people among their members who are influential in neighboring areas. Here's take a look at this. I looked, and what I saw startled me quite a bit. Prefectural and municipal assembly members, staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, and executive of Business Association, executive of Town Council Association, PTA liaison. There are more than a few people with a lot of say locally and in the neighboring regions. Around here, you expect your actions to be observed by those against the damn project. If you said something in its support, who knows how it'll work out to your disadvantage. In any case, every town in the area is being held by the throat by someone from Hinamizawa. List of Inquisition Committee members is undisclosed, isn't it? There has to be some measures in place to make sure they'd avoid retribution, no? Well, it is undisclosed, their privacy is assured, but the person in charge of that is from the Okonomiya Municipal Office. In other words, they're a local. While you might expect some professional confidentiality, you can't know how everyone's connected. People from Hinamizawa have a lot of tight bonds in that regard. When you consider the obligations and duties people have to the region, the web of information thereby formed it's nothing to scoff at. It's not uncommon for housewives in the neighborhood to know which kid from which house is what grade and which school, what subjects they're good at, and what veggies they hate, amongst other things. You see, there's a Yakuza organization here with some strong ties to Hinamizawa in the area. It would seem they provided full support in these incidents. They seem to be proven most effective. Gangsters, really? Siding with the residents opposed to the construction of the dam? It's a little hard to see what their common interest is. It's not that difficult at all, you'd be surprised. You see, one of the lieutenants in the gang is from Hinamizawa. He was adopted into an influential family in the village. Exactly what was Hinamizawa? I thought it was some desolate, rustic village, but for some reason, they had a really strong influence on the surrounding areas, and a very strong sense of unity. They would protect their village by any means necessary, even if that meant resorting to violence. Chief had said they were afraid because there were numerous influential people living there, but somehow I got the feeling they were afraid of the village itself. There was something different from what I had read in the documents in Tokyo. This was no residential protest against the dam. For some reason, an uneasy feeling began to nestle itself at the back of my mind. It's just the most basic way to ask my question, though. In other words, I asked what I want to know. Chief, this is just a hypothetical situation, but this Onigifuchi Guardians, in order to halt the dam project, do you think they could threaten somebody important to accomplish that? The chief replied immediately, it's possible. Truth be told, they've already gone to municipal and prefectural offices, as well as local offices of the Ministry of Construction, and done things that could be construed as intimidation. Several of the workers' families have reported that they're being followed around by suspicious people as well. It's a rough state. Well, I mean, that makes sense. It's all progress on the dam, they raided the construction site, destroyed heavy machinery, and lit the office on fucking fire. If they didn't have qualms about doing that, threats and violence against people related to the dam wouldn't even be a problem. But that was it. Even your everyday hoodlum could use threats and violence. However, this time it was the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. This was a high-level crime. Not only was pulling off the kidnapping difficult in the first place, but so was maneuvering to have the minister surrender to their demands. There was no way this was the work of amateurs. These people have the power to enact this large a crime? That was the heart of the matter. They have the will, but do they have the way? Were the Guardians an organization capable of pulling this off? In order to ask that question, once again, I chose the most basic method. Again, hypothetically, do you think they could kidnap a relative of someone of political importance? You're really bad at being a fucking undercover officer, aren't you, bud? There's no way they could pull off something that big, right? That was the answer I most hoped for. If it was that answer, my work was halfway done. I might be able to get back in time for my wife to give birth. That was how it was supposed to be, at least. The chief, without a hint of hesitation, replied, they just might. There's no telling how far they'd go. Damn it. Sorry, Yuki. See, my work wouldn't end so simply after all. Phone's ringing. Oh, Akasaka. Good work. How's the information gathering in your assigned region? It's coming along. It seems I'll be able to meet with their local public safety department, so I'm planning on heading out that way. How's the investigation in Tokyo? The others are progressing along, but the number of groups we have to investigate are countless. Time isn't really a luxury here. There were no new developments at this time. No matter how suspicious the Guardians were, if they solved the case in Tokyo, my job was over. Looked like my wishful thinking wouldn't come to pass, though. Hanging out the phone, I let my gaze drift out the window to the valley of unfamiliar buildings. Ah, Kasaka. Karikambar just returned. I'll take you to it, so follow me, please. Oh, thank you. He showed me the elevator to the underground parking lot where a battered sedan was waiting for me. That the steering wheel kept drifting to the left was a little concerning, but it would be enough to get me around for a bit. My destination was Shishibone City in the prefecture. Shishibone is the city, okay. An area under the control of the Guardians. The Okamiya police station was right in the front lines. I'd assume this isn't our chapter break. We've only been here for 38 minutes, so I assume that's our halfway point. This is interesting. It's definitely good to get some answers regarding the history of the town and whatnot. Some, like, general vibe shit regarding that. But I could not give less of a damn about Akasaka at all. I do not care. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okonomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little change between the seasons, all that was left was a tepid passage of time. Made for a pretty drab town. There were no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Without even a strong regional industry, it was just kind of dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to catch a glimpse of the radical resistance of the Guardians. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint of the Okamiya police station being on the front lines of some dam conflict, nor the numerous incidents I heard about at the headquarters. Oh, morning. Are you here to pay a fine? No, I have an appointment with Hyundai from Public Safety. Please tell him it's Akasaka. Oh, my apologies. Wait a minute, please. The clerk, who thought I was here for a parking violation at first glance. Fucking hell, man. After fumbling with the unfamiliar extension, told the person on the line they had a visitor. Welcome, welcome. Akasaka, wasn't it? Must have been tired traveling all this way. Sorry I have to do this here. I tried to reserve a reception, you see, but the counselor woke up and chased me out. I would hesitate to call where we were a conference room. It was pretty small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers. Had the impression it was more of a change room that doubled as a one for smoking. Listening to his crude chortles, I didn't get a feeling that Hyundai, who was the head of the safe division, was much of an intellectual. But I knew that in exchange he had experience and absolute confidence in his instincts. Yeah, I get you can feel that. Like, if you're a cop, you've been in the biz for a while, you know, especially public safety. Like, that's a pretty big deal. That's anti-terrorism equivalent. Well, maybe like a tier down. So they know a thing or two because they've seen a thing or two, you know? I apologize for interrupting you during such a busy time. I'm Megasaka from Metro. Please make your acquaintance. Hyundai from Public Safety. Nice to meet you. I was threatened by Sankai from the prefectural gangbusters to be generous in my cooperation. Gangbusters? You mean the Prefectural Crime Prevention Division? You see, we're treating the Guardians as an extension of the Yakuza. You have to be a newbie if you think they're just some residential protest group, huh? They said at the office, too, that the Guardians were linked to the mob. If I recall correctly, the adoptive son of somebody influential was a lieutenant or something. It's the other way around, actually. The complete opposite. The Yakuza put up the protest group as a front to justify their actions. Think of it like that. Completely the other way around. Hyundai was just about rolling with laughter. Fucking hell. This was different than the info given me by the prefectural office, but somebody in bed locally would probably know a bit more. While we were talking, some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. One of those individuals, noticing Hyundai's guffaws, came up to us. Is this Oishi? Is this the motherfucker? Oh, yes, it is. I was wondering what you guys were talking about. Oh, it's Jazzy. Oh, we're back to Oishi, baby. We're back to him. He laughs like I do, so I have a bit of respect for the man, but he's also a motherfucker, so it's like, oh, pardon, what are we doing here, you know? Oh, Kona-chan! Perfect timing. Why don't you join us? This year's Inspector Akasaka, who came from Tokyo. An inspector? I'm still a rookie. My name's Akasaka. Pleased to meet you. Must be nice to be so fresh-faced. Did they hire you this year? Oh, it's still fucking lip-synced. You gonna turn that off? I actually don't like it. Character sprites, language, display. Opening movies are disabled. Graphics. Lip sync off. Thank you. Hockey to that is 7. Alright. Oh, I can turn them back to original sprites. Ah! I think that we're gonna stick as we are for now. You'll have to forgive me. Did they hire you this year? I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I responded with a forced smile. I could tell this new person was like Hyundai, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. I really didn't like those kinds of people. Let me introduce you, Akasaka. This is Oishi from our investigative department. Regarding the S-file you're asking about, he's familiar with it. S-file. S for Sonozaki. If something's an S-file, it means it has something to do with the Sonozakis. It's some of a code name. Sonozaki? Come to think of it, I remembered when I was pouring over the docks at the headquarters, there were a few people with that last name popping up. If I remember right, there's a Sonozaki who's one of the executives of the Guardians, right? Pretty sure they're the treasurer? Two of them were surprised when I rattled off a post that Sonozaki held. After a moment, they erupted in laughter. Akasaka, was it? Oh, you're rather studious, ain't you? Could it be you memorized all the central figures in the Alliance? I wouldn't say memorized, but I read the list of the executives, you know? Then who are the president and vice president? President's the mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi, and vice president is the priest, Furude. Treasurers, Oryo Sonozaki, auditors Makino, liaisons Yoshikiro Kimiyoshi, PR head Sadao Sonozaki. Akasaka, you're pretty good. Pay sucks, but you all work here? You're just the type we're looking for. By the way, Sadao Sonozaki is head of the youth. So close. Head of public relations is actually Tadataka Sonozaki. Feel like I wasn't being complimented at all. I started settling into a pretty uncomfortable mood. Yeah, Oishi's a fucking asshole. I kinda love him. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I kinda just bore with it. I didn't mean for that feeling to show on my face, but the crafty detectives couldn't let it slip by. I didn't mean to make fun of you. To make up for it, why don't I show you around the village? For someone with no feel for the area, it would actually be a great help. I couldn't have asked for more. In the end, the Guardians are nothing more than an alias he now is always using to deal with the outside world. I think getting to know the village would speed up your work. How about it? The residential movement, in other words, held influence over the whole region. So the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Just like that, the thought processes in the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they really were like, this regional force behind the damn protests, getting to know the village was the best way to do it. If you would. Nod back without skipping a beat. Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up. You know what? I'm going to have a Dr. Pepper today. We're going to have a late night. I have nothing going on tomorrow, really. So I'm going to drink a lovely Dr. Pepper. I know I had my tea. We're just going to caffeine overload this bullshit. We're going all the way. Alright, set my mug down here. Rockin' and rollin'. This is a new sprite, but it's such... Now, here's something familiar. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office from Hadaya to heart, my position was exposed, my safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody or other. My personal info was leaked. It wouldn't be hard to imagine I'd be in danger, on the job or not. Thinking that, I felt a little nervous. These guys are quick to remember faces. If you're seen with me, they'll do a lot to hinder your work, alright? So it might be a little cliche, but put these on, alright? He handed me an incredibly suspicious disguise, composed of baseball cap, sunglasses, and mask. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but his warning was right on the money for the most part. Considering that, I put him on with some appreciation. I looked so suspicious that Oishi had to smile a little bit. How much did I tell you again? Let's see. To the part where you were talking about how these three ancient families control the village, right? The Guardians were the same as the village itself, you know? Meaning there was a direct correlation between being an exec in the Alliance and being a leader in the village, as Sendai told me. And the village was ruled by three ancient families, that would mean the Guardians were ruled by the same. What do the documents of the office say about the leader of the Guardians or whatnot? The documents I was using were classified. If I responded to his question, it would be a breach of security. However, most likely, this man was more well-versed in the situation than any of the docs at the police, so I decided to answer him. That the president of the Alliance is the current mayor, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a bit of a chuckle. For him to ask like that and laugh at the answer, as it was recording the docs, meant that wasn't the case. So then, that means there's someone else other than Kimiyoshi behind the scenes? Contrary to what the office thinks, or rather, what is commonly known. Old man Kimiyoshi is nothing more than a figurehead. In the first place, the post of mayor in that village is nothing more than ceremonial. In other words, Sumare. There's someone else in charge of both the Alliance and the village. Would that be the three families we just talked about? Well, I'll explain that part right now, actually. All of a sudden, with a donk, the car lurched. The paved road gave way to a gravel one. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppet of a governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. The Instruction Office must respond. Instruction Office Manager must negotiate with us. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the brush-scrawled words was daunting. It was as though where the road just changed was a border with a different country. At that moment, I was startled by the car braking. Looking ahead, a barricade had been erected, pardon. About 5 or 6 protesters wearing masks and helmets behind their faces were blocking the road, yelling at us to stop. What the hell is this? A checkpoint? These guys never learn, huh? Oishi snored as he rolled down the window and leaned out. Hey, you guys can't block the road here. As Oishi glared at them with a laugh, they visibly faltered. Clear the way, alright? We can't get by like this. Who would have thought it was Oishi's car? That panicked thought seemed to make him lose their presence of mind. If we had known it was your car, Detective, we wouldn't have been so rude. Detective, what happened to your usual? Is it in for maintenance? Something like that. I just can't get used to this car they loaned me. Judging from their brief conversation, I guess they were familiar with the license plate of the one he usually used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. What they were doing was pretty obviously obstruction of traffic, which is a crime. Who's that suspicious guy? Could you show us your face? The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look really sus. Yeah, we know, bro. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? I turned to Oishi to see what I would do. Give him a break. He's still a shy little rookie. We just want to make sure he wasn't anyone suspicious. Hinamizawa's been in a bit of a stir as of late. Alright, let me crack open this DP. Take a nice sip. Oh, it's steaming. Oh my god, it's so good. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? That mask you're wearing is way more suspicious. The men know we should continue to talk like that, feigning smiles at one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg. As the number of trucks illegally dumping still not decreased, it's a real hassle dealing with it all the time. If the police could understand and cooperate, it would really help us out. During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide enough for one car to get through. Oishi honked the horn once and started to roll forward. I can see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rear view. What was that just now? Blocking a public road like that? Of course, it's a crime. But if you get worked up over that, it just won't end, you know? Those guys, they claim there's an infestation of trucks illegally dumping in the village. The story goes that in order to stop that, they're halting suspicious vehicles for inspection. That's a good story. Illegal dump. Like, corrupt contractors just tossing waste away? Their line of argument is that the police aren't going to do anything about it. They'll take matters in their own hands. Well, the industrial race is just something they're doing by themselves anyway. But by themselves? Really? They have a pretty good strat. You see, in order to hinder construction, they spread industrial waste all over the dam site. Then, blaming on corrupt contractors, they can institute these inspections. There, they stop every construction vehicle coming through and interfere with them as much as possible. So then, it's one of the methods the Guardians are using, huh? With that inspection just now, this car's license plate has been recorded. It shouldn't get stopped from here on out, alright? Those guys know very well not to get me angry. See, rumor is, if they figure a car's related to the construction in some way, not only there'll be checkpoints stopping every turn, but they'd be throwing rocks and planting spikes as well. It's best to be careful so you're not identified. If they find out you're from public safety, who knows what you'll suffer. I wish it was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me it wasn't a laughing matter. It almost feels like we wandered into a civil war in the Middle East. It's a good way of putting it. It's pretty much just what you said. I wish he turned to me with a grin and a menacing laugh. You see, this here's a war zone. The car slowed down a bit as it went down a narrow road through some farmland. You see that house in the forest over there? That antiquated one, yeah. Looking at where he's pointing, there was an old, traditionally designed house. That belongs to the mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi. You'd say it belongs to the main Kimiyoshi house as well. There's a lot of branches, but they'd be one of the three families. The three families? The ancient families that control Hinamizawa? That's right. And one of the others is the Furudes. Their house doesn't even have a single branch, as all that's left is the head priest. Right over there, that's the shrine. He's the priest there. By the way, the Guardian's office is on the grounds of that shrine. The office of the Guardians. If these guys were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. Can we look over there? The shrine's the Furude family's private property, you see. Being police, we can't set foot there without a warrant. See, they got a member of the Diet with ties to the village backing them up. Basically, being the police has its strengths and weaknesses. Well, even when we talk about the three families, that's something from a long time ago. Way back when, those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village. Meaning it's different now? You got a pretty good nose, huh? It's about what I expect from an academic type. The car braked to a halt with a little squeal. Ahead of where we were stopped were several signs. Private property beyond, no trespassing. Beware of poisonous snakes. Danger, turn back. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million fucking yen. Signs were erected there with things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain link fence wrapped in barbed wire. Since this is private property, this is as far as we go. There are several surveillance cameras set up further in. Saying that we just got lost won't work with these guys. They're beyond here, right? People currently controlling Yamazawa and the Guardians weren't the Kimiyoshis nor the Furudes, but the last of the three. Yeah, beyond here is one of the three families, the Sonozakis. They're the ones controlling Yamazawa from the shadows. Among the list of execs in the docks, the number of people with last names from the three families was pretty high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshis. If the Kimiyoshis seemed to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonozakis. This double-layered structure implicitly told me this village had a light and dark side. The current head of the Sonozakis is an old lady named Oryu. She has enough clout you could call her Empress Sonozaki. Be careful, she is no small fry. She's enough VIP that the mayor of the city asked about before. Well, in Hamizawa and the surrounding area, their relatives amount to a block of several thousand votes. No politician could disrespect that, you know? In other words, that would make her the real leader of the Guardians, right? You got it. With those words, he pulled out a well-worn cigarette box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these part of the hidden plot by the Guardians in order to have the dam project cancelled? You came all the way from Tokyo to investigate this, didn't you? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Something matter? Then is it related to that direct appeal incident with Minister Inikai? If that's the case, then public safety has it marked on a watch list? Something like that? Having you guess that so quick makes this easy. While exhaling out his cigarette smoke, he smiled broadly, like I just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly. That's a lie, isn't it? Huh? I mean, the direct appeal putting them on a watch list. That's a lie, isn't it? I wish he knew there was no way Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a more dire reason. He'd figured out as much. I thought myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. From his watchful gaze, though, felt like what I was thinking was laid bare. I wish he silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during this awkward pause. I see. So this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill the beans. But, as long as I realized this, there'd be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. Oh, sunset. All I had to do was stare out the window and enjoy the scenery until he gave up. You really are bad at hiding things, you know? Being so young and earnest isn't so bad. I wish he smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette, while I tried not to let him notice I had yielded completely. At first I thought I'd won, but at the very least Oishi had ascertained I was hiding something. Meaning I might have ended up marching to his tune. He started the engine once again and started to move the car. If you'd just been honest with me, I thought I might have been able to help you. How would you help? If the guy was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch some mice, you know? Well, this depends on what we're talking about, but I might be able to set you up with someone who's knowledgeable about the goings-on. An informant? I see, is that what you'd call it? Why are you interested in my case, Oishi? Well, I'm the same as you. Isn't it our business to know things? Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was a really compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to corroborate with her intelligence. In the end, there wasn't a better method for finding people than just asking around. We were always taught, however, that the rank-and-file police were no better than monkeys. Unlike us, they were careless with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouth off in a drunken stupor. Oishi was an outlaw even among them, and here was lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's fucking grandson. This informant, exactly how knowledgeable are they on the Guardians? If you're from public safety, you'd know, wouldn't you? Something like that's something I can't just tell you. Protect your sources. It's the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed Oishi wasn't one of the monkeys. Should I trust him, ask for his help, or not? It's just that you work for the feds, and I work for the prefecture, you know? I don't think our jobs are that different. I think I can be of help. However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would just help me like he claimed. Alright, how am I going to go about this? I find it hard to believe that someone of your standing would help me out without strings attached. Oh, he's so jazzy. This is why I need a face cam. I'm jamming. Well, it's not like I'm completely without ulterior motive, you know? As I recall, you guys have space in your budget allocated to pay informants, right? Something you don't need to submit a receipt for. Just a little bit of that would be the cost of meeting that informant. In other words, give the compensation earmark for the informant to you first. Well, how's the details of this deal are so clear-cut? He certainly was something else being able to brazenly state his ulterior motives like this, huh? Rather than doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated. I felt he was the type of man who was good at these back rooms. Don't misunderstand me, please. It's not me who needs the money, it's the informant, okay? Well, in regards to the payment, I'll handle it. When'd you want it? Right now would be good. If you don't have it on you, tomorrow works. I pulled out a wallet that was different from my personal one. The price was fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In this case, payment was up front. And considering the fact that I didn't know what kind of info I would get, I shouldn't pay too much. When I suggested that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the contents of the wallet. Times like this, it's best you not be so stingy. It's alright, it won't go to waste. I understand, I won't be stingy. And, what kind of information are you looking for? Depending on what you want, how you purchase will probably change. You swear you won't spread this information to anybody else, Oishi? I can't swear as much. I'm the same as you, you know? I can't withhold information obtained during the course of my duties. Shit. I got it, I swear. Nothing here gets said anywhere else. On top of that, thanks to you, I can pay back what I owe for my mahjong. In any case, I won't break a promise that involves money. I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment. But in the end, I broke down. Wish he wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%. There was no mistake, he had access to some underground information. In order to accomplish my mission swift, I needed his cooperation. So I set my resolve. I'm investigating whether or not the Guardians are related to a certain incident. Certain incident, huh? There's a possibility that the Minister of Construction, Inakai, is being coerced by someone. Saying there's a possibility is kind of a roundabout way of putting it. It appears there's a mole close to the minister, and due to that mole, the minister has been monitored quite thoroughly and was forced to see to their threats right away. None of this was reported to us or the police. I see. So that's why you're saying there's only a possibility he's being coerced. In that case, isn't it a little strange? The minister didn't report this to anybody. How'd you guys know about this? If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out. I don't think we have to provide that explanation to the informant, so I'm going to omit it. I wish he caught on and chuckled when I refused to explain. I see. There's a spy close to ministers, so public safety made it a highly classified investigation. That is not a very amicable story, is it? If the matter became public, this would affect his political career and the possibility of there being a shift in the political landscape. If the purpose aim is indeed that, this could develop into a grave situation. Well, with the government having to dev projects all over the country, they butted heads with a few people. It wouldn't take much wrongdoing for the left wings to garner some more support, huh? We're investigating what demands are being forced on the minister. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I gotta wake up a little bit. But at least you have a pretty good idea of how he's being threatened. How? Minister's grandson was kidnapped recently. They're denying it, but judging from when he was last seen, it's believed to have been 3 days since the kidnapping. They were just after ransom money. This would be settled by now. And maybe that it's not for a monetary gain. Possibility they're forcing the minister to do something political is very high. It's something we can't consent to. So then, the Guardians are listed as a possible perp, huh? That's correct. Kidnap the minister's grandson, demand the cancellation of the dam project, huh? What do you think, Oishi? From your point of view, do you think that's possible? Oishi seemed to ponder it for a while. Section chief at the office had responded immediately with, yeah, it's possible. However, Oishi, who was this well informed about the matter, was hemming and hawing a little bit. Finally, just a little bit, he said something that was really just a little bit strange. This was before the Meiji era, you see. This was quite the non sequitur, good sir. This area wasn't named Hinamizawa Village back then. It was called Onigafuchi. Something I said sounded like fucking Siri, so my Siri turned on my damn phone. That's crazy. This is just what I heard from my mother, of course. This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated to the subject of the kidnapping that I was kind of taken aback. Onigafuchi? Oh, that's why they're called the Guardians, then. You see, the village of Onigafuchi was said to be inhabited by demons that devoured humans, right? Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons partially courses through the veins of the villagers. Demons that devour humans? Oishi, what are you saying? It's information. I got a lot from you just now. A little too much. In exchange, I'm giving you a little freebie. Oishi finally smiled, but didn't seem like he was fooling around. Please continue, then. You see, these human-devouring demons, normally they were revered as Taoist transcendents and lived tucked away from the rest of the world, you know? But they ate people, after all, so they'd go to villages in the foothills regularly, and duck some prey. They used to call that being demoned away, or onikakushi. Demoned away, huh? It was the first time I'd heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something ominous from this tale of demons abducting people to eat them. Look, you know there's the common phrase, spirited away? When people suddenly go missing one day, they call it that. When the same thing happens around here, they call it being demoned away. So how does that old tale relate to the matter at hand? Oh, no. There's no direct relationship. I'm making some small talk, alright? It's just... Dump, dump, dump. Car shook. At some point, the gravel had changed to a paved one. It's just what? That around here, the phrase demoned away is somewhat of a code for disappearances and kidnappings. I just thought I'd mention that. I don't know if this has anything to do with the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, of course. Well, there's no deep meaning behind anything I'm saying. It's just there's that little bit of history, alright? Onikakushi, huh? Human-eating demons coming out of the foothills, abducting their prey. Then in order to cancel the project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Then had they already made an example out of his grandson, eating him alive? It's a bit of an interesting old tale, isn't it? If you set foot in the demon's village for that reason, you'll be captured and eaten alive. So don't go near Onigafuchi. Kids these days might not believe such superstitions, but among the older folk in Okinawa born in the Meiji, many would never question the warning. In Amizawa village, it was feared by people in the area. I recall that piece of information I heard from the public safety. In any case, we're in the boonies. It's kind of expected there'd be some superstitions around, you know? Someone from Tokyo like you couldn't even begin to imagine, could you? Man-eating demons, as the price for violating the sanctity of the village, kidnapped the minister's grandson, swallowed him whole. Ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd. I was disgusted with myself. I wish he was teasing me a little. I'm stupid. It was all so stupid. Come to think of it, by then I've already been seized by the curse of the village. For me to realize that would take just a little bit more time, though. Alright, now I'm going to assume this is our chapter break, because we've been at it for a full hour, which is good. I have to piss so bad. But this is really, really interesting so far. We're seeing... First off, this is a fucking cop show with Oishi. Everything that he's saying is doublespeak so far, which is great. There are a metric fuck ton of choices here. Jesus Christ. Alright, so, Land of Demons, we've traveled to Hinamizawa. We got a little sprite of us in our sunglasses and baseball cap and mask. Okay, give me just a second. Search myself until I'm done. Alright, let's have and see what the haps are, as it were. Let me just make sure that I'm not, well, this is just fucking D-Dan. Talk to someone here that did not themselves personally care. Pinged in the fucking boner. Played my... night. Today's Higurashi Thursdays. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to gush my boy Boner. We love Higu Thursdays. Higu Thursdays fucking rule. Alright, let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything else. We should be fine. I think I've just got one of these right quick. I'm so sad. My free LP, bro. They're nerfing D-Shield and Second Wind at the same time. They're trying to remove the most degen strats in the game. Like, what do we even do here? There's jack shit for it, man. Alright. So, let's get this bad boy started. Let's read these tips. So, we have a phone call with Yuki. Oh, this is gonna be cute. Oh, really? It's tough when it's such a sudden assignment, huh? Please be careful, alright? Where are you heading? You're already there? Whenever I headed on an assignment, she would ask where. Not just Yuki, but anyone would have asked the same question. It was such a cold place. If it was a cold place, she would urge me to pack a jacket. If it was far, she wanted to be careful on the drive over. It was just normal concern that led to her asking such a thing. I felt sad that I couldn't answer a question like that. I'm sorry. It's something that you can't talk about, isn't it? Please, just be careful. I'm sorry, Yuki. At some point, you started apologizing right away. This is a new track! It's good, too! I started apologizing right away. Even though when you first started your job, you were all gung-ho about it, you know? Yuki laughed as though she realized something. At times like this, she had the magical power to see right through me. It's already been quite a while since I was admitted to the hospital. Are you getting lonely? Don't tease me. I'm too old to get lonely. Oh, really? You actually like to be doted on, don't you? Don't you start getting a little faint of heart when I'm not around? Oh, jeez. Oh, I can see the little devil horns sprouting from your head right now. You've always been like this, Ukes. You can't hide it, you can't hide it. If I don't play with you, you'll get all lonely. I can hear your tail wagging over the phone. Bro, poor Akasaka. This is adorable. The side of Yuki wasn't something you could guess from her usual mouse behavior. It was something she didn't show to anybody but me. Normally I poke her to hide my embarrassment and bring an end to the conversation, but can't do that over the phone. Of course, she was clever. She was teasing me because of that. I wonder when I figured out that giving you grief was this much fun. Oh, give me a break. In any case, it's good to hear you're so lively. I know, right? Did I cheer you up? I called her to keep her from feeling lonely when she was by herself in the room. Of course, that was nothing more than a pretense that I, being shy, had come up with. It seems she had long since seen through my act. Yeah. Please phone again. When I'm not feeling up to it, I'll get my father to talk with you. Although, if you're talking with my father, I get the feeling you'd be standing at attention to the other side of the line. For a while longer, she kept teasing me without letting me end the call. Okay, that's a really cute dynamic. That's kind of fucking adorable. Alright, Leonard didn't say anything. I got to tab back so that counts as 1 million viewers. There we go. Let's check out a record of opening remarks. That was a really good way to try to humanize Akasaka a little bit more. Because all that we really know about him right now is that he is a bit of the more studious type of police officer. He's not really an instincts guy. He has a wife, which doesn't really help characterize people. But that was cute. That was really nice. Alright, Chairman. Members of the party, congrats are due as we're celebrating 25 years since our founding. These past 25 have seen so much growth in the prefecture. The once quiet scenery of nothing but fields has seen the opening of a new stop for the bullet train. With the dev of the highway, we've seen the rebirth of a modern city bursting with youthful energy. We've reaped the benefits of new businesses and industry, and with the special reverence the residents have for time-honored traditions, history and culture, business and industry, with these ideals in harmony, they accomplish in growing their city into one of Japan's foremost metropolises. Of course, the dev of the prefecture couldn't have happened without the growth of the party. We're resolved to see every one of our promises to fruition, reaching our targets definitively and expediently, like arrows fired from a bow. With these arrows as the fundamental basis of our party, our members have sought to pierce the obstructions preventing the happiness of our residents. But I do believe that everyone here is unlike an ordinary arrow. While being as unfaltering and straightforward, we have not neglected in seeking solutions that conform to the current day and age while keeping an eye on the future. An arrow, once loosed, can only fly to its destination. Everyone here is no simple arrow. Even once loose from the bow without neglecting our studies, while employing new methods and implementing more effective and flexible ideas, being able to change trajectories mid-flight, we're magic arrows. The modern age marches ever forward. Sometimes marches faster than the time taken for planning and execution. The flying part was not in the script. It is thought to have been ad-libbed by the minister. For example, there have been numerous problems with the power plant in Hinamizawa. Rather than forcing through the project solely because it was decided upon by the government, it's necessary to reflect on and adjust to the needs of the residents, the region, and the next generation. The protests by the residents that surround the dam. These are the will of the people. If you feel that there is no need to listen because the project has been finalized, you do nothing more than shed a poor light on our democracy. The following is as per the script. For the lasting happiness of the citizens of Japan, the residents of the prefecture, consider these policies thoroughly. I believe that we've all gained something from the flexibility and foresight of the party. I've taken up much of your time, however, so allow me to say the following to celebrate our 25th anniversary. Thank you very much for today. From the opening remarks of their forum. Interesting. Very interesting. So this is basically just saying that there is some motherfuckers in government run by the Sonozakis. Alright, Gears on Fire and the Taste of Honey, huh? With the scary background. The world is filled with people blessed with relationships. Of course, that doesn't mean everyone's connected to each other. It's obvious that on the other side of the planet there are people laughing and crying who can't possibly have an effect on you. However, in the extremely limited community of the neighborhood, that sort of connection is a matter of fact. It's quite possible that a single remarkable event could have massive consequences inside a small community. If you were to increase that in scale, a perfect stranger on the other side of the globe might become enough of a legend to have an effect on our lives. Well, it's not always that way, though. Like I said at the beginning, the links between people aren't all that relevant in the grand scheme of things. Whether some household nearby is having steak or croquettes doesn't really matter. Oh, when I put on my shoes, it doesn't matter to anybody whether I put the right one on first or the left. This much the average person can understand. But in reality, this is the truth. The bonds between people are very well defined. It's not just a matter of distance, of being far or near. For example, let's say the person A's actions have some effect on me. Even then, person B's actions could have no consequence in my life. The reverse also holds true. Just because my actions affect person A, that doesn't always mean they affect person B. Let's put it bluntly. If the bonds between people are like gears in a machine, the gear that represents me meshes with some people but is isolated from others. There are some who would try arguing against this, of course. So we'll bring up the example of gears in a clock. Each gear only directly meshes with one or two. But if you rotate one gear, the one next to it's moved, which connects to the next one, and the next, and in the end, every gear moves. There's a logic behind that, more than enough to convince the average person. Why is the argument convincing? The answer is simple. Relationships between people are ambiguous and can only be described conceptually. How the gears are connected and how their movements are chained together cannot be used as a fundamental explanation, so it kind of throws a wet blanket on the argument. So for the people who like that explanation, I'll use the example of a clock again to refute it. First of all, to say this world is a singular clock would be wrong. That is, there isn't one clock. There exist many clocks in the world, each counting their own time. Think about it, the idea of this world is just one big clock is the height of arrogance, huh? You know, you use the analogy of gears to explain relationships. You should be able to explain it using an analogy of multiple clocks that relate to a single gear, you know? Neighbors A and B. A is a gear in the same clock as me, so it's best to remain civil. But B is a gear in a different clock, so it doesn't really matter. That's the kind of clear distinction I'm talking about. You want to say I'm being fallacious? Then let's change the analogy to something a bit more familiar, so you can understand. You've heard the phrase, a fire on the opposite shore, sometime in your life, right? For example, if your neighbor's house was on fire, you'd try to help put it out, you know? It'd be awful if the fire spread and burned down your house. But what if that fire was in a town on the opposite side of a river? Would you still go out of your way to help? You wouldn't, would you? Even though it'd be the wrong thing to do. There's no way the fire could spread to your house. Even if it turned into some huge conflagration, there's no relationship between the houses that will spread fire to yours and those that won't. With this basic example, you should be able to see the difference between gears that are or aren't related to your own. Having said that, there's still a lot to think about, though, even without a river to divide it. After all, it's not a spatial problem like being on the other side of the river, is it? It's a character problem. That's really, really interesting, and I don't know the specifics. The chick in the trunk is probably about the kidnapping directly, I'd have to assume. The car had stopped, but he didn't know any more than that, of course. For not only was he blindfolded, but locked in the trunk of the car. How can people become this powerless just by being robbed of their sight? He absolutely wouldn't have known this without experiencing it firsthand. He soon realized it was pointless to try and undo the bond, so the confines of the trunk made him a bit lightheaded. He had no choice but to let the torture dull his senses. Alright, that's the end of the Dr. Pepper. That's why when the car stopped and the unpleasant vibrations ceased as the engine was killed, he couldn't help but delude himself that he was being set free, even though nothing had been resolved. Of course, he was removed from that delusion pretty quickly. He strained his ears when he heard one of the men who abducted him, the older man he was hearing for the first time, strike up a conversation. Older man? Nice to see you, chicks in the trunk. He struggled so much he's probably exhausted right now, but there's not a mark on him, just as ordered. Must have been a handful. Musta. The only person that we've seen speak with a dialect like that so far is the police chief. Or not the police chief, the public safety guy in Okinawa. The trunk opens, letting in a blast of fresh, cool air. Even though up till now he was just thinking about getting out of that stubby trunk, when it was opened, he became a bit more uneasy. Enough so that he wished the lid of the trunk would close one more time, separating him from them. Suddenly, someone stroked his head. Of course, since he was blindfolded, he couldn't tell if the hand was petting him or evaluating how easy it would be to remove his scalp. And able to tell the difference, he could only freeze. He imagined the worst-case scenario. Poor little bugger. He's shaking. Just stay calm for a bit, alright? The older man said that kindly as he stroked the boy's head. Must be real tough for you, but you see, your Gramps is a nice man. It'll help you soon enough. Having heard nothing but the average standard dialect his whole life, the older man's distinct intonation left a deep impression on the boy. He had no idea what he was saying. For your Gramps to register as meaning your grandfather took just a little bit to process. Eventually, the hand that was stroking his head loosened the blindfold. Can't keep his eyes covered. If he splits his face open, it'd be pretty bad. And with that, might as well take out the gag. Can't breathe like that. It'll be trouble if he yells. Leave him to us, alright? Jeez, guys are on to treat somebody. The main family said no rough stuff, alright? Better remember that well. Yeah, won't do anything stupid, as long as the kid cooperates, that is. Man's hand prodded roughly and repeatedly at the boy's head. A rugged hand, unlike the affectionate one that was stroking them before. Just stay cooperative. If you struggle, there's no guarantee what'll happen. That cliched threat was beaten into his head. Very interesting. This might be happening at the same time. Alright, so let's keep it going. We'd probably go for 3 more hours. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. I remember even during the long camping trips we had during grade school, I wanted to get home quickly, counting the days left on my fingertips. Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth? Particular type of homesickness. As a productive member of society, a public servant bound to fulfill his duties, it was pretty pathetic. Those negative emotions faded as I downed my breakfast, which was not half bad. The meeting with the informant that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Until then, I couldn't just laze around, you know? The Onigafuchi Guardians were protesting the dam construction in a couple ways. Including this was a strategy for improving public relations, which could be categorized into 2 major forms, combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appealed to public sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhumane tactics of the police and the brutality of the riot squads. The latter, peaceful writ, stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, see who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. This is good, they're taking 2 paths. If I was setting up a protest, that's how I'd do it. 5 years from now, someone's going to die on this hill. But as part of that, the village of Minamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups, to advertise the nature surrounding the town. According to the news, in recent years, there was a group calling itself the Hinamizawa Nature Watching. They were setting up some sightseeing tours. I would have liked to have taken advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they said it was too late to apply. They were so undecided as whether they were going to do another one. It's a shame. Oh, I see. So there's no applications for next time? That's too bad. Are you a member of my environmental group or someone from a magazine? No, just here privately. Privately? Then you're a tourist? Something like that. It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be. Wait a damn minute. Are you Tomitake? Okay. If he keeps rolling with this cover story, that's Tomitake's excuse for being in the village. And he's in the village 5 years after this, which is when he dies, when they get him. This might be fucking Tomitake. And Takano might be Yuki. Because they have this kind of teasing relationship with each other. Oh my god. Okay, if I'm right, this is fucking awesome. Okay, we're gonna put a pin in this, and it might come back, and I'll be really hyped. Actually, it fucking can't be, because he's dead. Tomitake's dead. He might not be, actually. In this episode, he might not be. It's been a commonality in the last 3, but maybe not this one. Alright. Something like that. It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be. I read a magazine. There were some precious nature reserves here, so I was looking forward to it. I knew there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. So is this ad-lib lie gonna work? However, concerning my expectations. The person I was speaking to laughed pretty happily. Then come. The village is a little busy right now, but you're totally welcome here. In that case, I'll graciously accept the offer. Thank you. How are you getting around? Car? If that's the case, could I ask you for your license plate number? No, there's no ulterior motive behind that. That was probably related to the checkpoints they set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd be hindered in various ways. I thought about using the car I borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it was okay to tell them the plate number. If the Guardians were behind the incident, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car. No, actually, I'm not using a car. If there's a bus or something, I'd prefer that. We do have a bus, actually. The route's going to be discontinued soon, though. Oh, you can take that. It departs from Okonomiya Station. Oh, thank you very much. I'll look out for it. When will you be coming? Is it your first time in Hamazawa? If it is, you must be unsure about a lot of things. If you let me know, I can have somebody show you around. Oh, I couldn't ask that much of you. Don't worry about it. It's just a bit of PR we do to protect nature around the village. Just when I saw the checkpoint, the villagers were wary of outsiders, at the very least. So in order to move in and out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi or side with the protest. Have an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied to the peaceful type of PR the village was using already. I was a bit against having a watchdog attached, but it might work in my favor. The village was fired up about the protest, so I might be lucky enough to hear some candid opinions. Given that, there was no real reason for me to refuse. Is it really alright? If so, that would actually really help. After I was shown the bus schedule and directed to which bus I get on, somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. After showing me around a spot I'd take interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me somewhere like an anti-dam information center. Then over a cup of tea, they'd indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. If that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies. The world's about give and take, after all. I couldn't be going in a suit, of course. I pulled some plain clothes on my travel case and changed into something a bit more casual. After that, calming down by watching some local TV, I left the hotel and set out for the station. The bus route that I was told would soon be discontinued certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule. The number of passengers was by no means sparse. It was the main link to Okonomiya, the only town in the area. The types of passengers that stood out were older folk who didn't look like they could drive, and housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route, you know? That's why it was going to be discontinued, of course, in the unnatural scheme of things. I catch a glimpse of the government's intent to cut off their means of transportation to buoy the village and empty it out sooner. Makes sense, though. According to the documents, talks between the ministry and the locals broke down really early on. The government decided from the start to take an aggressive stance on the matter. It was like the fairy tale with the north wind and the sun trying to get the traveler to move his cloak. Even their bullying had meaning to it. The reason why the Guardians resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. I was someone who lived in Tokyo, so for a villager or two out in the boonies like this to be submerged didn't seem like a really big deal. But I guess for someone living here, it'd be a huge problem. This route will be discontinued at the end of this financial year. Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on other lines. Okonomiya Transportation. Gazing lazily at the notice polished inside the bust, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Along the way, I passed through the checkpoint before without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory, though. My palms were coated in a film of sweat. Now arriving at Okita Waterworks. Are there any passengers disembarking? I hurriedly pressed the stop request button as the designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant it was pretty remote. That's actually kind of worrying. In actuality, the stop I got off was so abnormally run down I could tell it was really never used. As soon as I stepped out, a really intense atmosphere, different from the interior, assailed my body. Right now, Ishiro and Naya weren't beside me. That's right, at present I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. My adversaries thought I was an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. If by some mistake my true identity was exposed, I brought back the words I heard at the prefectural office, that if someone were attacked with a knife in Himazawa, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. I didn't seem suspicious, did I? My clothing was pretty casual. It was the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. A camera, a knapsack, inside were various things needed for hiking. It was still only June, maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was the middle of summer. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. Nah, I wasn't something to be that concerned about. It's alright, I was just a normal tourist. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? Asking that as I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. All the passengers by the window were staring down at me, silently. They were staring right at me, as if they saw through my proud little outfit, just staring, looking down on me. Countless stares rained down like needles from the windows open to air out the bus. All that rained down were stares. None of them said a word, but all the more. Their silent stares told me more than a million words could. Hurry and go back to Tokyo, outsider. No, there's no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly, and after doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. Whew! A thin film of sweat began to rise from my body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed pretty wary of outsiders. Its population was pretty small as well. They saw no familiar face, they'd be quick to identify it as an outsider. On top of that, nobody else got off at the stop. It was a bus stop they normally just passed on by. Someone actually getting off. No doubt they'd drawn some attention. This wasn't a slip-up, you know. They were the ones who directed me to get off at the stop. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was nervous since this was my first undercover. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as the new gen that didn't know how to lose their cool. That wasn't true at all. In order to calm my breathing, I exhaled the unpleasant air inside the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. There was a small shed there to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there I decided to wait. Inside the shed, one wall was plastered with posters advertising the dam opposition. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers recorded on that wall. Inside that shelter, there was an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had a real relation to the dam project, but it still made me hesitant about being in there. That was just how filled with the force of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl. Oh shit, it's Rika! Inside that shed covered in words written by the broad brushstrokes berating the policies regarding the dam and call for action. There was a girl sitting there with a drowsy gaze as if she was half asleep. Two images flashed quite a bit. I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in a surreal environment. If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would accidentally make? I couldn't be disturbing this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was a sleeping kid, so was I so worked up about it? So finally I realized this girl, to us as a married couple, was the definition of our ideal child. Even after numerous examinations in the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Whether we could tell if they were a boy or a girl was, in the end, dependent on whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. There was no guarantee it was a girl, but with thinking of the way they were, the possibility was pretty high. Even so, you keep saying the chances it was a boy or a girl were even. But in my heart, I'd already decided that our coming child was a girl. Since that day, I decided that until now, it'd be so fun to imagine our child would grow up, I just couldn't help myself. Among those numerous imagined forms, the ones I thought to be the most ideal, they were just right there in front of me. Of course, Liva was due to the circumstances. My ideal image, her hair would be on the short side. The girl in front of me, though, had really long hair. It was almost as if someone had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. It wasn't something unpleasant, though. Even so, I felt like I was sullying her by looking at her like that. She had an immaculate, divine air about her. Girl with an angelic smile with a yawn wide enough you could see all of her molars woke up all of a sudden. I didn't mean to peep, but locking eyes with the girl who had just woken up like this made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I was a little flustered anyway. The girl spoke. No, cried out? Meep. Meep? Like that character on the show with the puppets? With the orange hair? I thought it was one of those greetings kids do. So in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind. Meep. Meep? Meep? The girl stared at me dubiously with a doll-like expression. Cute, but cold and hard to read. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was an unfamiliar man in front of her when she spoke up. He responded with meep when she said the same. Rather suspicious. She thought I was suspicious, didn't she? Meep. Meep? We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one lost was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me pretty intently. In the silence, I felt like I was the one who had to say something first. Oh, she was so much better at interrogating someone than Oishi was, huh? I'm no one suspicious, alright? I'm, Nipa? What I could only have described as a cold expression blossomed into a smile, one that infected me as well. Might be familiar with the term angelic smile? To me, it was like that phrase was created to describe the smile she just gave me. The girl smiling was saying, Nipa! Probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. That's right, this was a kid's communication. And the other purpose to emulate what she did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding. Nipa? Nipa? It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer. What the fuck was I doing here, man? Nipa? Nipa? Well, whatever, man. This was interesting in its own way. If making somebody happy with a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was one of them. I can't help but pray my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like her. That strangely gentle moment was brought to an end by the arrival of a car. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, draw a smile plastered on their face. Hey, good afternoon. Sorry for being late. You're the tourist who phoned yesterday, right? Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running a little behind because of the farm. Hop right on in. It looks like the weather ain't gonna hold out for much longer, so I'll show you around right quick. The weather? It changes fast around here, you know? There'll be evening showers again today. That happens, you won't be able to take any photos. Come on, get in. Meep. Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language reminded me of a stray cat that follows you around after you play with a little. Rather charming. Oh, it is Enrica-chan! Praise be, huh? Nipa! A girl named Rika with an immaculate smile, an old man praising her while rubbing prayer beads in his hands. It was a pretty mysterious sight. So the girl turns her face to me and tilts her head a little in a cutesy manner. After seeing that, the elder introduced me as a tourist who came to sightsee. A young'un who came to the village for sightseeing. Ah! The girl, Rika, said with a smile as she clung to my arm. Don't get so close! I fucking hate when they do that. It scares me every time. Well, yeah. I heard this village is surrounded by a precious nature reserve, so I wanted to record that with my camera. Even though I look like this, I really like to take pictures. Tomitake Mark II. Okay, so that's direct confirmation that my theory's dead fucking wrong. But you can't blame me for... I mean, he's trying to draw the parallels himself, you know? Tomitake Mark II. What? Tomitake? Huh? Makino, is it okay if I come along too? Oh, I couldn't. You can come along, Rika-chan, but there's nothing interesting to see. You should go play near the shrine or something. Meep. A distinctly displeased expression creeped across Rika's face. Being able to show one's emotions honestly on their faces was a privilege young children had. It's not too much of a problem. Could you bring this child along with us? When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across her face, with another Nipa! As she clung to me yet again. Oh my god. Not bad at all, huh? I want this girl to call me Papa. No. Father. Dad. Whoa, dude. Calm down. What the fuck am I doing? Ever since I met this girl, I was off my game. Just calm down, alright? Nothing I can do, I guess. Rika never listens, even if you say no. Come on, hop in. Come now, Rika to you. The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Onigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled in on the side. Rika brushed me aside, dove into a seat, and bounced around right away. It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs. Come now, Rika. If you're like that, our guests can't sit down. Rika! Girls are nice. I wonder if my kid will play around like this too, huh? No, wait. It was written in that guide to raising a child that you shouldn't dote on them. Kids are kids if you don't raise them strict without spoiling them. Soft and springy. Nipa! Nipa! Oh, I'm gonna be an awful father. It was decided I'd be a doting parent before my child was even born. Well then, sir, I'll show you around some places I think look nice, alright? Have you eaten lunch yet? Yeah, I had a light meal at the hotel. Is that so? Well, let's get going then. We're setting off on a tour of Hinamizawa! Yay! Is it alright if I call you Rika-chan? Sure, my name is Rika Frude. I can already do addition in the tens digit. Oh, is that true? That's amazing. I don't count on my fingers. I can do it all in my head. The way she insisted on that was really fucking cute. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated, like it was never there at all. I had to be at least a little thankful that I met this girl. Well then, let's get going, huh? It's time for Hinamizawa Nature Watching. The old man stepped on the gas with a great deal of gusto. Oh. Little photo montage with the new track. This is nice. Oh, that's fucking cute, man. They gave Kid Rika so many fucking sprites. The old man, who's named Makino, was he the same Makino that was listed as the auditor of the Guardians? He showed me around places that were all breathtaking. Even though I wasn't really here for sightseeing, I couldn't help but be impressed, you know? First of all, this was different from the scenery of a city. The scenery of a charming village like this, no matter how mundane it seemed to the villagers, it was tranquil, had appeal. At first, I was only releasing the show as part of my tourist act. Midway through, I found myself taking pictures out of pure interest. Tourist traps had their own unique allure to them, but there was nothing like that here. I was captivated by the unspoiled nature of the place. There wasn't that whole uproar of the dam. I'd want to bring Yukide with me here some other time. I want her to breathe this fresh air and show her this rejuvenating verdant scenery. Is something like this that interesting? You're a strange person, Ikasaka. No, these cylindrical mailboxes are pretty rare nowadays. They have a certain nostalgic air about them. You wouldn't happen to think they're elegant, would you? Is Hinamizawa fun? Yeah, it's fun. Once she's discharged from the hospital, I'd like to bring my wife here once. With the kid that would be born by that time, right? Right now, she's in the hospital waiting to give birth. She's due any day now. Ah, but nice to have a cute girl like you, huh? Sir, it seems like congratulations are soon to be in order. Still, that's not good to leave your wife behind and play around in a place like this. I was momentarily at a loss for words. It was exactly how Makino said it, huh? There's no good reason for a man who's waiting for his wife to give birth to be playing around idly in this place. Did I slip up? Well, we'd already planned this trip a long time ago. My wife's family's with her, so it's alright. If you had this plan so far in advance, then how come you didn't make the sign-up deadline for the nature watching? If you did, you could have toured around in a nice bus instead of being cramped up in here. It didn't seem like Makino was actually digging, but if this conversation continued, it would put some holes in my cover. I halted it by pretending to take another photo. Well, for our last stop, I'll take you to the place with the best view. It was slightly before evening, the sun was still burning, but a cool breeze mixed in the air. See, my exploration with Rika was just about done. The place with the best view? Well, Rika, where else would it be but the view from around the shrine? Hearing that, Rika smiled even more. Well, I'll introduce you to my home, Ikasaka. Huh? By Rika's home, you mean, there's Shrine. Furude Shrine. There's an observation platform there. You can see some real pretty scenery. Furude Shrine. The girl who called Furude Shrine her home, Rika. If I remember correctly, her full name was Rika Furude. And Furude was, that's right, one of the three families. Even if the Sonozakis hold all the actual power, it's still one of the old houses. They held some authority. Now, more importantly than that was Furude Shrine. If I remember correctly, Uishi told me, then the grounds of the shrine were the offices of the Guardians. And since the land around the shrine was private property, the police can't set foot there. Furude Shrine. Oishi couldn't even set foot there. The main base of ops for the Onigafuchi Guardians. I was given the unexpected opportunity to enter. I couldn't have asked for more. I'm looking forward to it. Please, if you would. Well, let's get there quick then, huh? The weather seems to be getting a little iffy. The sky had suddenly become overcast. It wouldn't be odd if it started raining soon. Cicadas, as if trying to finish their daily allotment of chirps before the evening, cried out even more fervently. Alright, this is our mid-chapter break. I know, I'll tab right quick, make sure I'm not missing out on anything. I think I'm fine. Let me just check this right quick. Every once in a while, esports will have something big going on. Talking down in Shy House. They have Thai tea ice cream? Oh my fucking god, that sounds delicious. Anyway. Ah, shit. There we go. Are we checking my own shit? Yes, we are. The van stopped in the shrine's parking lot. Also parked there were other vans with loudspeakers mounted on top to act as propaganda vehicles. On the side of each vehicle was scrawled, "The dam project must be demolished. Defend our homeland to the last. No Oyashiro-sama's anger." Or a slogan of similar kind. They gave the feeling that even without using the loudspeakers, there was enough to overwhelm some onlookers. Vertical banners were erected in various places. The contents of the banners were pretty similar. They were all objections against the dam or crude insults toward the government. There were some horizontal ones, placards, so on and so forth. But without a doubt, this was the HQ of the Guardians. For Rika, this was also her home. Ah! Jesus! Fuck! Back off! We've arrived. I'm home. Rika crawled over my lap and exited the vehicle first. Makino had noticed that I was looking at protest banners. The shrine has the offices of the anti-dam movement. For you, this probably brings back memories of the anti-security treaty conflicts back in the day, huh? Student movements against government policies, movements that bordered on terrorist activity, were at one time commonplace in order to garner global attention. Students holding out in lecture halls, brawling with the riot squads that charged in. It was an age where wasting one's youth was considered a road to glory. It was before my time. I'm not really an activist or anything. I studied without incident, graduated without incident. I don't really agree with the violence or occupations they use to protest the government's policies. Oh, you have a nice opinion. If you have an opinion on policy, vote for the candidate who shares your view, or enter the political world yourself and assert your beliefs in a lawful manner. It's the foundation of democracy and all that. I don't think that's something you should challenge with violence. For a youngin', yeah, some fine beliefs, huh? I saw a feeling of respect reflected in Makino's gaze. At that moment, something tugged at my sleeve. I have no idea what you're talking about. Rika, feeling she was the only one who didn't understand the conversation, had a look of displeasure on her face. It was so fucking charming. I had to keep myself from grinning like an idiot. Someone said that father wants to spoil his daughter rotten. I think I understood that feeling very well. Sorry, it was a little bit hard for Rika to understand, wasn't it? Japan's a peaceful country, so you have to argue your point in a peaceful manner. You shouldn't resort to violence, in other words. No matter how much I explained, a girl who was just boasting about being able to carry digits over when adding things wouldn't get it. Probably wasn't something to talk about in front of Rika anyway. So then, Akasaka, how do you think we should keep our village from being flooded by the dam? Even if I regret my careless words, it was a bit too late now. Here I was, the main HQ of an organization, telling them their way of doing things was illegal. Preaching them violence was not the answer, huh? Complicated feeling mixed itself in with the respect to Makino's gaze. It was then I realized. It wasn't that simple. There wasn't a soul who'd argue that what I was saying wasn't correct. Using violence to get one's way was something that everyone knew you shouldn't be proud of. However, right now, the village is in a predicament that couldn't be overcome with peaceful means alone. The legality of the project, through the efforts of the propaganda campaigns enacted by the Guardians, was being called into question. Yeah, if they strengthened their campaign, they could suspend or change the plans, but that was a possibility at best. If the government proceeded with the construction as planned, it wouldn't be long before the place was at the bottom of a lake. If it wasn't for the unrestrained resistance of the residents of the village, this place would have been underwater already. We can't live anywhere else other than here. We can't live in the city. The words of this remarkably young girl were all too accurate, carrying with them the screams of the hearts and minds of the residents. Of course, there was nothing I could say to respond to that. I could only respond to Makino and Rika's heavy words with silence. Sorry. This isn't a problem that an outsider should just poke their nose into, is it? I apologize. Makino, unsure of how to reply for a while, could laugh pointlessly. It's nothing that concerns guests that make their home somewhere else, alright? If you enjoy it here, tell all your friends that it's a wonderful place, please. If word spreads to dozens, hundreds of people, and that ridiculous plan to submerge this place at the foot of a dam will just fall apart on its own. He fought that with a smile that said, don't think too much about this, alright? Makino let me not worry that much was a stroke of good fortune. Coming infatuated with the idea of making friends with the little girl made me forget my apprehension of being in enemy territory. Be reminded of this right before I was going to step foot in their head queue. Good call. We'd had this exchange in the middle of their office. There was a short-tempered youth in there. They could have come at me. Thinking of how extreme they were. In the worst case, my life could have been in danger. It seemed I looked despondent at that moment. Makino, thinking he had said something wrong, was flustered, thinking of a way to improve the mood. I was a bit careless. I'm sorry. No, don't worry that much about it. Sights you showed me around the village are beautiful, wonderful places. I really do want to come here one more time. This beautiful village is going to be submerged at the bottom of the lake. I can understand why you'd fight so desperately for it. At some point I managed to use my despondency to change the topic in my favor. After a bit, he returned to his usual high spirits. He believed it. He believed in me. So now, let's leave the talk for now, alright? There's a place around here with a really great view. Let's go, Akasaka. Sorry, it's Akasaka. Rika, seemingly happy to be free from the boring and gloomy adult talk, bounded up the steps. There was no real need to run, but in order to catch up with her, I darted up the steps. There were several tents belonging to the town council erected on the shrine grounds. Inside the tents were folding tables and chairs, and a number of the older town council members were livening things up with some chit-chat. They weren't saying anything incendiary, like the damn project must be destroyed. It was just some relaxed idle chit-chat between some local geezers. The normal sort of calming scenery. At the entrance to the shed that looked like a meeting place, there was a large sign erected, with Onigafuchi Guardians headquarters written in bold brush. That was their base of ops. To be honest, it was a bit of a letdown. If you ask what I had been imagining, it's a bit embarrassing, but I thought it'd be something much more dramatic, with barbed wire fences and barricades. My first impression of the place was different than that. It looked like some backwater town hall. It didn't look like anything other than just that. The old folks who were chatting noticed Rika's presence. If it isn't Rika, it's time for a little kiss head on home, alright? This is my home. The old folks guffawed, because she wasn't too wrong. From that exchange, I could tell this Rika was loved by everybody. Makino, who's that? Kichiro? Who the fuck are you? So this is not Kimiyoshi, the mayor of the town, who's also the mayor of the town in our main timeline. This is just some guy, but he gets a whole-ass sprite? Who's that? The tourist who phoned in, right? Yeah, that's right. This is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Mayor Kimiyoshi. Oh, no, it is Kimiyoshi. He smiled brightly, but there was no mistaking he'd be scary if he got angry. By the looks of things, he was the president of the Guardians, none other than Kichiro Kimiyoshi himself. Interesting, side-eye. Welcome to Hinamizawa. What'd you think? It's a quiet and relaxing place, isn't it? Yeah, I was able to appreciate a multitude of beautiful places throughout the whole day. I'm thankful for being granted this rare opportunity. Even though you're one of those youngins, you're quite the gentleman, huh? Kichiro, I want to show Akasaka a cool place. Think of the formalities between myself and the mayor had gone on for too long. Rika butted in. For her to call the mayor by his first name, felt it was a little strange, but none of the villagers seemed to mind. Girl of the fruit is one of the three families. She was probably different than the average villager. Back off, lady! Akasaka, over here. Rika tugged at my sleeve. Not resisting, I allowed myself to be pulled over. And waiting for me was a magnificent view. Wow, this is amazing. It was an observation deck that looked down the village. They, knowing this was the best view in the village, kept quiet as I stood there awestruck. I was holding the camera, but I completely forgot to even glance through the viewfinder. This view, no matter what kind of film it was printed on, just couldn't show everything. There was a way to explain it. It would just be I was able to put into words, huh? It was breathtakingly spectacular. I just struggled to find a comparison. For a while, I was left awestruck. I could just stand there and wonder. Cool breeze abated the heat rushing through my body. That comfortable sensation left me speechless. Rika, who was holding my sleeve the entire time, spoke. This is my favorite spot. As she said that, she showed me another adorable smile. That smile seemed fleeting, though. If you ask why, it's because the view from her favorite spot would be submerged on the deep green waters of the dam. I just can't believe that it's going to end up at the bottom of a lake. I said it quietly so only Rika could hear me. I regret it as soon as I did, for those words were too cruel. However, she didn't let them cast a cloud in her expression. In fact, she replied with a smile. It won't sink. The dam project will go away. It was just like a little girl to say something like that, huh? There was no basis for her saying so. It was just a wish. Akasaka, do you think this village will be submerged? It's not that I want it to be. I know how important the dam was. I knew it was necessary. I just didn't want to recognize the sacrifices that would have to be made for it. I agreed with the project in general, but I couldn't agree with the details. If it meant this girl's beloved scenery wouldn't be taken away from her, I might be able to object to the dam. I might be able to ignore the interests of the nation, the development of Japan, for the sake of one girl's smile. I'm not much of a humanist, but how sentimental of me. It won't be submerged, because the dam project will go away. Her words weren't just hopes and dreams, but they were seasoned with resolve, as if she was talking about some unchangeably predetermined outcome. Surely as the sun rising in the east. It'll be gone soon? I wanted to ask her why she believed that. I turned around a little bit. Yeah, it'll be gone. What makes you say that? Well, you see, she seemed to want an answer, but unable to find the right words, she swallowed back what she was saying. Regardless of what you do, the dam will end this year. It's already been decided. That was a lie. If something like that had already been decided, the Guardians would have no reason to exist anymore. From my point of view, it's like they were doing nothing more than throwing themselves into some endless battle. If they knew the project was cancelled, they would feel much more relaxed around here. This village, though, couldn't really be called relaxed. For evidence of that, I had to remember how charged the atmosphere was at the checkpoint or the bus stop. The villagers, with their misplaced resolve, they were still fighting. And this girl, knowing their resolve, had already declared their victory. The villagers throwing themselves into this endless war, this optimistic girl who said they already won. It's a strange contrast. Why do you think that? If you know something that makes you that confident, could you tell me? Rika stayed silent for a while, choosing what to say. Because. Because? She looked like she was lost on whether she should continue or not, as if she was troubled on whether it was okay for her to say it. That kind of expression. It's already been decided. There's no other way to say it. It's already been decided, huh? It really is just like a little girl to say something like that, huh? Couldn't believe it was true. She was the only one saying such things with such confidence. My real mission, that I was forgotten about during this day, resurfaced to the back of my mind. The kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Had the Guardians kidnapped the minister's grandson and succeeded in negotiating the cancellation of the dam? Did Kimiyoshi know that and he was just playing dumb? Was this what she was telling me? Akasaka. The girl called out my name suddenly. What is it? Go back to Tokyo, alright? What? I wasn't really surprised at that sudden command. Ever since I came to this village, I had never once mentioned I was from Tokyo. Well, based on my accent, she might have been able to guess where I was from. What I was getting so worked up over. It's probably the sudden and complete change in her demeanor. You should definitely go back to Tokyo. Right away. If not, you will woefully regret it. The girl was holding my sleeve the entire time. She was tugging my sleeve and hurriedly dragging me over to show me the view. This was the adorable Rika, who I had spent the entire day with. There was no way she could have been replaced with some doppelganger when I didn't look. She was holding on my sleeve the entire time. But somehow this girl was someone else. She looked like Rika, but she just wasn't. She was someone I'd never met before. She told me in an indifferent voice that I would regret coming to this village from the bottom of my heart. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to say. So I thought I'd warn you, right now. Why would I come to regret it? Stop whining. I couldn't believe that I was hearing such cold words come from Rika. I just couldn't believe it. Was somebody impersonating her, using, like, ventriloquism? Thinking that, I want to take a look around, but the girl's gaze had me pinned down, making me unable to move. When you tried crossing the road when the don't walk sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk? They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they? They'll pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that. The girl I spent time with, Rika, she wouldn't speak like that. She'd speak with cuteness befitting her age, brief childish remarks, expressing her emotions honestly. She wouldn't speak with such pointed words. I've warned you. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm saying this because I hate you. You don't need to tell somebody who's better off dead that they're in danger. Who are you? You're not Rika. As soon as I accused her of not being Rika, she let out some strange, quiet giggle. It was a laugh not befitting of a child her age. It was like she was possessed by something. Her change was just that total and complete. Was she being attacked by some phenomena? That occult idea came to mind without any sort of hesitation. She's acting strange. Can somebody help? Thinking that I'd yelled that, I turned to where the mayor was. I immediately realized he was looking at us with a smile. That's right, to him it looked like nothing more than me and Rika fooling around. He didn't notice there was something terrifying happening to her. Akasaka? Such a coward. Oh, she grasped that I was afraid. Noticing that and called me a coward, she laughed again. Cackling girl. She approached me in a strange manner while still laughing, lost her balance, and fell flat on her face. Rika fell down. It was just a while before I would have extended a hand, but now extending a hand to this ominous girl looked like Rika, but wasn't. Required a bit more courage than I had at the moment. Meep. She cried out thus. She then squirmed upright and dusted herself off. Afterwards, she looked around restlessly as a blank expression crept her face. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Was she making fun of me? That way of acting, it was as though after being possessed by something, she had lost her memories of what had just happened. You're joking, right? Rika, John? Meep. I don't know if she heard me or not. She just cried out like that as if questioning herself. Hey, Mr. Rika, tea's ready. There's some snacks too, so come around and have some, alright? And over there we were in a schmuck was waving energetically from the steps of the office. Here and there were snacks. Rika's expression changed. Yay! A carefree smile. It was a familiar one. It belonged to the embodiment of my ideal daughter. Any hint of the creepy girl that was just there spouting sinister words vanished. Come on, Rika-chan. Wash your hands first, alright? There aren't any manju here for dirty hands. I'll wash them real good, alright? Meep. She responded with vigor, running off to the washing station that was along the side of the office. Stopped halfway, turned around and called me. If Akasaka doesn't hurry up, I'll eat a share of manju. They're steaming fresh. Huh? People who don't wash their hands aren't allowed to eat any manju. No matter how you look at it, this was Rika. Yeah, these words and the way she said them. No matter how you heard them, they were her. Come on now, mister. You're an adult here, so show her how it's done, alright? The old lady urged me to wash my hands. Without any resistance, I lined up beside her at the wash. Splish and splash. I stared at her, intent on washing her hands properly, like she had learned at school. Meep. Did I do something wrong? Huh? By wrong, you mean I'm washing my hands. I only got 4 gold stickers for it. I'm probably bad at washing my hands. You're not doing anything wrong. If you're washing them that carefully, that's more than enough, alright? But it's not, Akasaka. If you don't use a brush and clean out the dirt underneath your fingernails, you won't get a gold sticker. Huh? Rika, you're very diligent. That's something to be proud of. Ipa was praised by Akasaka. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it's Rika. Not a trace of that girl from before, huh? Exactly what was this sinister girl? Rika, what was the meaning of what just happened? Just now, you told me to go back to Tokyo, didn't you? Did I say that? I was at a loss for words, huh? She didn't remember what the girl said? Like I'd ever believe something as cold as that could happen. Like I'd believe that Rika could be possessed by some strange girl, say creepy things. Rika, you definitely said that, yeah. Meep. Her expression told me that, despite my saying so, she had no idea what I was talking about. She wasn't playing dumb. She didn't know. What was that? Just as she had, I let a look of confusion creep across my face. The two of us looked like we had no idea what was going on. Must have been a pretty humorous sight to behold. While partaking of the tea and snacks, I was shown a propaganda film shot by the Guardians that highlighted their resistance. Older folks talked passionately about how long grew the fight against the dam was, but they fell on deaf ears. I was transfixed by Rika. I read these stories countless times and was nodding off. Eventually she noticed I was staring at her and smiled as she rubbed her eyes. The smile was Rika's, after all. No hint of that sinister shadow. After that, my fear lessened with the passing of time, but I could by no means forget what happened. It eventually grew dark. Mayor said they prepared dinner, but I said I'd come by tomorrow and took my leave. I had to return to the hotel and file my report with the section chief. I see. Well, please come again tomorrow, alright? If you phone, we'll send somebody to pick you up right away. I appreciate your hospitality. I'll probably come again and enjoy myself tomorrow. Please do. It seems that Rika has taken a pretty big liking to you. Akasaka, are you coming again tomorrow? I finish after 5th period, so you can come around 3 o'clock. That'd make me really happy. Please come again. A pure smile urged me to do so. There wasn't a trace of that evil aura. Explaining what happened next. All of them might end up as nothing other than a hallucination. Thinking about it logically, if the daughter of the Frudes, one of the three families, is taking a liking to me, this was a pretty strong foothold for my investigation. It was like a free ticket to visiting Yamazawa. If only I could treat that little incident as a figment of my imagination. Having this girl be the embodiment of my ideal daughter grow attached to me ain't so bad. I had dove into the belly of the Guardians, and had the mayor and other important members welcome me with open arms. This was a pretty good turn of events, but I still felt uneasy. Getting back to the hotel, I forced down an almost painfully cold beer until I cleared my mind. Shock from that strange incident continued to torment me. I wonder if this is our chapter break. Honestly, regardless, I'm going to take a piss. This is a pretty short one if it is our chapter, I will say. Oh, it is! That's very interesting. Barley tea, black tea, and a millstone makes me think that it's one of these other ones. Met with someone's adorable daughter, huh? Terrifying shrine girl? I can get down with that. Alright, let's read these tips and then I'll go take a piss. Barley tea and black tea and a millstone. It's the doctor and fucking... Is that Mion? Okay, let's take a look at what's going on, huh? Going smoothly. I'm gonna assume this is some report with the police. If I had to take a guess and a gander, the sound of the car grew closer, followed by the sound of braking as the engine cut. That moment, his up till now lackadaisical footsteps grew decisive as the man in the room dashed up to the wall beside the window and peered outside. It was his comrade's car. Even so, he didn't want to relax his guard. Eventually, the sound of his footsteps approached the door. Dump, 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 dump. It was the passcode. I'm back. Open the door already. I must be tired. I'm opening it now. After locks were undone, the door opened. A man appeared, his arms laden with swollen plastic grocery bags. Bags had 7 Smart written on, with bread and milk cartons able to be glimpsed within. Contents of those bags were spread out over a sheet on the floor. Brought some cup noodles, so boil some water, right? What's the kid doing? He's been sleeping the whole time. Thank God he's not causing any trouble. He did struggle a bit when he was about to shit himself. Don't let him crap his pants. It'd suck if it started to smell like an outhouse in here. Yeah, I know. Check the gag every now and then. We don't want it to get loose, so keep it tight, alright? But not so tight that he stops breathing. I said no. Didn't I ask you to pick up another can of gas for the stove? We're out. Never asked, did you? Seriously? Come on. Damn it. He rattled the stove as he struggled to get to the light. Seeing that, the man who went down to apply supplies let out a deep sigh. With a backwards glance at that sight, he walked to the corner of the room. The kidnapped boy was sprawled on a sheet spread out on the floor. Boy, you doing okay? Of course, the man didn't assume the kid was able to hear that question. It was because his ears were plugged with his eyes and ears covered by packing tape. And his mouth was gagged with a twisted towel. Because of that, he was unable to close his mouth properly. His cheeks were sticky with saliva. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Both his arms were tied behind his back with a leather belt. You seem to be doing okay. At least you're not going to die. If your grandpa wanted to play tough, he might have had to lop off an ear. It'd be great if we don't have to. If the main family says we do, though, tough luck. I can even imagine what kind of cruel things they'd have us do. Family says no one scratch on him, so let's go well for the time being. Mister's withdrawing the dam project. The dam is indefinitely postponed. I wonder when we're letting the boy go. I just want to be done with this already. Main family seems to be engaged in the timing. I don't know when it'll be, but probably soon. Isn't that great, kid? We got to let go real soon, huh? The men didn't know if their voices were heard by the boy. For him, there was nothing he could do but sleep to escape the reality. More importantly, what are we going to do about the gas? We can't eat the cup noodles raw. If we're out of gas, say something. Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, kidnapping someone seems like such a fucking pain. It's not worth it. Why I like rainy days? Oh, Rika, if I had to guess. The weather forecast predicted that it wouldn't rain at all this entire week. It's not that I hate sunny days or anything, but every day is the same, unchanging sunny weather, however. Anyone would long for a rain cloud or two. If it's clear skies for a week, a month, a year, anyone would long for a rain cloud or two. The weather specialist said they had carefully scrutinized large quantity of past data, so it wouldn't be so likely for the forecast to be wrong. I knew as much. But even then, there was occasionally a day where I was hoping it would be wrong as I stared up into the clear blue sky. Was I being mischievous and open so? I waited and waited, feeling suffocated by the boring blue sky, undisturbed by a single cloud. If you could die from that suffocation feeling, population of Earth wouldn't have increased at this point, huh? In other words, the only person who was being suffocated by this was me. And so, I welcome the summer evenings where not even the weather forecast could predict a sudden shower. If I were to explain it like this, would you understand a bit more about how I feel? Let's say that tonight's dinner was going to be curry rice. When you're called down to the dinner table, what was waiting for you was an eggplant and bell pepper stir fry. It's just on your mother's whim, by the way. I'd be delighted by such whimsy. I don't really like eggplants or bell peppers, but I'd be delighted. Fact was that the pre-established routine of curry rice had been broken. It would have been amusing enough for me. But tonight was repeated 100 times. And 100 times you had to eat curry rice. Yet for just this one night, that was changed to an eggplant and bell pepper stir fry. There's no way you couldn't enjoy that chance happening. I hate pre-established routines. I really hate when things are all decided beforehand. I have no love for boredom. I got my hopes up that someone today will be different from yesterday, no matter how trivial. It's been decided this entire week starting today was going to be clear skies. The weather forecast decided upon, so the god of weather must feel obliged to do as such. But who is to say a rain cloud might not just show up on a whim? It's something no one can say for sure, but because that thought remains in the world, a creature such as myself can live without being suffocated. Tomorrow will be hot and clear. However, I'm the only one that knows the predetermined fate, even with but a slim 1% chance. Sometimes changes. Hoping for that 1%, I hung up upside-down weather charms on my sunlit eave straws. In the end, I spent my days waiting for the unexpected things in life. I pondered why I was hoping for it. Why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was pretty simple. I've had my fill of clear skies. Why was I hoping for a rain cloud? The answer was simple. The fact that it was going to be sunny tomorrow was boring. So I was hoping for a rain cloud? In the end, it doesn't really matter whether it rains or shines tomorrow. It was just that the rain would water my heart, which was withered from boredom. So rather than a TV drama where the plot's been decided, I prefer to look up at the sky. Okay. So with someone that's seen most of Yumi Neko, that is very witch-like behavior and thought process. It tends to be the musings of an immortal, you know? So that might be Mrs. Frederica Berncastle herself saying this shit, which would be fascinating. I guess we will have to see. For now, though, barley tea and black tea and a millstone. We know who's on this one from the front cover. Your blood pressure's improved. For you to recover this quick at your age, I'm rather impressed. At this rate, you'll still be kicking after a couple 100 more years, Oreo. The young doctor in his med coat said that as he undid the blood pressure cuff from the arm of the old woman tucked away in her futon. You're a very good physician, Dr. Ure. Oreo gets a sprite as well. This is fascinating. If a persistent old fart like me doesn't hurry up and die, I'll be in the way of you youngins. The old lady laughed faintly with a broad smile on her face. Then turned towards the sliding door. She called out in a strong voice, "Is Shimiko or Taikos on there? Bring some tea for Dr. Urie." The sound of rushed footsteps from the hallway drew closer until the door stood smoothly open. What it revealed was a young girl, though. Looked like the old lady's granddaughter. Shimiko already left for the day. Do you need some? Mia, make some barley tea for Irie. Alright, got it. Did you want some too, Granny? Or would black tea be better for you? Want lots of milk and sugar? I'll measure it out myself, so don't put any in, alright? Just bring the sugar jar and some milk when you bring the tea. Okay. The girl named Mion, after giving an uninterested response to her taskmaster of a grandmother, returned to the hallway. Pour the doctor's tea in cups for the guests, alright? Make sure you bring a coaster, too. Make sure to dry the outside of the glass. Yeah, you're such a fuss. A tired voice wafted a reply from down the hall. The apathetic tone of voice was far from unusual. The old lady with a wise smile slip across her face. She chided the girl. The girl just won't learn. Nothing I ever scolded her about sticks, you know? Now, Oreo, you don't have to say that. Mion's just doing her best in her own way, even though she's so young. Her mother was the same way, you know? Couldn't teach her anything. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So mother's mother must be exactly the same, no? The old lady burst out laughing. Her expression showed she hadn't taken the comment the wrong way. Dr. Irie, I'm sorry, but could you open the doors for me? Seems there's a nice cool breeze outside. Cool chirping of the Higurashi started leaking through the gap in the doorway. Irie stood up and opened the door a little. It's nice. A refreshing breeze pushed out the stale air that had built up in the room. It's gotten fairly hot during the day, but the evenings are rather cool, aren't they? It was almost downright chilly last night. Yeah. Those types of mornings and evenings are another one of Hinama's always fine points. Irie replied with a smile as he returned to sit on the couch beside the lady. Then the two of them for a little while soaked in the voices of the Higurashi. I'm going to try and live to 100. Until the business with the dam is finished, I ain't kicking the bucket just yet, alright? To get the government to withdraw a decision they've already made, it's a pretty difficult thing to do, you know? The way this country does things is like turning a millstone, you know? Heavy one at that. A millstone? Don't you know? A millstone. Irie quickly affirmed that he knew what a millstone was, yeah. For he knew full well Oreo didn't like having her stories interrupted. This millstone can grind anything to a pulp. It's rather impressive. But you see, it doesn't turn that easy, because it's pretty heavy. Lots of people have to work in unison to get it to budge. It's that kind of millstone. Irie pursed his lips, listening quietly to what she was saying. Mion's back. Eventually, Mion returned with some tea laid out on a tray. Seeing that Oreo was talking in a good mood, she knelt down and laid out the sets for the barley and black tea. Careful not to interrupt. That's why when it gets going, it's not that easy to stop, you know? It takes the most effort to move it right before it starts turning. Everyone hates that, so everyone keeps pushing it along without rest. I'm talking about friction, right? I get what you're saying. So in other words, if there's some sort of mistake and the millstone stops turning, to get it turned again takes some great deal of power, more or less. Certainly, to get a project that's been suspended going along again takes a lot of work. It's a millstone that isn't easily stopped. But once it's stopped, it'll never turn again. It's that kind of millstone. It'd be nice if there was some way to get that millstone to stop, wouldn't it? When Irie responded with that, Mion and the old lady sunk into silence. Irie, instinctively thinking he had said something rude, searched in a small panic for the words to correct himself. But that silence wasn't the result of rude words. For what crept across me and the old lady's faces were contemptuous smiles. Oh, the atmosphere surrounding Erie froze, left him flabbergasted. Thinking that the scornful smiles creeping across their faces were the result of a mistake of his, he could only grow afraid. Oh, it hadn't been that long since he was enveloped by silence. However, unable to stand it, he could only let out a weak laugh. Erie's laugh spread to me and the old lady. Not knowing exactly what they were laughing at, their laughter left a lingering chill. The only ones not laughing were the Higurashi, who continued their simple, unchanging chorus. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So Mion's always in on it. That's kind of her whole deal. And that's basically confirmation that, yeah, I mean, we had it pretty set before that it's the fucking Sonozakis that kidnapped the guy. But yeah, nah, it's them. They stopped the millstone their own way. Alright, I'm going to go take another piss right quick, and I'll be right back. I'm back. There are a bunch of kids screaming outside, which is interesting. By kids, I mean, you know, grown-ass fucking adults. However, at the end of the day, they're still kids, you know? You can just tell by the way they're acting, their vibe. It's just who they are. That's fun. $50 for a Halloween costume, not too bad. €50, pardon. Alright, let's get this bad bitch going. We could probably do 2 more episodes today, because each one's been a bit shorter than an hour. It's kind of nice. The phone suddenly rang. I woke up in a hurry. The clock read 9 p.m. Ah, damn it. I slept past the time I was supposed to report in. Picked up the receiver. Agasaka-sama, you have a call from an outside line. Shall I connect you? It's from a coworker named Kano. I knew it. I didn't call in, so they phoned me. Sorry, please put them through. Understood. I'll connect you. So hang up the receiver, alright? I put down the receiver. It began to ring again. Yes, hello? This is Akasaka. Agasaka, this is Kano. Good work out there. You didn't call in for your regular report, so we called instead. Oh, what's your situation? Leaving the lecture for later, my senior coworker got straight to the point. Today I went to the village proper. Under the guise of a tourist, I managed to establish contact with the mayor and several other core members of the Guardians. Wasn't able to ask them anything, but I left a good impression. Was able to make a bridge for my investigation for tomorrow onwards. I see. Looks like things are going pretty smooth for you. Agasaki, you seem rather naive, but that might have worked in your favor. I guess you made some good progress for now, huh? I don't have the experience to make a comparison, so I don't know if it's that good or not. I think things went well for today, though. Did you find out anything from the prefectural local offices? Does it look as though the Guardians are unrelated to the incident? I still didn't know. I should have been able to say that immediately. I only had to say it, but for some reason I hesitated. I'm still investigating, so I don't know what to say yet. I see. Could you let us know as soon as possible? I think you understand, but after tonight, it'll have been 4 days since kidnapping, alright? They didn't set a time limit, but it's pretty obvious that time's not on our side. I think you know that as well. Yeah, I know. I'll investigate a little quicker while still being careful about it, alright? Okay. Be sure to look after yourself. You're dealing with a violent organization here. Might be dangerous to let your guard down. Feel that you're in any danger, contact me immediately. In that case, I can get the local public safety office prepared to help you. Thank you. I'll do my best. Anything else to report? I reported several bits of supplementary information. At the very end, I decided to ask, how's the investigation going on your end? Everyone's doing their best here, but we're not making much progress. After all, the number of organizations we're investigating is pretty vast. So if you find out the one you're investigating is in the clear, we'll have you return to Tokyo to assist some other officers. The chief's saying to dig up what you can on Onigifuji, but don't think it's I don't think a residential anti-dam protest has any connection to the incident in hand. Send someone out to investigate a single group makes me cringe, really. At this point, he was just complaining. He was telling me to stop taking time during my trip to finish up and get back. I'll try and resolve this as soon as I can. Thanks. Counting on you. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Okay. That's all I have. Now, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to go home back to Tokyo. As we our colleague scolded me thoroughly for being late with my regular report. After that, I hung up the phone and was sprawled out on the bed. Come to think of it, I hadn't heard anything from Oishi. He was supposed to contact me about time and place to meet with the informant tonight. I thought about getting angry with Oishi in retaliation for being scolded for forgetting my daily report. Come to think of it, though, I wish he didn't say anything other than he was going to call. Waiting for a phone call when he didn't know what time I was going to come was pretty difficult. Hey, speak of the devil. Just when I thought that, the phone rang. Picked up the receiver in a hurry. Hello? Well, it's a surprise. Akasaka, you're quick to answer the phone. Are you a user of dating chat lines or something? I'd never even try something seedy like that. The way you overreact is rather interesting. Want to go to a place where you can have a little bit of lewd fun? I'll pass. So could you get to the point, Oishi? Really? Too bad. We'll leave that for next time, huh? Well, I'll get to the point. I'm jamming the fuck out, dude. Many of the executives in the Guardians had a lot of sway in the neighboring regions. Even Okinawa, there were a lot of people with relations in the village. That's why meeting in the Shishibone Market District, far from Okinawa, was a matter of course. I guess I go over here. Did you get a little lost? Coming from the north entrance might have been a bit of a detour, but it was easier to give directions from there, right? No, I'm sorry for being late. Did you eat dinner already? Yeah, I did. I already did. Well then, let's go to a place where we can get a drink. Do you prefer Western alcohol or sake? Would you prefer a place with or without women? Don't worry about it. I don't drink while I'm on the job. Hearing that, the man that Oishi had brought along bent backwards as he guffawed, clapping Oishi on the shoulder. See? Isn't he just adorable? In exchange, can you give him a bit extra? That money came from this guy's wallet, you know. The man that Oishi had brought along seemed like a ticket scalper or a bookie. Even his appearance was dubious. The informant grinned deviously. Hey, boy. How much did you give this guy? Looks like there was quite a bit skimmed off the top, you know. Oishi's handling fee was included, so I took that into account. Seeing the informant as expected a more extravagant reaction on my part. When I responded matter-of-factly, he realized I was an entirely different type of person than he was. Rather than putting a distance between us, it seemed I had piqued his interest. I said it, didn't I? He's the serious type. But do you see, Kasaka? People in a line of work like ours can really use their wealth of experience to their advantage. I wonder exactly how the experience of drinking in a bar with women would work to my advantage. The informant, able to contain itself, clutched at his stomach as he guffawed, heedless of the people watching. Oh, lordy! Akasaka, you really can judge, huh? That's what an education does for you. Oh, Oishi, you've been drinking somewhere, haven't you? Are you drunk? What's wrong with drinking? I'm off duty. Even if you're working, I'm not. Oishi was the sort that fooled around to begin with. He was in such a good mood, I couldn't figure out how to deal with him. Completely different than me, who'd come worried about getting every bit of information I could, huh? Oh, Oishi. I'm taking so much money, you're supposed to get me information worth at least as much. Thought this, but I realized I was getting my information from the informant, so it didn't matter how drunk Oishi himself was. There's nothing I can complain about, but I still felt a little riled. Oishi, the informant, was no doubt a fake name, but he introduced himself as Sato, led the way deeper and deeper into the back streets. Even though the market was bustling, a couple turns off the main street and you were in a desolate alley. Oishi started climbing a set of stairs to the side of a seedy building. It wasn't any sort of signage, so I couldn't tell if it was open or if it was a store. Don't worry, this isn't a dubious place. Those words coming from Oishi had no cred. Oh, it's a mahjong parlor. Beyond the door was a pretty typical mahjong parlor. I was relieved that it wasn't the sort of suspicious place I had to be on my guard about. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Oishi, been a while. Want to join in? There'll be a free spot soon. No, I'm here with the group today, so it's fine. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Mahjong's a game played with 4 people. It seemed the middle-aged man was going to be our 4th had already arrived and was waiting for us. You're late, Kurado. I was just thinking of going home. Oishi made an excuse for why we'd taken so long. Eventually, realizing I was with a new face, the other man grew interested. It's Akasaka. He's a rookie. Came all the way from Tokyo on assignment. They have high hopes for him. Boy, can you play Mahjong? Well, I played a bit when I was a student. Silent old man cackled in unison. Their plot to sucker me out of my money was pretty obvious. I thought you'd be a bit tired from your assignment leaving you on edge all the time, so I thought I'd give you a night to cleanse your spirit. I know asking this now might be stupid, but we're all police, ain't we? Well, let's not talk about that, alright? Loosen up. We won't gamble anything. We're deciding who's going to pay for everyone to go play at a very nice place afterwards. Go play? What kind of place would you be doing that? That reservation, the 3 started suggesting places like cabarets, high-class clubs, brothels. Jesus, man. At the very least, there were some places you couldn't go with money that was just for funsies. Oishi took all my money the other day, and I have work to do, so I can't stay for long. Then all you have to do is win, huh? If you win, you don't have to pay for this table, and you can just talk to Kurado about your work or whatever. But what happened seemed like they were intent to play Mahjong for free. That's passing my resolve just a little. If I was going to be underestimated like this forever, it was going to get in the way of my work. I understand. Then I'll play with you guys for just a bit. If I win, you guys don't get any of the money or get to go to any of the dirty places, and we talk about work right away. Oh! Nice try, sheltered imposition D-Hung. You are banned for trying to get me to subscribe to streamboo.com. Cause fuck us that, man. Yeah, bring it on. If I win, we're heading straight to the Blue Mermaid on Flower Road. So Lecture likes that place too. Of course, we're going to hop between all the places where they keep the girls coming. A coming John. What about you, Sada? I prefer a place where you can drink quietly. Like a nice quiet place with a bunny girl. Last time we went drinking, you pulled the tail off that bunny girl, didn't you? Didn't you ever have to pay for that? The owner started a bottle of Dom Perignon on my tap and called it a tailoring fee. Oh, what a lively table. I tell the other customers were glaring at us, so I allowed the carry a crude conversation. Speaking of which, the fact they assumed I was the same was a little disheartening. I wish you'd taken all the money I brought, so everything I had left was out of my own fucking pocket. Additionally, there wasn't that much left of that either. If I kept on hanging around him, threw his gun in my wallet, and disappeared into the night. I had to win and return the conversation to my job. These people, no matter how you looked at it, they were pretty good. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuki. Ooh, the serious music. Well then, I'll have to call Reach. Well, the old man Sada probably won't fall for this Reach. I wonder if Ikasaka will spit out what I need. At any rate, Karado's hand's probably holding something like that, huh? In that case, this ought to go through. There! Oh, the old man's pretty good. He's probably trying to use one of my safe tiles to complete his hand, isn't he? Seems Ikasaka at least learned the ropes when it comes to guarding against a Reach. But that'll be his downfall, huh? What's wrong, boy? Would you hurry up and discard? If you're not sure, anything that Karado's already thrown should be safe, no? Oh, he's really fretting over this one. It was glaringly obvious he had a safe tile to discard, but he didn't want to throw it away because it would move him farther from completing his hand. They're so nice when they're young and innocent. Come on, throw out the kicker. If he gave me the winning tile, I'd be heading to an establishment where I could go to all sorts of licking and sucking. Ugh! Because the old man is winning tile, I'll be heading straight to a place with maids and bloomers. Oh, God. This will go through, right? He looked up as he hesitantly threw out a tile that was... Oh, too bad. Hey, that's a dangerous tile, you know. Crowd, does that go through? Yeah, it will. Seems this time you were lucky. As long as the round kept going, I could win off the draw. But after that, Ikasaka managed to luckily avoid throwing any bad tiles, and managed to end without anybody completing a hand. Denpai, no ten. He clearly anticipated the two players would reach and decided to play it safe. What a cool-headed way of playing, huh? Now, let's see, what kind of hand did Ikasaka have? When the round ends with nobody winning in Mahjong, anyone in Tenpai has to show. But if you're not in Tenpai, you have no obligation to reveal. Your average beginner would normally show their hand even if they weren't in Tenpai and start a commotion about how if this tile or that came, they'd be in Tenpai. But he didn't. Being stingy today? How'd you do, boy? Come on, show me. Sada reached over to flip the hand that he had casually placed face down. What the hell is this? He was nowhere near Tenpai. Was he bad at this after all? Right then, as the old man compared tiles from Ikasaka to the discard, a puzzled expression. Boy, you were in Tenpai here, weren't you? Why'd you break your hand? The higher Manzus got more valuable, so I held them back, even though the chances they were safe had increased with respect to Oishi's Reach. It would have been safer to read the discards, but there was a player who went out of their way to keep the tiles out of play. Oh, so Kurado Senpai was no good from the start. It wasn't such a high-level trap, I would have thought you were waiting for me to throw out the winner. But the more concerning thing is that you were in Tenpai and didn't say anything. When did you realize I was in Tenpai? Around here? You threw out 4 tiles in a row immediately. At first I thought you were just discarding redundants, but then I noticed you glancing over to me. You realized you were waiting for some... Ikasaka! When did you start playing Mahjong? I never did, except in high school and uni. Now let's continue. Since Sada wasn't in Tenpai at the round end without a winner, then I'm next, right? The next dealer? It seemed Ikasaka is really aware of how the game flows. We thought we were going to eat him alive, but it looks like that isn't going to be so easy. Oh! Oishi, it looks like you're going for the bamboos. Should I put some in play? This boy. Kurado, don't back down, alright? As long as I get 3 more good tiles. Sada, think you can do it? God damn it, I'll force you to go for a cheap 10 yao. Cheap! A straight? Well, sorry, I'm going to pawn that. Whoa, going to call 3 of a kind after you declared a straight. Trying to override and interfere. Boy, you're getting pretty used to this, huh? Oh, no, I couldn't even compare to you guys who've been playing since before I was born. That's game. Run. Triplets, 2 red door, and 3 more. I'm the dealer, so this will cost you quite a bit, huh? Oh! Akasaka! Nice job. Now I'll have to get serious. Well, can you get serious about handing over your points? I'm tired, so let's end this quick, alright? Akasaka! This is fucking unreal. Before I could realize there was an ominous cold air from beneath his feet. How blaze! The 2, 5, and 8 Manzus are laughing at you. Damn it! Kurado, finish it. Come on, you have to end the boy's turn as dealer. I hate to admit, but that seems like the best option, alright? There it is! Braun! Simple straights, 1 door. Sorry, head bump. Run. Straight. A head bump? You fucking brat! Brat? So you'd play that sloppily against a brat? Guess that means you're worse than a brat yourself. It's so interesting. The way you guys call people things like brat and boy. Akasaka! That is you, isn't it? It feels like you're a totally different person. You thought that I, being a sucker, would let you drink some good booze tonight, huh? Seems you were a little off the mark. Run. Triple straight red Dora and another. Holy fuck, you did it. That's why I'm saying you guys are slacking. No matter how you look at it, you have to be able to read such an obvious three-way weight. Ikasaka chuckled as he rested his chin in his hands. That pose was so fitting, it was kind of scary. Hey, Kuroto! This is what we discussed. Who the hell said he was a naive sucker right for the picking? Who could it be? Oishi, this is bad. If he keeps going like this, we're gonna lose. Ikasaka, for you to make me get serious. Looks like you really want to be milked dry. Bon, bon. That sounds nice. One more time. Bon. Ikasaka was almost singing at this point. Tiles he had open were all pins. You can't be. Are you really going for the fucking flush? Bon? Boy, are you right in the fucking head? You've opened 4 sets. You have 1 tile, you know? That's right. Did you know? Waiting on a single tile is the hardest thing to read. Are you a fucking idiot? With that much of your hand revealed, you don't think it would give you a tile you need, do you? I know what you're doing, Ikasaka. That's not a flush or a half flush, is it? The fact that you call pawn 4 times means you're already in position for an all triplets. Right now, you're far and away in the lead. You're trying to show a flush and Godas into giving you triplets, ain't you? If that's what you think, want to try throwing out some pins? The left 5 tiles in your hand, Oishi. They're pins you've reluctant to throw away, aren't they? Why don't you try discarding them in order from the left? You must be fucking joking. Is he a Mahjong god? If not, he has to be the main character of a manga or something. This is some kaiji shit for real. At that moment, the old man had sent me a sign under the table. The message was simple and clear. Geraldo, do it. Crush him. I don't like to cheat against kids like this. Idiot. And being disrespectful like this, we can't pull back. Well, I'm not responsible for what happens, you know. Go ahead. Here we go, boy. Richie, we'll go open. I'm waiting for a 1-4 or 7 of pins. Most likely the tile that Ikasaka was waiting on was one of these. With this, he was no longer capable of winning the hand. When I drew from the wall, I switched out the tile Ikasaka would draw. The tile I put in was the 1 pin. Of the tiles the old man was waiting on. He discarded it a little while ago, so there's no threat of it being the one he needed. Come on, it's your turn, boy. I knew he was troubled that the tile he drew was the 1 pin. Of course, he couldn't discard it. Boy, you must be aware, but if you discard into an open Richi, it's worth a limit, you know? You don't have to tell me that. The tile that came from his hand was an honor? Whew, ain't that something? There's only 1 Northwind tile left, isn't there? You were counting on a really rough wait, weren't you? But with this, his fate was decided. Barat, you're lucky you're safe, but your hand only has a single tile in it. You think you'll be able to run away the rest of the round? So, it's gonna be like that, huh? He glared at the old man with a discerning eye. Guy had pretty good instincts, huh? Did he figure out we were cheating? Let's stop it. Ikasaka's a step or 2 ahead. Idiot, you think we can stop it to come this far? Make him draw that shit. The next tile he drew was the 7 pin. With that, it would be settled. No matter which one he discarded, he played right in the old man's hand. An unavoidable full payout. When I drew my tile, I swapped his Ikasaka's. Nope. A 2! Crash. What the fuck? He suddenly sneezed, collapsing the wall of tiles in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry, I knocked over the wall when I sneezed. There's a penalty for that, right? I'm the dealer, so 4,000 everyone? Or should I pay a deposit? They will hold back like a fod. Knowing he was going to be cornered a second time and able to escape, he took a drastic measure of knocking over his own fucking wall. Oh, you're good, boy. To get away from a full payout like that? Oishi, could you not bother putting me in such an obvious trap? If we were a Baba, this would have been the point where I flipped the table. Oh, no, sorry. I underestimated you. For some reason, you're really good, ain't you? Answer me honestly. You got a lot of experience when you were younger, didn't you? I played quite a bit around Wasaba and Takanonoba, the place I figured would ban me for winning too much. I made the woman who would become my wife pretty angry, so I washed my hands of it all. Raise the stakes too high? How much were you playing for at the time? It depends on who I was playing with, but I had an almost perfect record playing in Kabukicho. Especially since when I played against a certain crowd, my life was on the line. 20 fucking... What kind of stakes were those? Do you have Yakuza at your table? Or pro fucking baseball? What is this? Kuroto, you buffoon. Where'd you pull this guy from? He's a professional. I give up. Jesus. It's your win, boy. I surrender. Thank you much. It was an honor. Oh my, Kasaki, your personality changes when you play. Why do you even have a day job? You'd have no problem living as a freelance. To be a pro Mahjong player, you need talent and luck. I didn't have anything like that supporting me. Luck is luck. With somebody of your skill, I think you'd be able to make it pretty far. Normal luck doesn't cut it, you know. Calling a con, and once I'm out of 3, you can aim to win the extra draw of 4 Dora. That kind of luck, you know. Hey, Kasaka, if you can judge something like that, you're bordering the supernatural. Nah, there's plenty of people who can do that without cheating your superpowers. There was a person I met in Shinjuku who would get doors every time he blinked. He was strong as a demon. This pro I played with in Yokohama who draw the tile he needed immediately after calling Richie like it was an everyday thing. I don't have that kind of luck. What type of folks were these? They weren't named Ryu or Satoshi by any chance, were they? Well then, it's alright that I'm declared the winner then. Yeah, we lost. I lost, man. It's been a while since I lost this big. Still, when we were playing, boy, you were pretty into it. It's kind of scary. I hear that a lot. I don't mean to change gears like that, though. Did I really look that scary? Yep. 3 of us nodded empathetically. So that was Akasaka, the Mahjong prodigy. Before he goes home for his assignment, I could have him go play at a high-stakes table in my place, huh? But it's not good to get too greedy. Oh, Eagles Giants is owing right now. I have Jalen Hurts on my fantasy team. Do I have anyone else, actually? I changed my roster pretty recently, so let me take a look. Just as a little checksy-dexy right quick. Yeah, Hurts will be on in 10 minutes. And then, do I have any Giants players? No, I do not. Just my opponent, actually. I should take a look. Any Eagles or Giants? The answer is a big fat no, actually. He's running... No way! He's still running Burrow? He has Burrow. He didn't trade him out for fucking Fields. Is it Justin Fields? Yeah, it's Justin Fields. He has Fields on his bench. He hasn't swapped out Burrow. Seems like this will be the freest win of my goddamn life. Anyway, it's not good to get too greedy, huh? Well then, nothing for it, huh? It's a promise. We'll break up our little late night study group right now. I need to do one of these right quick. There we go. Sorry about this, old man. That's it for tonight. Nothing you can do. I'm going home to sleep. My body won't last like this, you know. Problems at work? Oh, he's the foreman of the construction site here in Mizawa Dam. He's butting heads with the residents every day. The foreman's the one that gets fucking killed. He gets dismembered 6 ways. It's a rough business. Around next year, I might be in charge of the second site as well. Heard the Corrado's pissing blood. He won't hold out much longer. You'll be alright, old man. Your skull's thicker than it looks. I'm not exactly a saint, you know? There's times to just make my blood boil. I especially can't stand dealing with that bratty daughter of the Sonozakis. Think one of these days I'm going to rearrange her face. Now, at least the pay's good, right? Or the wages are pretty exorbitant. Of course they are. If pay was cheap, no one would hang around that god-awful job. Hey, Corrado, when are the police going to tell the villagers to shove off? That'd be no eviction for the government, right? Maybe. I wonder what'll happen. The old man who identified himself as the foreman of the dam spewed some complaints, so he felt better and left quiet. Well, let's go. I'll leave the rest to Sato-san. We sure you're going home? If I'm here, I'll be in the way, won't I? Besides, when we bought Sato services was you. I didn't pay for my share. Wish it was kind of sketchy, but he was pretty conscientious about some things. I felt a bit of a gap between myself and his generation from that part of him I just couldn't comprehend. Then, boy, no, I can't call Mr. Mahjong here, boy, no more. Is Akasaka-kun alright? Yes, it is. Then Akasaka, shall we go? Well, Akasaka, later. If you're having any trouble, you can count on me anytime. I don't have any more money to pay, you know that? Okay, if you go easy on me next time, we'll be even, alright? Oishi, seemingly still not having his fill of playing around, but without overstaying his welcome, disappeared into the night. That's probably our halfway point to the chapter, considering it's been about half an hour. Okay, what is it with fucking Mahjong, dude? It is everywhere. Am I gonna have to start playing Mahjong? Like, seriously? It does sound like a lot of fun, I will say. It sounds like there's some bullshit that goes along with it, but, like, I'd imagine that the tactile feeling of it... Okay, poker is really fun, but anything with tiles is going to be more fun than cards. Just period. Cards are fun, but tiles, they, like, clink around. They're very tactile, you know? It's kind of in the name. The informant, named Sato, had me get into his car before he set off. He favored narrow roads, made numerous short left turns. Checking for being followed? Yeah, you know a lot about this, huh? Checking to see if you were being tailed by making left turns was a pretty classic tech. If it was a single pursuer, he confirmed it that way. But if you were being tailed as a team, this archaic method wouldn't let you shake him. Of course, doing it anyway is better than not, you know? I didn't hear anything from the boss as to who you were, Akasaka. Related to the police? If you're familiar with checking for being tailed, the only other possibility I can think of is someone like a private detective. If it's not something I have to say, I'd like to refuse to answer. My. Ever since we played Mahjong, you seem more mature. I wonder where that hesitant person went from when we first met, huh? I smiled wryly. Looking back now, I had to be a little grateful for being made to play Mahjong. Thanks to that, I was able to relieve some tension. Eventually, Sato confirmed there were no cars following us slipped outside the city. We were on a pitch black country road and able to see anything besides the lights outside. The only thing I was able to hear were the hum of the car's air conditioning and the chirping of insects and frogs. I heard from the boss that you want to hear a bit about Hinamizawa Village, yeah? Like about the old houses, like the 3 families control the place, so that right now it's the Sonozaki family running things. You know, that much already, I'll cut at the intro. Then if you would, please. Can you confirm or deny if the Guardians are involved in the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson? Sato checked the review one more time to confirm there wasn't anyone behind us before speaking. Last night, the Sonozakis held a family council. Did you hear about it from the boss? No. If it was a normal meeting, it would be all the relatives coming together for a nice cup of tea or something, but a family council held by the main house isn't relaxed like that. Family council held by the Sonozakis, huh? That'd be a meeting between those who controlled Hinamizawa Village. They wouldn't be talking about private family matters, it'd be about the village as a whole at the end of the day, or organizing activities against the dam project. That's all they could be talking about. Among other things, everything would be decided there, so they were deciding the fate of the village. At the head of the meeting was Oryo Sonozaki, more or less called Emperor Sonozaki, the ultimate decision-maker of the clan. She was to be feared and respected. Give me just a second. Does she have an original sprite? She does not. They gave her one in the console. Interesting. Infirm with old age, she was unable to stand her own, but her words carried the weight to sway the village. It seemed lately she'd grown weak, and on days where she wasn't feeling well, remained bedridden. Family councils that occurred while she wasn't feeling well took place with her on the floor. In the middle of a dignified Japanese-style room, still in a futon, only the upper half of her body standing upright, a stern look in her face. That was her. That was Oreo. Sitting next to her was the hair, Mion Sonozaki. She was young. Young wasn't the word. She was a girl who remained childish. Her role was to sit beside Oreo, sometimes respond to her requests. However, she was the only one deemed worthy enough to succeed. She had the same hawkish eyes, enough to get past anyone who so much as looked at them. Much was expected of her in the future, this granddaughter of the Sonozakis. And also on either side of her sat several other important members of the remaining three families, the Kimiyoshis and the Furudes. First on the list for the Kimiyoshis was the mayor, Kiichiro. In line beside him were several more of his direct relatives. Opposite to them sat the other of the three families, the Furudes. The Furude family was only comprised of the family of a Shinto priest. The only ones sitting there were said priest, his wife, and their daughter Rika. Rika was doted on by many of the older folks in the village, and even the Oreo was no exception. While stress from attending the family council was to be enough by shortening her lifespan by 3 days, it seemed Rika was exempt from that. No matter how charged the atmosphere was, she paid it no mind. Humming along, she doodled in the sketchbook. In fact, the night before, lying on her stomach while humming and doodling, she nonchalantly tucked her legs into Oreo's futon like it was a katatsu. Oh, that's cute. All this was the three families. And around the room, lined row on row, were relatives of the Sonozakis. The only ones who were afforded cushions to sit on were direct relatives. The others were left to sit in the seiza, directly in the mats. With Emperor Sonozaki enshrined at the center, they were like a giant snake coiled around the room. It saw that everyone would sit in order of their rank, so the number of people from the Sonozakis was very overwhelming. The fact that they held so many seats at a meeting where everything pertaining to the villagers aside made determining where the balance of power was held as clear as day. The number of members of attendance from each of the families reflected how much influence they had in ruling Hinamizawa. What was talked about at said meeting? Sato, after remaining silent, quietly began to speak. Wasn't our monetary gift of appreciation to the media a little large? Breaking the long moment of silence at the head of the Kimiyoshi family, Kyoichiro Kimiyoshi. The only Fuji Guardians, they weren't a business. They were nothing more than an organization pushing for the cancellation of the project. They had no income. Fundraising was always a problem. When they started operating, they managed to collect a pretty sizable amount of funds through donations, but as it dragged on, it was declining. This isn't an era where you can get what you want by throwing rocks, you know? It's very important you don't underestimate the power of the media. We want to borrow some of that down the road. The expression of the people related to the family were pretty sullen, as the one who suggested they should borrow that power as the family head, or as Suzaki. The battle wasn't about force of arms at the end of the day. In the civilized age, there were civilized methods. Roy suggested they created a strategy incorporating the mass media. Her foresight was spot on. The effects of the plan began to manifest pretty slowly. The physical conversation at the site was meant to delay progress by even a day. The propaganda worries in the media was aimed at attacking the project itself. At first, there were those who had doubts, but there was nobody who called the results into question. In order to maintain the media ties, they needed a lot of money. As long as the amount of funds they had was abundant, things would turn out fine. It couldn't be argued it was a massive expense, but the results spoke for themselves. With the conflict dragging on, the circumstances were changing. The head of the Sonozakis, the one who sat at the pinnacle of the three families, Oreo, had suggested the idea herself, so it was already untouchable and continued to be allowed to drain through the budget. No one acknowledged it should be allowed, but no one could say anything otherwise. That was the price to deal with the mass media at the end of the day. What do you think, Oreo-san? The only person who could object to a plan proposed by the head of the Sonozakis was probably the mayor. Oreo, with a hard-to-define expression, as if she'd severed herself from the fetters of mortal emotion, simply listened to the words. But really, it was hard to tell if she was quietly listening or didn't have the intention of listening at all. Last year, we went through a lot of trouble getting people to wrap their heads around the price hike and the bulletins we were putting out, you know? We convinced them it was just one time, it just wouldn't do if we had another one this year. Right, Frude? The mayor looked at the priest and his wife from the Frudes for affirmation. The priest gave a vague expression, avoiding a prompt response, but his wife gave an answer without a second thought. That's right. The cost of bulletins are a particularly harsh burden for the poorer families. Everyone's dealing with it for the sake of the village, but it's best we don't increase the prices anymore. The bulletin was, as its name implies, a bulletin, published by the Guardians. It outlined the Alliance's activities, ideals, and resolve, but you couldn't deny the contents were pretty piecemeal. That bulletin's main goal wasn't to inform people, but was something to sell to businesses living around and connected to the village, using the sales to collect funds. In other words, it was taxes. Of course, it didn't have to be said that this was one of the main sources of income for the Guardians. Originally, purchase was voluntary, but in Hinamizawa, it was slowly becoming the opposite. In the neighboring towns as well, many businesses were buying copies to avoid butting heads of the Alliance. The priest whispered to his wife not to say anything unnecessary, but was struck down decidedly with a pretty cold glare. cowering from the glare, the priest shut his mouth. The priest's wife always held the power in their relationship. That was because she was the one who carried the Frude bloodline. Ah. The priest merely married into the family. He was nothing more than somebody who adopted the name to join the families. He should have been able to find a spot high up in the hierarchy of things, but the lack of authority in his voice meant he just hadn't gained favor. Casting a backwards glance at her disparate parents, Rika continued to doodle whimsically without paying them mind. So by a look from Oreo, Mion brought her ear closer to her grandmother. There, something was said to her in a quiet voice. After responding with a couple questions with a nod from Oreo, Mion looked around the room and conveyed her grandfather's words. There will be no freeze on the price increase for the bulletin. Kiyoshi made a face like he bit into something unpleasant, but that expression disappeared like it never happened. But Mion, I think you already know this, but the cost of the bulletin is by no means easily affordable. It's a burden carried by everyone in Namizawa. Many people carry too much of that burden, it's possible it will collapse on the inside. And who on the inside would start that collapse? Who? I didn't mean it like that. I'm asking who would be the first to buckle. Being cross-examined by a girl who still had fragments of childishness remaining within her, the words stuck in Kimiyoshi's throat as he sunk into silence. Mion repeated her question once more, looking around the crowded room. Everyone refrained from making eye contact to avoid being pierced by her gaze. Words she spoken were unarguably said in proxy for Oreo. That's why when Mion spoke them, they carried the same weight. But the look in her eyes was a bit different. Like Oreo's, they had the hawkish gaze strong enough anyone looking upon her would freeze in their tracks, of course. That gaze was, without question, one that belonged to Mion. As Mion would eventually inherit, that day when she would stand up as a young, capable leader in her own right would pretty soon come. Nobody wanted to believe otherwise for even a minute. That's why no one even thought of Mion as some sort of little kid. Kimiyoshi! No one will lose their resolve or something like a price hike on the bulletin, you know? Kimiyoshi, while grumbling a little bit, made a gesture to say he had no objections. The expenses related to the mass media will continue. If those expenses become too much, we'll have no choice but to continue the price hikes. Mion had rendered her judgment. Everyone bowed their heads, silently listening to her words. In the name of Mion Sonozaki as acting head of the Sonozakis, I hereby declare that all this shall be effective immediately. There shall be no objectives, and any opposition shall be removed by force. The formal decree was read aloud, indicating her judgment. There would be no retrial, but there was a certain authority behind those words that even a courthouse could not compare to. If she was a judge, she would have banged her gavel, signaling the matter was settled. Mion pulled out a large bell from inside her clothes and rang it. Everyone present could only prostrate themselves before the harsh sound of the bell. What the hell? What, the belly? Well, that's a rather old-fashioned family council, isn't it? A young guy like you would probably find it hard to believe, huh? In an antiquated place like this, these types of things have some firm roots, you know? It's exactly as Uishi had said, you know? The old systems of the three families have vanished, and now the Sonozakis are running things themselves. On top of that, the rule was despotic. Was that the end of the meeting? No, there's more. I'll keep going. Eventually, after the ringing of the bell ceased, there was a deafening silence. Within all that, a lone man shuffled closer to Mion and whispered something in her ear. Mion asked several questions quietly in response. When she was satisfied, she motioned for the man to leave. The man who talked to Mion was a member of the gang that her father was the leader of. That organization had the entire area of Shishibone under its control, so it was well known even here. Of course, this was talking about the criminal underworld, so it's not like anyone would know, you know. But just showing a patch with the gang symbol on it was enough to resolve any disputes in the neighborhood. Mion's biological father, Torio, was her daughter's husband. The power of that man's gang was the driving force that controlled the dark ability of the Onikafuji Guardians. So that man, for his position as next in line to control the families, continued to coerce everyone around him with his unconventional presence. Mion exchanged a look with her father. Was it okay for her to tell what she just heard directly to Oreo? It looked like she was asking him that question. Her father gently but firmly nodded his response. Mion also nodded, then sidled up to Oreo and informed her of something. Eventually, Mion finished conveying her message, separated herself from Oreo, and fixed her posture, waiting for Oreo to signal her response. It wasn't often that Oreo showed any emotion. That's why when she started to laugh a little bit, a vague sense of uneasiness crept over everyone in the room. That's quite the conundrum, isn't it? Oh, Oreo was laughing so happily that Kimiyoshi had to hesitantly ask, "What is it, Oreo? If this land is like a mother to us, then this business with the dam is like someone threatening a mother's life, isn't it?" Kimiyoshi, unable to comprehend the meaning of her words, looked just a little confused. Oreo, with a wide grin on her face, turned towards everyone and addressed them in a clarion voice. The minister behind the dam project is rattled over the kidnapping of his grandson. That makes us even. That's absurd! Information of the kidnapping of Minister Inikai's grandson should not have leaked from anywhere. How do they know? Even we didn't know much about the kidnapping incident. Exactly how did an antiquated household so far away from Tokyo come to know of it? It was a tranquil place, but I couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling about Hinamizawa. At some point, I had mentally filed this place away as unrelated to the incident at hand. That mental paperwork had blown into the wind. How did the Onikafuji Guardians know? Sato, unable to come with an answer, fell into silence. I'm sorry. Please continue. Sure, I got you. The Minister of Construction's grandson was kidnapped? Oreo, is that true? That major of an incident was nowhere to be seen in the newspaper or on TV. But in Yamazawa, there's nothing strange about Oreo knowing something the rest of the world didn't. Our pain is the pain of losing a mother. I don't think it completely makes up for it, but the pain of losing a grandchild. Oh, I'll have to pair with that for just a bit, don't you think? The last question wasn't addressed to anybody in particular. It was as if she was looking for consensus. Still, land and a human child are different things. I don't mind hiding him here, but I want no harm to befall him. The child isn't to blame. Make sure to keep that in mind. That means that the Guardians are involved in the kidnapping. I can't say for certain. Why? Even though the leader was clearly giving orders on the treatment of the kidnapped child? Lad, you see, this is what the Sonozaki family always does. What do you mean always does? What do you mean by that? Let's say there was a particular problem, right? One that wasn't favorable for the family. If Oreo shows concern over the problem, hearing that someone who attend the family council would be helpful. As a result, the wish would be granted. However, neither Oreo or anyone else would know who did it. With this kind of clever little ploy, the Sonozakis could manipulate events, even though they had their hands on the table. Then that means that someone who was at the family council was the culprit. Or there's a possibility there was never a culprit in the first place, right? Oreo herself in that room full of people didn't say that someone pulled off the kidnapping, you know? She was just giving her opinion. It was an odd and secretive way of doing things, of course. Were they involved or weren't they? I couldn't see beyond the veil. This, however, I can say with certainty. This kidnapping was a secret. Ironclad. No matter how high position someone was in, they wouldn't know about it. If there was someone who would know about it, they would be connected to public safety. In other words, one of us. The only other options are people connected to the case itself. Including the minister, there would be people affected by the incident, of course. Or the people that committed it. In any case, there was no way an old household in the place removed from Tokyo by 6 hours of highway should know. Them knowing it all was pretty strange. My suspicions began to accumulate, like falling snow. Whoopsie daisies. That's as much as Oreo said in regards to the kidnapping. Hopefully what you wanted to find out was in there. After this, it's up to you, you know. I don't know what kind of work you're doing, but if you're going up against the Sonozakis, you should prepare yourself. Oishi might be fearless, but even he's been attacked 2 or 3 times, you know. He hasn't been wearing lately, but at one point he was wearing a stab-proof vest off duty. Oh. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. You speak pretty well. Are you from Tokyo, by any chance? Huh? What's your point? Investigators were pretty close to danger. It was best not to divulge any information about myself. Your job! Could you possibly be someone from the Metropolitan Public Safety Division? Wow! That is spot on! I could remain silent here. It would be the same thing as admitting it. Jesus, huh? No way. This wasn't accounted for in the money I got from the boss, but as someone who played at the same table today. I'll give you this one as a freebie. After Oreo talked about the kidnapping, there was one other topic that came up. Another topic that Oreo brought up. And right before he told me this, Sato asked if I was from the Metro. In other words, what those 2 things meant caused a chill to run up my spine. So, you see, that in order to investigate the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, there's word there will be an investigator from public safety dispatched from Tokyo. An investigator from public safety? They can't be reckless and make a big deal over the kidnapping. So it seems the Metro Public Safety Division is investigating this on their own. Ain't that grand, huh? What is it? Rika, who'd been drawn the entire time, was completely uninterested in the conversation up till now, looked at Oreo with an interested face as soon as the topic of public safety came up. Did the Metro Police come? Oh, so Rika knows about Metro, huh? Oh, that's admirable of you. Who came? Is there anybody that knows what kind of guy from public safety came here? Mion's father raised his hand a little. I hear that it's a nice young piece of fresh meat. Fresh meat? Is it nice and tender? Yeah, it is. Fresh meat. Mion's father smiled wryly as he answered Rika's question. Tender and tasty? Yeah. Tender and tasty. Rika smiled with interest. Why did she act interested when it came to this topic? That was a question that no one had the answer to. Does Rika know something about this man? I don't know. After a rather flat reply, she buried herself under Oreo's futon. When she buried herself there, Rika no longer drove again. Instead, she was making an expression like she was deep in contemplation. What shall we do about him? Mother. Mion's father posed the question. He had the type of uncouth expression on his face, indicating that given the order, he could snuff it out at any time, like a snap. He came all the way to Hinamizawa. Let him take it easier for a while. So you're saying just let him go around as he pleases? Mion's father asked in response. Oreo smiled thinly as she responded. Leave him alone, but if he starts causing too much mischief when that happens, don't hold back, alright? I don't enjoy being taken lightly. Is what they talked about, apparently. It couldn't be that you're that fresh meat from Metro, could you? Oh, it couldn't be. Oh, the sensation of cold, bristling fear began to crawl its way up my back. This family council took place last night. In other words, yesterday. Then today, when I was dressed up as a tourist heading towards Hinamizawa, my cover was blown. When I remember the first person I met when I got to the bus stop, I couldn't breathe. The person at the family council expressed interest in the man being dispatched, Rika Furude. And the person who was waiting for me the whole time in the bus shelter was Rika. It was an unthinkable image, huh? Nah, some kind of delusion. When we met at the bus shelter, did she already know my identity? Did she know I was Ikasaka, dispatched from Metro, and came to meet me? Then, including Mayor Kimiyoshi, every villager that I met knew, but pretended not to, because Oreo had given instructions not to interfere. Thinking about it logically, it didn't seem possible. I met a number of people, you know. There's people that are good at acting. There's people who are bad at hiding things, you know. If there were that many people, there should have been someone among them who knew I was from public safety and couldn't hide their hostility. However, I didn't feel any presence like that. But then, even still, why did Roria tell them to leave me alone? Was it because if they were careless about it, it would raise more suspicion? Or was it because they believed a rookie like me couldn't find anything? Ikasaka's a coward. I recall that strange voice which could only make me believe Rika had been possessed. That unknown entity, no matter how you looked at it, she knew my true identity from the get-go. Then, how did it warn me again? That's right, it warned me to hurry up and go back to Tokyo, specifically. Said the realistic way that the Guardians had discovered my identity, the absurd way brought on by the unknown girl stuck with me more. What exactly was that girl? What was the thing I would regret? That mysterious girl, Rika Furude. Let's just stop it. Everything I was thinking right now is just conjecture at the end of the day. Tomorrow, I'll report everything I heard to HQ and await orders. There's no mistaking the possibility that the Guardians were related to the case. It's there. The fact my cover was blown meant I was in a precarious position. But as everyone from HQ is busy, they might not be able to spare the support. Is that everything? If you want, I can drop you off wherever you like. Oh, sorry. In that case, the station where we met, please. A rural road where even a streetlight was rare. I couldn't see anything. I wasn't aware of anything but the asphalt lit up by the headlights. Outside that light, was it darkness? Or was there something lurking, waiting to strike? I had to think. I drew the short straw here. I wanted to go back to Tokyo. For some reason, the voice of the girl warning me to go back still lingered in my head. Can you blame him? Oh, this might actually be our chapter break, but it's only been 45 minutes. We might be able to get fucking, like, halfway through this whole episode here. This is really, really interesting, though. I will say. So, Rika may have been faux mean to us to kind of warn us away and keep us safe. She cares in her own way. Ain't she so cute? Hey, Mahjong Prodigy, we showed off our fucking skills. Alright, alright. Let's see what Boner's saying. How's your clan, Boner? You just gotta lock in and get free LP. True shit. 2 showers away from Christmas. Joking about a monthly shower, it's a classic. Alright, let's view these tips, huh? The investigation runs aground. I'll have some water. Yeah, yesterday we met at a restaurant in Ginza. That topic popped up, you know? That's overstepping their boundaries. They're meddling too much with public safety. If they keep doing that, they're going to set a bad precedent. Seems the Minister Inikai is openly uncomfortable about the way public safety is doing this shit. The Vice Minister is going to say something to that effect during Monday's debate. But what can you do? We can only have the director address the minister. That's why I pay him the big bucks, you know? Well, it comes to that, they're going to ask him for proof that the minister is being threatened. Sometimes I don't know what side he's on, you know? If he's on ours, then what's he doing? Well, he's probably getting some pressure from the minister himself. We'll just have to proceed with the investigation while he sweats it out in the vice minister's office and buys us time. He might get so wrung out to dry that all will be left to dregs, though. So how's the investigation? All the juicy leads turned out to be duds. Honestly, I'm at a loss. The person that the dam project was showing up in the minister's press releases, so what about that? Well, I say showing up, but it's really more of a slight feeling of something strange, you know? He just happened to mention it during his speech at the prefectural forum, so it might have been something he was mentioning because it was relevant at the time. If I remember correctly, a local organization was protesting violently. No? The Guardians? I think Akasaka was investigating. I think those guys could be behind what's happening now. Yeah, even if we can't say there's anything overtly suspicious, it wouldn't be prudent to remove them from the picture. Akasaka reported in passing that he couldn't deny the possibility. Then isn't there merit in investigating? We're going through everything with a fine-tooth comb, so if they're one of the suspicious groups that are left, we'll have to, you know? Well, they're not the only group we should investigate, right? If we're just talking about groups that are suspicious of owning Gafuchi, there's quite a few, you know? We don't have the men, the time, or the money for it all. I'll try to ask for more details from Akasaka. I feel like we should pay some extra attention to the Guardians. He's part of these established rapport with the villagers. It also seems that he's collaborating with the local police. Keep your contact with them on the down low, though. Also, if there's anything in his info that merits investigation, it's possible we can send some reinforcements, you know? Alright, got it. Oh, sorry, Chief. There's a phone call from the director. Should I transfer it over? No, it's okay. I'll head over. Yeah, hello? Interesting. So they actually agree that there's something suspicious going on, and there is the potential that we can get some help, which would be very appreciated, suffice it to say. It'd be very, very nice. Alright, let's see. What's in the box? With the creepy background here, eh? Do you believe there are choices in life? Yeah, I'd say so. There are many people who lament the following. If there only existed points in life where there were clear choices to make, we'd be able to scrutinize those carefully and make decisions that will lead us to a better future. Every time I hear people lament as such, I cast it off as a trivial worry, you know? If you were given a clear choice, it wouldn't be meaningful at all. There wouldn't be any such path to a better future, you know? Is that hard to understand? A little. Yeah, that's a bit steeped in metaphor. Let's pretend that in front of you there are two strange boxes. In other words, you have two very clear choices. Do you open the red box or the blue one? Well, a lot of things would be uncertain, even with that choice, wouldn't they? If you don't have the option of opening neither, then your choice boils down to the natural impulse of opening the box that holds a better result. Then, after explaining the shape and features of each and pondering a great many things, you have to pick either red or blue at the end of the day. If this was you, which box are you going to open? Red or blue? If you were to go by their traditional meanings, then red would be dangerous, threatening. However, that doesn't automatically mean it would be calm and relaxing inside the blue box either, you know? In fact, maybe the colors are a trap, make you wary of the red box and have you open the blue. A trap? Maybe the contents of the box aren't a reward but a penalty then. See, now you're at a loss. You're so conflicted over the choice between red and blue that you start wishing there was an option to open neither and leave. But there isn't. You have to open either red or blue. I forgot to say this, but if you choose one box, the other will just disappear. So never know the context of the box you don't open. I'll just put that rule at the end for you there. Now, why don't you choose the red box or the blue box? It's all right. You won't lose anything by picking either one. Come on now. Oh, we are actually given a choice. They have added gameplay to my visual novel. I'm not going to let the game trick me. They already said openly that maybe the red is a hoax. That is a red herring. And red is being put in the background here. Red is not shown as a good color, but there's a lot of red. So I think it's... I'm clicking red. Have you thought about it? Yes, I have. In the end, you chose this color, didn't you? Yep. As soon as you choose, the other box disappeared. Yep. So you can give up on the contents of that one, okay? That's the rule. Now open up the box you chose, alright? Inside the box there was a piece of caramel. I know you're a little disappointed. Well, that's only natural. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you drew the dud. The correct box might have had a bar of chocolate, for all you knew. No, in fact, something incredible, like a pair of tickets to Hawaii might have been in there. But even if you want to verify that, the other box had already disappeared. There's no way you can check now. But if you think about it from an optimistic point of view, just maybe the other box was empty, and this box was the winner, you know? And being satisfied with such a cheap prize, you pop it in your mouth and start chewing happily. So what do you think of the end, huh? If you were given a second chance, would you try to open the other box? Well, unfortunately, the chance to choose between the red or blue has come and gone, never to be seen again. Chance to change your selection will never come. Don't your parents often say every choice you make only happens once, so choose carefully? See? Choices aren't that great after all. Aren't you a little disillusioned? Okay, so choice is going to be a theme here. Okay, so after we finish the whole episode, not just the stream, but probably in like 2 weeks when we finish the whole episode, I am going to go online and see what happens when you open the blue box. Because that's really interesting. Alright, glint in the demon's eye. Because, I mean, I like caramel. I like caramel as much as the next guy. Yeah, so the wake will be from 6, and the service will be the day after from noon to 1, alright? The venue will be, though, going to be a ceremony hall. I see. It's Deputy Mayor Ikuzawa's grandson's funeral we're talking about, huh? We have to pay our respects. Mion, you can go in my stead, alright? Okay, I got it. Should I wear morning clothes? How much should I bring for the funeral offering? Go in your school uniform. Make sure you button it up properly this time, alright? For the money, 100,000 yen. They've done a lot for us, alright? Mion quietly whistled and awed at the exorbitant amount of money your grandmother was offering, huh? Ikuzawa's been a prudent person ever since his days as the head of the municipal office. Even if those government types paid me a visit, they'd always stay outside. Whenever I offered Ikuzawa a cup of tea, he'd come inside and carefully listen to what I had to say. He always lent an ear to what people had to say. Oh, they should learn from a person like him, you know? Two guests made a show of nodding, making clear they were paying attention as Oreo reminisced. The sight of them trying not to get in Oreo's bad side was humorous enough to elicit laughter from Mion occasionally. How young was the grandson when he died? 11, apparently. Oreo closed her eyes and shook her head, lamenting the loss of such a young life. For I recall, he said he only had one grandchild, huh? That's sad. There's nothing worse for a parent than outliving their offspring. You're really nice to other people, Granny. If she and her I die, would you be this sad? Don't be stupid. Saying something like that's bad luck. Haven't got the reaction she expected. Mion cackled a little. The two guests, unsure if they were supposed to laugh along, forced awkward smiles. We'll take our leave for a day then, alright? We'll be by tomorrow evening at 5 to pick you up. Until then, please excuse us. After bowing their heads repeatedly, the guests left by the front door. Mion saw them off, waved her little hand goodbye. They're gone. It must be rough for them to pay you the courtesy visit, Granny. It would have been fine if they just, broke the news over the phone, you know? Well, it was true that Oreo was a central person for her relatives and the residents of the village as a whole. As a voting bloc, they numbered in the several thousands. Hard to imagine the mayor would try to pander to her. Like Mion, Oreo was looking up longingly at the sky from the veranda. What's the matter? Are you going senile? I just thought that no matter whose grandchild it was, I'd feel sorry for them, you know? Saying that, she let out a pretty deep sigh. Mia was let down as normally her grandmother would have scolded her for her attitude. Mion, you know that minister's grandson. How long has it been since he was abducted? 4 days, maybe. Or he let out another deep sigh. He may be the grandchild of our bitter enemy, but I still feel sorry for him. Really? That's enough of a warning, huh? We should bring this to an end soon. A playful expression drained from Mion's face, leaving behind a stern one. And then, as if to ascertain her will, looked into her eyes. Oria, expressing her attention with only those eyes, looked back into Mion's. I want some tea. Could you call for some? Some of that chocolate, too. Mion gave a small nod, then turned around. Shimiko, are you there? Grandma wants some tea. Could you pour some? From far away, a voice responded the affirmative. Mion, after confirming she'd been heard, picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, this is Mion. Yeah, is my father there? Okay, there are two ways of reading that scene. Two ways. The one is that Mion is agreeing with her grandmother, albeit slightly half-heartedly, and is calling her father to let go of the kid. The second one is that upon hearing this news, Mion is going to assume control of the family, and this call is saying, Oreo's having doubts, we're going to have to ignore her / get rid of her. We're going to have to just Alright, but nothing for it. Let's see. Let's just keep it rocking and rolling and rocking and rolling and rocking and rolling and rocking and rolling. Let me actually just chow. Oh, I'm glad I checked. Someone has pinged me in. Oh, that's just Overwatch General. Yeah, I was thinking about joining the Overwatch team for a bit, but I'm on the fucking League team now, so it doesn't really matter either way, one way or the other. If Akumu mains are Mexican, then Ed mains are Israeli. That's some real shit, bro. Clock it. Alright, baby. Let's rock and roll it. Oh, whoopsie daisies. There we go. I had a restless night's sleep. I did nothing but turn over repeatedly during a night that seemed like it lasted for eternity. Even then, I fell asleep at some point. I realized how high in the sky the sun had risen. I shook off the urge to go back to sleep. It was then I noticed that the phone was ringing. The time was almost 10:30 in the morning. It was clearly too late for a wake-up call. Kasaka-san, right? Good morning, it's Oishi. Waking up to the sound of Oishi's voice was a bit too much of a shock. I need to check something on my phone real quick. Need to see where my sister is. Because if she's at home, then it's... Yeah, she's at home. Yeah, R.I.P. My delicate ears were ringing a little bit. But thanks to that shock, I was wide awake. Hello. Good morning. Could it be you just woke up? Even though you're on assignment, it's still not good to be asleep during regular business hours, you know? You're absolutely right. I'll be more careful in the future, alright? I have another tidbit that might wake you up even more, alright? There was something interesting mixed in with the lost and found in the police box. Lost and found? Let's leave the details for when you get here. Think you can make it before noon? No, I'll be there right away, alright? I wish you already knew what my mission was. Since you said it was something that would wake me up, it was hard to believe it would be irrelevant to me. Honestly speaking, judging by the information from Sato yesterday, knowing that my cover was blown, I couldn't wander to and from Hinamizawa carelessly. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna wash out my bowl and have some peanuts. I am fucking starving. So give me just a moment. I'll take a piss while I'm at it. I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I am back. Let me set chat down for a minute so that I can fill up my bowl. I keep chat rested against this big jar of Planters dry roasted peanuts. But I gotta pour some of them out right quick. That's gonna be dinner today, unfortunately for me. I am flat broke and the dining halls are closed. So, and it means that I can keep reading, although it will be a bit muffled by my chewing. Pardons given. Alright. Honestly speaking, judging by the information from Sada yesterday, knowing that my cover was blown, I couldn't wander to and from Hinamizawa carelessly. In other words, my investigation was at a bit of an impasse. There's some information there that could put me back in the trail. It'd be nothing less than a stroke of good fortune. After vigorously washing my face, I pulled on my jacket and hailed a taxi, heading towards Okonomiya. Oh, you're here. The genius mahjong players arrived. My apologies for being late. So, exactly what popped up? With no intention of reminiscing about last night's mahjong game, I pressed him to get to the point. Oishi, already anticipating that I'd act like that, cut to the chase without any resistance. Like I said, some arrived from the police box was lost and found this morning. Last times that returned to the police box were sent to Okonomiya after paperwork was filled up. You pull out a plastic bag and lay its labeled contents on the desk. Is that a wallet? Indeed. No small change, but no bills. We thought a pickpocket threw it away after pulling out the contents. At first. I didn't understand how this wallet could possibly relate to the kidnapping. If it had drawn Oishi's attention, though, it would have to be something dramatic, like it belonged to the missing grandchild. That would be absurd, though. Like something that convenient would happen. How was it? There were initials written on the wallet, like the initials of Tokushi Inukai, T.I. Thinking like that, at this point, I didn't suppose this wallet had something that could get Oishi so excited. Oishi, after putting on a pair of disposable plastic gloves, handed me a pair of the same. I didn't feel this wallet was such an important thing, so I had my doubts about whether there was any point in putting on gloves. However, I didn't want his intentions to go away, so I put them on. I ordered the plastic bag and pulled it out, showed me the back. As I'd imagined, there were initials engraved, but it was more detailed than what I thought, with Toshiki I marked on it. God damn! Oishi grinned at me with a look on his face that said, "See? We can't confirm that this belongs to the Mr.'s grandchild," I informed her casually. This wallet was irrelevant. It was nothing more than Oishi's overeagerness. First of all, there was no way that the missing grandchild's wallet would be found with such convenient timing. It's fucking impossible. After all, the Guardians weren't related to the case in the first place. There was no way this could have belonged to the grandson. Why, I wanted to decide that was the case. Even I didn't really know. Even though what should have been a top-secret case was leaked before it had even been dispatched. In this situation, how could I say this was unrelated? We were prudent to pay more attention to the wallet. It only been a couple days since I arrived. But in those couple days, due to the number of remarkable events, my nerves might become just a little afraid. Shaking my head, I cleared it of unnecessary thoughts. She opened the wallet zipper, revealing the contents. Inside with small chains and crumpled receipts. From my jumble, he pulled out a folded card. Seeing that, my heart stopped. It was a card from a dental exam. The name Toshiki Inukai, and the age. Perfect match. Dentist's location was in fucking Tokyo! No need to explain it any further. If I reserved from Tokyo to Yamazawa, far enough that taking the bullet trains and cars would still take several hours. Order a wallet or dental exam card from Tokyo. Show up in Yamazawa. Go along to a tourist who came from Tokyo. Maybe a villager on vacation just happened to pay a visit to the dentist. Now, it had to have fallen into someone's bag by accident. In my mind, I was struggling to find an excuse as to why this wallet didn't belong to Toshiki Inukai. It was as if it just wouldn't do for this to belong to him. However, weeding out any possibility for error one by one. The haze surrounding the wallet faded, letting it come into clear focus. See? Oh my god, bro. I had a shiver of electricity around my spine. My pulse quickened and a thin film of sweat coated my body. From Wishi's point of view, I was slack-jawed and spaced out with a slovenly look on my face. Did you get information from the dental office? That's your job, Esakaska. I didn't go that far. When did this wallet show up? The person who picked it up was a villager, actually. They did so yesterday, it seems. Not that, I mean, when was this dropped? It rained here last week, 7 days ago. Doesn't look like conscious to water damage, so the longest it would be was 6 days. Does anybody else at the station have knowledge of the existence of this wallet? The officer first encountered it at the police box. Also, the 2 or 3 people in charge of the lost and found. Other than that, it's me and you. If it's involved in a case, it'd be bad to talk about, wouldn't it? I don't intend to wag my tongue. May I borrow a phone? Go ahead. Dial 0 to get an outside. Hey, Diane, how are you doing today? Seems it is your first message here. Unfortunately, I have bemoaned this time and time again. I have chat open on my phone because of... There's probably an OBS thing that I can do, some fuckery, to enable seeing chat on my widescreen, like maybe in one of my black corners here. Make use of my ultra-wide and all. But I haven't been able to figure that out just yet. So, if it's a new person showing up, or if there's like a follow notification that goes through, I don't see it, which sucks. So bad, I will say over and over again. Whenever I stream, I do that too. Haven't in so long though. I feel you. Yeah, It's so convenient. I don't have to do any other nonsense. Like I've mentioned this before, I'm as low effort a streamer as it gets. I open up OBS, I set it to capture my entire screen, and then I just go. Which definitely leads to some problems. It's a bit low effort. I've been trying to spice it up a little bit, but I don't know. I'll figure something out eventually. For now, though, nice to meet you. We are 4 chapters, I believe, into episode 4 of Higurashi, which is a bit of a departure from our normal. Like if you ended up coming from my YouTube, which I fucking doubt, half my videos from the past couple months have 0 views, you'd know that our past 3 episodes of Higurashi have been following some transfer kid to town who's 15. We are like some 27-year-old police detective in the same town like 5 years ago. So things are very off-kilter. Just to speed on this scene specifically, there's a kid that is the grandson of the Ministry of Construction that has been kidnapped. And they just found his wallet in town, which means that whatever's going on in town is 100% related to a kidnapping. All right, I can hear my pulse pounding in my head. Could there possibly be something so absurd? The address on the receipts and cards inside the wallet were from around the area where the grandson lived. The name on the exam card was a match. The time we deduced that the wallet had been left behind matched up with the timeline of kidnapping. Of course, it was possible I could laugh it off as a big pile of coincidences. There wasn't any strong evidence, after all. Rather than all the circumstantial proof, the contents of the phone call I was about to make would have greater meaning. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. This is Nakagawa Dental. Recently finished Chapter 7 a few days ago. Gonna start 8 soon, I think. Do you mean Chapter 7 or Episode 7? Like, Chapter 7 of this episode? Because with how short these fucking chapters have been so far, like, I've only been streaming for 3 hours, and we are, what would you say, a quarter or halfway through Chapter 4? I feel like usually they tend to be a bit longer. I might catch up with you this stream. But if you mean Episode 7, then I got a fucking while to catch up. I was mentioning my timeline. It's usually taking me about 3 streams to finish an episode. I might end up beating you around late November. So if that's the case, you definitely got me beat. Hey, this is Okanamiya Police. I have a misplaced wallet here. I'm trying to get in contact with the owner. Would you be able to help me? Inside the wallet, there's an exam card from your office. Yeah, the name is Toshiki Inakai. If I give you the number on the card, would you be able to look up the phone number? Yeah, thank you. If you would. Still holding the receiver, I pulled out a notebook from my breast pocket with my free hand. Open up to the page of the grandson's address and phone number recorded on it. Yes, hello. Yeah, go ahead. I compared the phone number in my notebook to the one that was being read out on the other end of the line. During that process, I spun around to look behind me, uneasily. In Steam, they're called chapters, and each save point is called chapters. A bit weird. Whenever I start Yumineko, I'll start calling those episodes. Yeah, that tended to be my approach as well. I ended up starting, unfortunately, with Umineko. So I'm definitely seeing some thematic parallels going on there. Just a little bit. There's actually not as much connection as I would have thought. It's very interesting. But because of that, I already got into the convention. It makes it a lot easier to process in my head, I'll tell you that much. Alright. I looked eyes with Uishi. He looked puzzled. Whatever what the matter was. I feel uneasy and look behind me, of course. But yeah, I finished Minaguroshi. Sheesh! Alright, so you have, like, the whole fucking mystery set. I will say at this point, I have no idea what's happening. I was 100% all in on conspiracy after episode 2. But then episode 3 happened, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, there's too many coincidences. There's too much weird shit going on. It feels like you cannot explain it with just the conspiracy. Especially because the fucking Great Hinamizawa disaster didn't happen in any other timeline. Like, we would have heard about it in the postscript of episode 2. If it's the same event. Which means that it had to be brought about by something. Things happen for a reason, you know? So at this point, I'm pretty in on Supernatural, but then there's some things that don't work. I love puzzling it out in my head. Rip. It's a cruel necessity, but there's nothing for it. I'll type that out for you. Alright, but I'll keep going in the meantime. Why did I feel uneasy and look behind me? That was because the person at the end of the line was reading out the numbers as though doing so straight from my notebook. It seemed HU was in an uproar thanks to my report. No matter how many times the authenticity of the evidence I'd linked to the grandson was called into question, I could only respond, it's the truth. When the lead investigator picked up the phone, I was grilled about the evidence I found. It was too good to be true, if I say so myself. After having doubt after doubt dispelled, he fell into silence. The receiver was handed over to the section chief. When I picked it up, the background thrum on the other end of the line disappeared, and I knew I'd gone completely silent. Let me know when you get back from the ad break. I don't know how long those are. I set it to whatever the base settings are, so that there's no pre-roll when you come in. Because that fucking kills momentum at the end of the day. But, you know, it's still good to know that I'm not talking to the void or messing with you mid-sentence. When I picked it up, the background thrum on the other end of the line disappeared. I knew it had gone silent. After asking the same questions about the wallet that the lead investigator did, the chief spoke his next words quietly. Got it. We'll dispatch several people as reinforcements right away. They should be able to make it there by evening. Agasaka, continue with your investigation of the area, please. Get some information on the spot where the wallet was found. Kano will select some people and head straight there. The fact he was sending Kana, the lead, meant that the chief had decided there was a big possibility that the Guardians were implicit in the kidnapping. However, it felt as though until the lead investigator whom he trusted had verified the evidence with his own eyes, he was going to be skeptical about it. Ooh, this is a new track, and it's so funky. I don't know if I fucked up my 07th mod or whatever, but it feels like there's so many new tracks this episode, and they're all fucking bangers. How'd it go? It seems that HQ sent in some reinforcements. I was ordered to investigate the area. Where was the wall drop specifically? Around Takatsudo, apparently. This is Okinamiya. All the way over here, this is Hinamizawa. Then even further upstream is Takatsudo. Who's your favorite character so far? Okay, so this is a funny story that I'll tell at parties every once in a while, out of context. If you go to my YouTube and look at 5 months ago, I took a big break over the summer because of some internet shenanigans. There is a VOD titled Higurashi of all things makes me cry. Or call me the Higurashi because I'm crying to this one. Something along those lines, something that I thought was witty at the time. I spend 20 minutes-ish of my first stream of episode 3 bawling my fucking eyes out at Sadako's story. I can't stop. I'm just crying on stream to like 6 other people. I just can't stop. It's really well written, and I have some personal connection. I'm the oldest of 5. I have little siblings myself. Sadako acts just like one of my siblings, and because of that, she's my favorite by far. I fucking love Sadako. Second place is definitely Shion. Shion's shenanigans in episode 2 were hilarious. She just gets away with shit, and I love it. She's great. But it's Sadako number 1. Friend of mine reading with has her as his favorite too. I cannot fucking blame her. She's the funniest of the cast by far, I think. She's very pure in a way that Rika tries to emulate, but everyone knows she's got some shit going on, you know? You can't really hide that from everybody. Alright. We should explain where the wall was found by pointing to locations in the map on the wall. A place called Takatsudo is more remote than Hinamizawa was. There's hardly anybody living in the area around Takatsudo. It was deserted a long time ago. It's over with abandoned houses, so it's pretty desolate around there. Oh, is she? Could I ask you to guide me there? Your favorite's Rika? Okay. I will say, this episode has portrayed Rika as really, really cute, and also very interesting with this kind of split personality vibe she's got going on, so I definitely cannot fault you for your taste. I will say, if anybody comes up to me and says that their favorite is Mion, I'm gonna look at them a little funky, you know? Anybody else, it's like, yeah, I'm picking up what you're throwing down, but I don't know. Because the Mion chapter felt more like a Shion chapter to me, you know? Or episode, pardon, I'm falling into the same trap. Yeah, I don't mind. You can't really get in and out of Hinamizawa as you please by yourself, after all. Of course, I'll have to make you wear the cap and mask again. That I wish you had agreed to company was very reassuring. God damn it, dude. I'm so mad that I spent like 10 minutes gassing myself up that, oh, he put the mask on, now he's gonna fucking pretend to be a photographer going through the woods for a nature doc, taking pictures of the nature in Hinamizawa. That's Tomatake's story. And then Rika said, oh, you're just Tomatake Mark II. So it's fuck. I was like, oh, Akasaka is just Tomatake. I've got this great theory going down. They shut it down fucking immediately. If Sato's info is to be believed, my cover was already blown. I wasn't sure the villagers had realized that the fresh meat dispatched from public safety was the terrorists that had visited the village yesterday. Jesus Christ, man. I've only been out for 3 hours. I gotta get back into the swing of things as it were. I've only been doing this for a couple weeks back from my big break. But something that they hadn't noticed would have been overly optimistic. Given a cursory thought, Takatsudo, where the wall was found, couldn't be ruled out as a hiding spot for the kidnappers. Takatsudo area didn't have any residential buildings, nor was it along a highway. There wasn't even a reason for the locals to visit. It was exactly what you'd call a long-forgotten ghost town at the end of the road. You couldn't ask for a better place to hold the kidnapped grandson. Also, you couldn't get there without passing through Hinamizawa first. Those several conditions made it all the more important. I couldn't brush it off any longer. There was no longer any doubt that the Onagafuchi Guardians, or someone hired by them, were involved in the kidnapping. If that was the case, the fact this wall was found might have already been linked to them. They even know so much as how the Public Safety Division was operating. The case of the wall, it couldn't be something they didn't know already. In that case, there's a possibility they were lying in wait for me. To dive alone to enemy territory, surrounded by enemy territory. To say the least, it required some courage, nay, recklessness, that I just didn't possess. You haven't read any of Umi yet? I figured I'd start from release date. About them already, though. That's probably a good call, and from what I'm reading in some of these, in one of the tips from this episode, very much so in particular, definitely had some thematic connections with Umineko that I did not think would exist. I think that the end of episode 1 of Umi will definitely start ringing some bells in your head, suffice it to say, if these connections start coming to fruition. Umineko is fucking incredible, by the way. I'm definitely enjoying my experience with Higurashi a fuck ton, but Umineko has been more enjoyable so far for the most part. I definitely think Higurashi has a better emotional hook, but Umineko is very fun in a very puzzlish, tactile way, right? It feels like there's mysteries going on, but they're a lot more within your grasp, you know? It feels like even if you don't get everything, you can still start turning them around in your head a little bit, you know? I'm completely fucking lost. I have no clue what's going down here. Oh, man. That's your company, Uishi. I wouldn't be able to step into the village so easily. Thank you much for your cooperation. Honestly, I thought you'd ask for more money. Well, for being honest, Hinamizawa isn't a place I like to go to, you know? I'd at least appreciate if you paid for the cab fare. Still, it's not a request I can refuse from a friend that's playing at the same table as me. Oh my god. Everyone and their mom is talking about Mahjong. My next stream might just have to be a straight Mahjong stream where I learn the rules. Jesus fucking hell, man. Oh my god. People make fun of me for this, the people that know that I do this. Oh my god. Because every single time that he does this shit, where he makes the sprites bigger, it gets me every time. It scares me more so than any of the creepin' dread moments that they got going on. It's just always these, man. It struck me that he just didn't want to jump ship rather than having a sort of sense of duty for his job. Even so, didn't matter at the end of the day. Right now, I just appreciated the gesture. Like Reina and Miana 1. Yep, every single fucking time. I think that, in fact, if you would allow me to go on a bit of a lark here, give me just a moment. I get jump scared by big women like 40 times from episode 2, chapters 7 through 9. I think that that is the chapter, or the set of chapters where it's most prevalent. And I do, in fact, yell every single fucking time they do it. I think that there's like one comment on this video, because I have 4 viewers, and it's just him berating me for jumping every single time. I can't help it, man. It's not a bit. I'm not playing it up. It legit scares me. If the enemy knew the police had obtained the wallet, they'd probably have moved the hostage to a different place by now. Absolute cinema. I entirely agree. Oh, is that a fucking... It's a left one. Okay. It's really small on my phone, so I thought that was that motherfucker from Madoka Magica. I don't watch a lot of stuff. I tend to be reading something in the background all the time. So, I tend not to watch anything. It's really hard to switch gears from watching something and doing something else as compared to reading something and doing something else within your tabs. But apparently that thing's an anime only. I've been trying to search for it. Because that cat's everywhere. Wasn't a moment to lose. But Risha, without regard for the fact that you're about to head out, began to remove his jacket. What the hell are you doing, man? Well, just a precaution, alright? If you want me to poke the beehive to get your honey, I have to be well prepared, you see. Do you want to put one on, too? What he pulled from the drawer below the desk was a stab-proof vest. Probably a good call. About to go all the way. His name was Toshiki Inukai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inukai. There was only one reason for him being here. If you didn't include gym or art class, his grades were pretty above average. It was a result of having private tutoring sessions twice a week. The rich. If you omitted the fact that he couldn't do pull-ups, there wasn't much else that could make him hate school, you know? Of course, he understood full well his grandfather was a cabinet minister. but he knew that not too many people were that interested in their relationship, you know? He didn't like to go out of his way to bring up his grandfather, or call him the Minister of Construction or whatever. And finally, he tried to know at least a little bit more about what your Minister of Construction did than your average Joe on the street. What that entailed was when you tried your best to make life better for the masses, sometimes you make some enemies, you know? He knew that all too well from the time he spent as class rep. His grandfather had many enemies. He knew they might personally catch some of that fallout, so he had to be twice as cautious. He was taught that by his parents. That's why the moment he was kidnapped, he knew this was one of those occasions. Pretty clever. He understood he wasn't being treated as Toshiki Inakai, the person, rather as Toshiki Inakai, the grandson, the Minister of Construction. He wasn't personally at fault. This was a result of some unavoidable trouble with his grandpa's work. Made a little difference. When he realized it wasn't because of anything he did, he was able to relax a little bit. That's good, you know. Like, even if things are going bad for you, as long as you know that they're not motivated by personal hatred, they're kind of just going by the rules. As long as the same thing's happening, it's a small consolation, but it's a consolation all the same, you know. Of course, at first he was struck with terror befitting his age, whatever was going to happen to him and all. But after a while being tied up and only able to stay lying down, he began to ponder a lot of things. First, he thought about the reason he was being abducted like this in the first place. He understood the answer to that pretty easily. He was taken hostage to coerce his grandfather, the minister. There was no doubt about that. He didn't know what the Minister of Construction did, but it was easy to imagine there was much to be gained from threatening him, you know? He respected his grandfather more than most. He earnestly believed that his own grandfather was within the top 20 of the most important people in Japan. And he's probably right. I don't know if it's an exact parallel, but a cabinet minister for a Ministry of Construction, or Department of Construction, stateside, it's a pretty big deal. They're in the fucking chain for the presidency. I need to go back here to make sure that I'm helping my own algorithm out, you know? That was exactly why he would not forgive anybody who tried to threaten his beloved grandfather. More importantly, he wouldn't forgive anybody who used him as a tool. His grandfather's really busy, really had time to meet relatives, you know? That's why with what little time he did manage to scrape together, he just dropped by unannounced. And as an apology for not being able to meet during New Year's or summer vacation, he doted on his grandson very, very much. Oh, that's cute. The number of times Toshiki was looked upon with disregard just because his grandfather's a politician wasn't few, you know? It happened pretty often. But I never thought, even once, they wanted his grandfather to quit being a politician. Because it was his beloved grandfather. He wanted him to continue his career as long as possible from the bottom of his heart. However, Toshiki was being held hostage, and his grandfather was being threatened. His grandfather, who called him the apple of his eye, was suffering. He had to have been. He might do anything to save his grandson. Maybe even putting aside his ideology if it was required to save his grandson. He might cave to the culprit's demands if it meant saving his grandson. When he thought about that, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. Oh, fuck. Is he going to do something stupid? In his current situation, he was unable to forgive the cowards who make his beloved grandfather suffer by using such dastardly means. I don't like this. This is charged language. He's going to try to do something stupid and get fucking killed when they're trying for an amicable solution. That feeling swelled up inside him, displacing the fear. What he thought of first was something any boy would imagine, of course. Get out of these bonds, beat up the bad guys, hand them over to the police. Images of all the brave heroes from the manga he read passed through the back of his mind. In his imaginary scenario, he slipped his bonds easily, floating like a butterfly to evade his captors, and then stinging like a bee to bring him down. It is 78, so Muhammad Ali is bright in the minds of all young boys in Japan, I guess. In the end, it was nothing more than a silly little fantasy, with his vision obstructed and able to see. It was something he could get into more than any anime at the moment. In actuality, he was enjoying these little scenarios in his head for the long period of time he was tied up. His captors hadn't done anything to him that they would feel sorry for, you know? However, he began to grow tired of his fantasies, and more realistic scenarios ran through his head. It was then they realized that none of them ended up as a solution. Yeah, he wanted to do something for his grandfather, who was being threatened, yeah. He was being held here to inflict pain on his grandfather was the thing that he couldn't forgive, and it was kind of vexing. And then he noticed. There was a much simpler way he could save his grandfather without having to beat up his captors. That was to remove himself as a hostage from the hands of these villains. I don't like this line of thought. If he were to disappear, his captors would have nothing to threaten his grandpa with. The captors had restrained him, but they didn't treat him rough, and they made sure he was fed well enough. Meaning at most, he was nothing more than the means to the end for their threat. They weren't looking to bully him or kill him out of spite. If he behaved, no ill would befall him. Realizing that gave him a pretty strong sense of courage, and carrying his train of thought this far, he let it run its course to its natural conclusion. Right now, at this moment, Toshiki Inakai had decided to escape. I don't think I have to say this to any of y'all, but if you're being fucking kidnapped, don't try to escape. It's like the stupidest thing that you could do. Especially, 4-5 days into your capture? They're going to be on edge at any point, you know? His ear had been stuffed with a sponge-like material, acting as makeshift earplugs. However, they didn't actually do much to block out sound. He could overhear everything his captors were saying. Realizing this was to his advantage, even when his captor spoke to him, he acted like he couldn't hear them due to the earplugs. Oh, he's pretty clever. His captors, thinking he couldn't hear the conversation, talked about all sorts of things without any reservation. Thanks to that, he was able to obtain some information. First off, this wasn't Tokyo anymore. It seemed it was quite a distance away, and in the countryside, nestled in the mountains. SpongeBob material? Honestly, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just some old sponge. Like, what else could work as cork for earplugs at the end of the day? Cork itself is a really weird material. I guess sponge would probably be the closest you get. It's a little rough, coarse, and irritating, but you could shove it in someone's ear. It seems captors were inconvenienced living out here, so he could deduce this place was removed from town. And finally, whenever they went out to buy food or supplies, they'd always take a car. This fact caused him a little dismay, because he knew that the method he learned at school of running around blindly while shouting for help just wouldn't work. Pause his mental escape scenario right there. His ultimate goal was to find someone that could help him. If someone who fit that description wasn't close, his chance of escaping grew slim. That is pretty smart. You have a rockin' emote selection, man. I've got a couple just okay ones here that tend to be niche references to various things. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'd love a better selection. You don't unlock more emotes, still get more subpoints, though. So, I'd have to actually cultivate a community and whatnot. Just so far upland, deep in the mountains. A place where he couldn't even go shopping without using a car. This situation was escaping to be pretty difficult. He grew depressed, and after a little while, he returned to his original scenario. Imagine becoming a hero like in the manga, beating down his captors. Give a bit of a respite for him. However, as he played the illusions in his head, his heart, hating to surrender, continued to search for a way to escape. And then, he thought of a way. If the goal was far away, all he had to do was get closer. His goal was to find someone who would help him. In other words, somebody other than his captors. If he faked being sick, his captors would have to take him to the hospital or bring him a doctor. They'd probably be reluctant to do that, yeah. But he knew that the hostage was more important than anything else. In the off chance something happened, like him dying occurred, they wouldn't be able to threaten anybody anymore. Maybe this is why Imai played it so nice in the last episode, because he's already been through some pretty high-stress situations before. Luckily, he had an experience that would help him fake a serious illness. At the end of last year, he was inadvertently involved in a car accident and underwent surgery. The scar from it was visible on his lower torso. You recall the pain and suffering from that time? Resistance to that experience would make a huge impact on the realism of his performance. He was pretty confident in his ability to fake an illness. Oh. Sometimes you just gotta let the voice actor take it. I'm alone in my room right now, but I still don't want to pantomime a child's moans. You'll have to forgive me. His captors took that as a sign he needed to use the washroom first. Untying only his arms, they tried to bring him there while he was still blindfolded. But he didn't try to get up. His hands only clutched his abdomen as he writhed in agony. Hey, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? He still has earplugs in, so he had to pretend he didn't hear his captors asking the question. He was about to nod, so he hurriedly had to stop himself. What's the matter? Yeah, kid's clutching his stomach. Must be a stomach ache or something. His captors looked down at the suffering form for a little bit. Whoever proposed a course of action while another laid his doubts that he might be faking it. What's wrong, boy? Tummy hurt? His ears are plugged. He can't hear you, dumbass. Well, that's a problem. Got any medicine that works on some pain? Might want to go to a pharmacy and buy some. I've got a little bit of southern twang, but I really feel that that's not emblematic of the accent that they're going for. I don't know how to really replicate this kind of thing. This kind of lilting. When it comes to stomach pain, there's a bunch of different meds, isn't there? As long as you don't know the cause, you shouldn't just buy him any old medicine. He's holding his stomach. Maybe he's just constipated. If you buy him some medicine for that, maybe he'll calm down. Won't kill him for wrong either. Don't decide something like that on your own, man. Might be appendicitis or something. My uncle got it a while ago. That was pretty scary. One of the captors leaned over beside the boy who was bent over in agony. I feel sorry for the kid. Whoa, his whole body's covered in sweat. Is it your stomach? Does it hurt? Hey, if it hurts, you shouldn't clutch it tightly. It'll make it worse, alright? Realizing his captors were concerned about his stomach, he inadvertently let his shirt right up, letting the scar from his surgery come into play in view. Oh, he's a little sneaky. This guy's clever. His vision was still obscured with packing tape, so he couldn't see the reaction. But his captors were taken aback, and judging from their momentary silence, he obtained the reaction he was looking for. Hey, this is bad. This scar, it's not that old. Does that boy have a fever? There's a thermometer around, right? No way he'll have one. But that's a lot of sweat. Yeah, his forehead's hot. I've heard that under prolonged stress, old wounds are aggravated. What do we do? Are you saying the medicine won't work? We don't know what surgery the scar was from, but in any case, this is bad. In the worst case, it could be fatal. This is bad. It's really, really bad. Maybe we should have a doctor take a look at it. At this rate, there's a chance he might suddenly die on us. Toshiki Inukai, with those few words, knew the situation was progressing as he envisioned it, and snickered to himself on the inside. Press his act even further. He didn't even need to see and know his captors were panicked and running around like chickens with their heads cut off at this troublesome turn of events. Should we take him to the clinic? No, it's no good. Probably better if the doctor came here. Dr. Irie, you mean? Called it. Is that okay? Will that be alright? It'd be worse if anything happened to the hostage. Nothing we can do. It's an emergency. Well, the captors left in the car. None of the men, shaken up at this point, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Looked like they were bringing a doctor. As long as it wasn't an accomplice, that doctor was his goal. He was someone he should seek help from. His captors were wary of that happening, though. They'd be prepared for it. This would all come down to luck. Some of the sweat emerging from his round was from said nervousness. Ugh. At that moment, the packing tape was torn off. The burning light that he was seeing for the first time hurt his eyes. After that, the gag made it hard for him to breathe. It was also removed. You alright, kid? We're bringing a doctor to you right now, alright? Just hold on for a bit. Doctor was coming. The doctor was coming. Now, how was he going to ask for help, and how was he going to get away? A plethora of thoughts began swirling in his mind. I think you know this already, but don't say anything unnecessary to the doctor. We don't want to hurt you or anything. You understand that, right? So this isn't going to go well, because as mentioned prior, Irie is part of the town, so he knows what's going on. Toshiki Inukai nodded while feigning pain and obedience. His expectation, the enemy's expectation. Whether they doubted he was faking his illness or not, they knew what his goal was and would try to stop it. His stomach contracted from the stress of his gambit, making it seem like his stomach really was hurting. Nah, it really was. But there was no reason to panic. If he failed with this approach to the doctor, there was nothing to lose, you know? If there was something to lose, it was this method of faking illness to get in touch with the doctor. If he could think of other methods from there on, well, much. But at present, it's the easiest, most dramatic way he could think of. The more he thought about, the more it was like his first and last gambit. Only Shat. Eventually heard the sound of a car approaching once again. Sound of the doors being hurried open and shut. Sound of several footsteps approaching. Irie! I shouldn't hate this guy, but the story makes you kind of want to. So I'm going to let him grow on me a little bit. I'm going to withhold judgment. Young man in a white medical coat. As he acknowledged the boy, a suspicious look showed itself on his face. Who's he? He's not one of the kids from the village, is he? The captors didn't respond. From the looks of it, the young doctor realized this was abnormal. One of the captors talked threateningly. That's got nothing to do with you, Doc. For a while, the doctor and the captors glared at one another. However, unable to sit on the side of the boy continuing to suffer, the doctor, as the captors had hoped, didn't press further. I'm concerned about this old surgical scar. What kind of operation was it? We don't know. I should really bring him back to the clinic. Doc, we can't do that. The doctor said he wanted to bring the boy back to the clinic, but the captors shook their head at the notion. It was a fleeting hope, but pretty natural if they'd refuse. At that moment, his eyes met with the doctor's. Seeing the boy's painful state was abnormal, the doctor suspected it was a serious illness. Are you alright? Jesus fucking Christ, man! I'm a doctor. Where was the surgical scar from? Oh my god, they gotta stop doing that. Last year, during the winter, from an accident. An accident? I see. This is a problem. He couldn't let the doctor figure out he was faking it here. He had to somehow figure out some way to keep this going and tell the doctor he was being confined needed help. I'm going to touch the affected area, okay? If it hurts, tell me where. Oh, Jesus. Seeing that it was extremely painful, he crossed his arms and began to ponder. He had to get himself to a hospital. To Toshiki Inukai, faking this illness was the performance of a lifetime. What? This is our break? Okay. I mean, I'll take it. There's a chance to eat some fucking peanuts. This is interesting. I mean, this kid's, what, 11? He's doing a pretty damn good job. I don't think I have those kinds of chops, I'll have to say. Alright, good work, everyone. No, it's hot, but do your best, alright? If you catch anybody illegally dumping, contact someone immediately. We'll act quickly. Thank you for your cooperation, Uishi-san. Please. Gap wide enough for a single car was open in the barricade. I can appreciate Uishi because he laughs like I do. It's very guttural, back of the throat. Or perhaps a threatening attitude. With the short beat of the horn, rolled his car forward through the checkpoint. This time, my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious. Baseball cap, mask, sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath to not stop me from questioning. I meant to be overcautious, knowing full well my face was numb, but might have been too late for that to have use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the hoodie and windbreaker, ripped off the mask, and threw him in the seat behind. Oh my, is that okay? With a cheap little disguise like this, they probably figured it out anyway. Might just be the case. Uishi, probably thinking my unexpected behavior was pretty funny. Continued to laugh. Can't blame him. It is rather silly. The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa spread out before me. village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances around it at the moment. That's the whole theme of the story, isn't it? I'd love to take Yuki here for a drive one day. Come to think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. Played around with the idea in my head. But in reality, this village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. I'd heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. At the heart of this village, the intelligence network that the three families wielded was, due to blood ties and regional relationships, unbelievably well organized. Their net spread not just surrounding Namizawa, but encapsulated the entirety of Shishibone. When I first heard that, some of the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it really seriously. How could some local organization in the boonies have something so grandiose? I could deny that somewhere in the back of my mind, I ridiculed the thought. Casual city slicker moment. Not only were they threatening the minister, they had demonstrated they had a complete grasp on our movements, which are supposed to be top secret. They're almost like the secret police that control the small Eastern European country, like in a spy novel. The villagers here wouldn't bat an eye getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the project. I also heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. Now that you mention it, when I arrived here, Oishi also said this place was a war zone, didn't he? The residents were at the same time freedom fighters, although by definition they were no different than guerrillas or a militia. They were protected by the Geneva Convention, but they didn't have to adhere to the rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than a legitimate battlefield. Some secret war was unfolding. I could drive along because Oishi was with me. But if I was to leave this car for even something as trivial as looking for a vending machine, there was a chance I would never return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was still a battlefield. Nah, the reason bullets weren't flying was because it was hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. Yeah, if such a thing were to happen stateside, it probably would have already devolved to a shootout, like a month ago at this point. So they're probably just equipped with weapons other than guns that were easier to obtain. That's why Oishi was wearing that stat-proof vest, wasn't it? Agasaka, you nervous? The fact that I was apprehensive was, of course, picked up by Oishi. He never lets anything slip. He's a steel trap. If I already figured it out, no point trying to deny or hide it. Of course I am. We're heading to the heart of the enemy territory alone, ain't we? I'm worried about something unlikely happens to just the two of us. Something unlikely? It'll be alright. Isn't everyone in this village our enemy? If everybody gets their stories straight, they can murder someone in broad daylight and there wouldn't be a shred of evidence. I'm asking about something like that. This is what the ironclad rule of not barging into a Yakuza office alone was about, you know? There wasn't a neutral party involved. The area was not bound by the laws of common sense. If something happened, you wouldn't be able to prove it. There wasn't anybody who could take your side. It was pretty much the definition of poking the bear. I've left word that we're heading towards Hinamizawa, and in the worst case, we have a radio, you know? I know you're scared, Akasaka, but it's not easy to pull off a perfect crime. Well, of course, that doesn't mean we can let our guard down, either. I'm glad they're talking about perfect crimes a little more, because it was a really central theme in episode 3, trying to kill the fucking uncle. Because it is really, really hard to not let stories start in the first place. Agasaka, you're too worked up over this. You were more relaxed the last time I came, weren't you? Laughing off, he thumped his chest and grinned, as if to say I could depend on him. Well, if he gets iffy. This comes with having the badge, you know? Wish he made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It was undoubtedly the image of a gun. Will it be of any use? If you're not afraid of dealing with the aftermath after you shoot, it's actually very reassuring. An officer's gun was only for show at the end of the day. If you really want to fire it, there were a number of stipulations. You had to be prepared for the long probationary period afterwards. It wasn't worth it. So even if an officer did holster his gun, there wasn't one who actually wanted to pull the trigger, you know? Agasaka, are you carrying one of these? Well, yeah. You ever fired? I have. For training, though. Well, I guess that'd be true, yeah. Well, have you, Ishi? Me? Nah. No, there's no way. What was this? I thought he was laughing at me because he had experience himself. The two of us laughed together. I've also never pointed the barrel at anybody. I've looked down the barrel of a gun a few times, though. Just being made to look down the barrel like that's enough to shorten your lifespan by 3 years. Even if he had never fired a gun before, you couldn't even begin to compare the amount of experience that Ishi had over me. At a time like this, I could marvel again at how reliable he seemed. His dumbass? Nah. Come to think of it, I didn't want to come this way in the middle of the day. But no way for a car to get through other than here. Agasaka, just in case, put on the mask again. Hide your face, please. What's the matter? Can you not hear it? Because the air conditioning's too loud? I'll turn it off, right? Try opening the window. When I opened the window, a blast of hot air flew inside. And then I could hear angry yelling from far away. At that moment, the forest gave way, and our view expanded suddenly. Is there an active protest? And there can be seen the damn construction grounds. Yeah, that'd do it. The very front line for Hinamizawa. We're absolutely opposed to construction of the dam! The crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. The roar of angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had become a veritable sound cannon, spewing out its ammunition. The prefab site office was surrounded by 2 sets of high fences labeled with barbed wire. Lined out in front of the fences were riot police and their vehicles, and surrounded all were the villagers. They howled out their protest against the dam as one entity. Oh, there's not too many today, actually. We're in luck. That's not too many. Yeah, when there's a lot of them, the crowd reaches as far as the road. You wouldn't be able to inch forward in a car. At first, due to the overwhelming intensity, it looked to me like there was more people than there was, but upon closer inspection, there were maybe 50 to 70. That's a huge protest, dude. Oh my god. For a small village like this, you can estimate, what, 300, 400 people? So they're getting numbers of, like, what, 150? If they're not even reaching the road now, they can clog the whole thing before. That's fucking insane. That is huge. If you could get that kind of civilian response for any other issues, you would have solved world hunger by now. But the 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up that looked like they belonged to a band of thugs were strange enough on their own. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas and covering their faces with masks, adding to the oddity of it all. The trucks, after braying their course, had their volume turned up even higher and flooded the area with sutras. To say the noise was violent would not be an understatement. From this distance, it was still this loud. The glass in the office was rattling from the noise. They can't do anything there but take it. Those riot squad guys, every one of them was wearing earplugs, but having their hearing damage. Poor subs. Can't you do something about it with noise ordinance? Our prefecture doesn't have any laws regarding noise ordinance. Also, those are sutras, right? We can't regulate religious activity. They're pretty smart. Is what I think. Oh, she said. Can't hear him over the noise. Actually, no matter how tightly the window was shut, the booming sound of the sutras filled the car. I couldn't even hear what Oishi was sitting right next to me was saying. As the car approached the line of propaganda trucks, the blare became difficult to bear. If you yourself haven't been to, like, a rock concert, this is exactly what it feels like. People can be talking right next to you and you just can't hear them. It blares. It wasn't enough to just plug my ears with my fingers. I had to hold my head to keep my skull from splitting apart. Yeah. If I'd seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would probably understood what Hinamizawa Village was much quicker. Now I knew. They wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves in order to protect their hometown. It's so goddamn noisy. Can't they just shut up? My head throbbed and I felt like I was going to split apart. My eardrums were crackling. I felt like I was going to throw up. With the road crowd with the throng of squatters, the trucks, and the riot police vehicles, it wasn't easy to get by. Even if you tried to shoot the squatters with the car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to noise from the outside world. They couldn't move. The car could inch forward at a snail's pace. Even then, the car got through and started to leave the tumultuous noise behind. Hey, the old guy that was playing mahjong with us last night. Remember him? I remember that there was an older person who didn't mince words. The guy he called old man, yeah. Something like that. You see, he's the foreman of the main site. He's probably holed up in that prefab trying to work while irritated out of his mind. I mentioned this earlier. He's the one that got killed in the very first case of the demoning away. He's the one that was dismembered, and his limbs were given to 5 people. And the 6th one just disappeared and vanished. And that was the first demoning. Poor fella. You wouldn't be able to stand if it's like that every day, huh? Yeah. No end to the number of people who can't handle it and quit, you know? But every time that happens, their wages go up, so it's not in vain. He didn't have to deal with all that noise and hostility. They made a wage that he found enviable. Cops don't get paid that much, but they make hella benefits, so it's 50-50. Damn, these guys. Can they hear or can't they? A group of squatters are in the way of the car. Oishi, annoyed already, landed the horn, but there was no indication they were moving anytime soon. In this din, could they not even hear a fucking car horn? Oh, see, that's the problem with my fucking mobile setup. It doesn't show me follow notifications. Thank you, Dionea. Pardon, goodness gracious. 427 for the follow. I really appreciate it. My bad for butchering her name. I've been trying to do the whole streamer cadence thing, where you kind of lapse into it and just say the whole thing through, but I don't know what to say. I'm getting there, slowly but surely. It'll happen eventually. This didn't. Could they not even hear a bloody car horn? Did they hear it or were being malicious? There was a riot police that would make people move, but it just so happened there weren't any here. Ah, Jesus. Wait a minute. You open up the door. Hot air and even more heated roar. This crowd spilled into the car. Wish he'd said something as he grinned widely, but I couldn't hear what it was. He was getting in a move, of course. Something like that. He stepped out of the car and closed the door. Din faded. A little. I stared blankly as Oishi headed towards the group and started some sort of conversation. Maybe he'd find the minister's grandson, Takatsuda. At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him, slip the cursed bonds of this incomprehensible village. I could only pray. At that moment, a shadow was cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger window, blocking the sunlight. I spun around, looked up, and realized who the backlit figure was. Rika! Huh. It was a girl. It was Rika Furude. The girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eyes. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I'd been found by someone I shouldn't have been found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. Of course, there was no way she heard my small voice in this clamor, but even then, she should have seen me wave my hand. In spite of that, though, she just stared at me with a cold look on her face. Oh, this isn't Rika. This is evil-possessed Rika. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car once more. We should return to the driver's seat. Taking a look at the group that were blocking the road, they started to move aside while glaring our way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go? Wishy registered the figure of the girl beside me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up. In a manner of, it's dangerous, so get away. It was then that she whispered one or two words, but I couldn't hear them. Well then, let's go. I'm gonna gun it, okay? But of course, still within the speed limit. As if to shake off the audible angry voices, he floored the gas. Along with the roar and din and shout, and the villagers and the girl disappeared behind us. Ooh, so do we think Rika is a rat? Because if she's a rat, then we're already dead. She's in the communication network, and they've talked to the people in Takabone, or whatever the fucking town is called, and we're gonna die when we get here. As soon as we're through, we're in Takatsuda. Thank you, Ishii. Are you okay if we end up getting into a firefight? Don't be fumbled with the safety at the last moment here. Oh, Ishii laughed mockingly again. He ain't lacking nothing. I was more concerned with what the girl had said, however, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she even trying to say with that apathetic, candid expression? Suppose it's normal if you're nervous from here on out, but if you don't deal with it, there's a chance you might do something rash. There's no longer a way to confirm what the girl tried to tell me. It might have been the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again, or else was saying to me that it was here now, ignoring that warning. Even though I warned you. What a fool. I feel like she said something along those lines. I wonder if this is our chapter break. It's only been 45 minutes, but we are heading to what's going to be a pretty climactic moment. Not just yet. I'll some peanuts real quick. Let me alt-tab check something. Yeah, I'm all alone here. That's all good, though. Keep talking. I need to find a way to get this number on my screen so that I know when I have people here. Hasn't happened just yet, but we'll get there eventually. This is a lot of Labubu's, bro. Alright. If you were to call Hinamizawa a lonely village, then Takatsuda was desolate. For your everyday city boy like me, I just couldn't understand why anyone would force themselves to live here. There were signs people had, but they were covered in dust or enveloped in ivy. Again, it was all abandoned. People really lived in a place like this, didn't they? Well, it was a long time ago. Well, a place like this is rough for old folk. Younger people want to try living in a more suitable one. There's nobody left to take the reins. All that gets left is this. Even if I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel sentimental. It seemed to Oishi felt the same way. Was the wallet found here? The person who found it must have a good reason to come out to this desolate place, huh? Yeah, some villagers have a field down in the mountains here. They pass by in the mornings and evenings. Villagers who work in the fields walk by here every day? No way. They go as far as they can by car. So in the early mornings and evenings, they pass by and just happen to find a wallet? They probably did. Where exactly did they say they found it? In a thicket, a bit further ahead. Where she found it, just happened to have some stomach cramps, so was planning to use the thicket to do his business, it seems. Was there he happened to find it? Probably hoping there was some toilet paper in there. Everything about that story seems a little bit too convenient. Right from the discovery of the wallet, I can't shake the feeling. Something's off. I expressed the feeling I had from the start of the day, pretty frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. It was too perfect. Sickeningly so. That was my feeling, at least. I might actually be honest something by saying it's a little too perfect. Meaning? Truth is, I heard something from a friend of mine in the 4th, where Oryo Sonozaki referenced the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. She referenced it? It's been several days since the minister's grandson's been kidnapped. Poor boy. It'd be nice if they let him go soon. Seems Oreo muttered something like that while on her veranda. That low music was conveyed to various people working deep behind the scenes. Right, heard something earlier from Sada. That was when the leader Oreo had a concern, someone would be considerate. So in essence, she gave the order to release the hostage. I see it that way. While being conveniently discovered, it was a ploy to hand the boy to the police. Why'd they release the hostage? Well, there's only one reason why someone would release a hostage, isn't there? What is it? They reached a deal. I mean, the minister promised to halt the dam project. The dam will definitely go away. That moment, those words that the girl had said resurfaced in the back of my mind. In the end, it was turned out exactly as she proclaimed. She knew the circumstances. She knew everything about this kidnapping from the beginning to the end. Akasaka. The girl unexpectedly called my name. What is it? Go back to Tokyo. Huh? Before long, you'll be woefully regret coming to this village. It'd be a pathetic thing to see. So I thought I'd warn you right now. Why would I come to regret it? Stop whining. When you tried crossing the road when the don't walk sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back? They pull you back right away, wouldn't they? You'll pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that. The girl who knew everything from start to finish had warned me in the beginning. Go back to Tokyo. Akasaka's such a coward. Usually I think it'd be more for but no, it's very much so a very deep and guttural We'll probably find the boy. What happens afterwards will be a bit of a problem. How would be a problem though? Some single officer like me just can't figure out. Do you know a girl named Rika Furude? Why that was such a non sequitur that he sat in sun silence for a bit. Of course I know her. She's the daughter of the Furudes, one of the three families, right? What kind of girl is she? Well, well. Unexpected name to hear. A bit surprised. Does public safety think the Furudes smell fishy? Want to keep an eye on them? Share some of that info with me, please. No, it's not like that. It's just something caught my attention. Well, whatever. It wouldn't do not to answer a question from a friend I sat at the same table with. I'm honored that you call me a friend. So, little lady is somewhat of a village mascot. She's beloved by everyone in the village. Some of the older folk worship her especially. Worship? That's a weird word. I don't know much about it, you see. Girls born in the Furudes have a sacred implication, it seems. It's a local belief in Yamazawa. Live an incarnation of Oyashiro, something like that. So the story goes. Oyashiro? Now that you mention it, I think I saw Oyashiro written on some of the banners. What is the Oyashiro? Oh, it's the name of the guardian deity of Inamizawa. They believe it'll exact punishment on those that would do ill towards the village. Well, if there was such a convenient god around, the guys of the dam would have long since been done in. Luckily, nothing like that's happened to anyone just yet. The grandson of the minister who was trifled with the village as a result of Oyashiro's anger was, what do they call it again? Oh, right. Onikakushi. The minister's grandson was demoned away. That'll probably be how the script is being written. I see. It would turn into something like that, huh? Divine punishment wrought by Oyashiro. The culprit is the living incarnation of Oyashiro. Maybe that girl. Even I didn't know what I was saying. The fact that he laughed it off was a bit of a relief, you know? His joyous laughter was so infectious, I began to laugh like an idiot as well. Yeah, okay. They're trying to say Rika's the mastermind here. Rika's not the fucking mastermind. It's not gonna happen. Rika's not the mastermind, but I'm gonna leave that as a non sequitur. Oh, it's unusual. Oishi, after laying into the horn, rolled the window down, leaned out, waving his arm in a manner. It was a car, headed the opposite way. Turned out we hadn't run to anyone except ours. And of all places, it was this desolate location. Seemed Oishi knew the owner, too. The other car chirped its horn, came to a stop. Irie! Good afternoon. The other car's window rolled down, revealed a young man in a white overcoat. He was about my age, or a little older. We really can't judge someone by their appearance. Why, if it ain't Oishi! Good afternoon. Fancy me new here. That's my line, Doc. Never thought I'd see you here. What happened? Nothing. Just a little house call. Oh, really? Was it an emergency? No, nothing quite that serious. Thankfully. It's always for the best when the patient gets better without the need of medical care. I'll take my leave, please. If I don't get back quick, my staff will be angry. Being the head of a clinic must be pretty rough for you. Well, take care. Young doctor, after gesturing his farewell, drove forwards and disappeared around the corner. Oishi also drove forwards, but came to a stop pretty soon. Pulled out a worn map book from the dash. His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was very serious. What is it? The clinic shouldn't be making house calls today. Must have been quite an emergency, or otherwise a patient with some extenuating circumstances. He flipped through the pages, opened up the map of Takatsuda, and took a look around and started to figure out what our current location was. Are you saying that emergency is suspicious? Didn't I say? There's hardly anyone that lives here. The road we're on right now is here. He came from this direction. No sense of our surroundings? I can't digest anything about the place he was indicating on the map. We're heading towards the spot where the wall was found. By the way, that's over here. But see? If we're heading to one of the few residences in here, it's the wrong road. I mean, he came from the direction where there are no residents? As long as someone's working in the fields between these mountains didn't collapse. If someone collapses and you call a doctor, you'd bring him back with you. But just now, he said it was nothing serious. It didn't seem like anyone else was in the car. He didn't say anything more than that. I also said nothing more. Doctor just now examined a patient close by. Only that. Noisy radio had gone quiet. Sky turned an oppressive color. As Oishi mused that it might start to rain, a torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. I think this is a new sprite, or it's a rework sprite for this chapter. Eventually, Oishi stopped the car. Only sounds to break the silence were the percussion of the rain on the roof and the squeak of the windshield wipers. Let's do this a bit hush-hush, shall we? Saying that in a quiet voice, he exited the car without an umbrella, careful not to make any noise. He leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket. This is tech, actually. You wouldn't think it, but umbrellas are really, really loud. Especially compared to just letting it feel the rain on your skin, you know? No one else can do it for you. He was put to a prefab shed and a car parked beside it. The car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that was left there for years, you know? What's the shed? It contains equipment used by forestry. I heard they don't go near it except during summer. Does that car belong to someone from forestry, though? Don't know. Doesn't look like an official vehicle. He was playing it cool, but my nervousness was increasing. Just in case. Saying that, he returned to the car. Thought I was going to get an umbrella, but he grabbed the onboard radio. Hey, this is Oishi. Do you read? Greetings. Hey, so can Miya. We should read you loud and clear. I'm in front of the Forestry Services equipment shed, not the one in derailment of Yaguchi, the one in Takatsuda, if you head there from Hinamizawa. Affirmative. Copy that. There's suspicious people in the shed. Proceed to investigate. If you don't hear back from me in 5 minutes, get in touch with local police and have them send a cruiser as soon as possible, alright? If you would, please. Understood. That's good fucking police work, bro. When you're watching, like, Nathan Fillion's The Rookie, the best show of all time, season 8 comes out next year. A lot of times, they will take the time to call shit in on the radio, but when they don't, it feels the more egregious because they take the time to care about it, you know? So this sets a standard. If Oishi ever pulls some bullshit later, he better call some backup. Well then, let's go take a look. Since he was first confined here, he heard the sound of a car multiple times, so he thought the far-off sound was more of the same, you know? However, the reaction from his captors was something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reaction as if shocked by a jolt, pressed against the window, appearing outside. They stopped. Someone from the forestry? This is bad. Now, looks like a cop to me. One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek. Hey, kid, keep quiet for a bit, alright? I think you know this, but if you try and shout, there'll be problems, alright? Inokai was sure the doctor reported things to police. He felt relief when he thought he was safe, but not imagining his captors would resort to violence in their corner, his anxiety remained unabated. So, what do we do? Gotta buy time. Take the kid, sit out the back, alright? Meet back here when the heat's off. Well, Purpose grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki tried to resist by feigning his illness and been aggravated by this rough treatment, but his captors didn't care. Bang, 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 bang. Door was banged upon. Excuse me, hello? Door was banged on yet again. Inokai hesitated for a moment to respond. Whether while he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking the option away. Leader of the captor waved the other to go. The younger perp nodded in response, and while keeping the boy's mouth covered, headed towards the back. Hey, do you need something? How'd you do? This is the police. Would you mind opening the door? This sudden rain has us in a bit of trouble. I'll just sip. When the lock was undone, he forced the door open. With a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped into the room. In the small and empty room, he was able to quickly discern that the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. I heard this was an equipment shed for the forestry service, but there's nothing here at all. There's nothing inside the room, though to indicate it was indeed an equipment shed. There's only a mountain of blankets, indicating someone was sleeping here, alongside empty food packets. It's been empty for some time now. Never seen no equipment store around here. But this is the forestry services building, ain't it? Are you from forestry? How about you, police? Two of them glared at each other suspiciously. Both Oishi and the man refused to reveal their identity before the other. The man, judging from the sharp look in his eyes, realized it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. No matter what he said, most time he could buy would be a couple dozen seconds. Well, the sound of the rain filled this tense moment. Then they heard the sound of a struggle from far away. He had a hunch. There's no doubt Ed Kasaka, who was circling around back. Good fucking police work, by the way. They'd run to the perps who were trying to slip away. As he thought that, the man in front of him reacted just a moment faster. He swung with an attack that was more intended to obscure the Oishi's vision than hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, he aimed a kick at Oishi's groin without hesitation. But he missed his mark and couldn't land the critical blow. Yeah, if you hit like the thighs, they're pretty well padded. Like if you're cutting them, that's a different story. You have a pretty critical artery there. But if you're just smacking them, there's a lot of padding, you know? You're not really doing damage. The man trying to pin Oishi grabbed him by the base of the neck with both hands and tried to push him down. But as he fell backwards, as if kicking the man upward, he dug his foot in the man's midsection. With that, the leg acted as a fulcrum. The man was flung by the falling Oishi as if by a circle throw. They squared off in the pouring rain. Isn't this interesting? You want to go? Oishi was trying to cheer himself on and grinned smugly. He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Though he countered the assault, he was getting up a little awkwardly compared to the man he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet. Oishi! Hurry! His voice rang out from the distance. Judging from the distress in his voice, he was engaged in a fight and wanted Oishi to reconvene. But Oishi's hands were full. Aga! Sorry, but can you wait a bit? The man raised both fists into a stance that indicated him being acquainted with karate or some other form of martial art. Yeah, it's pretty easy to tell from someone's stance whether they follow boxing / MMA, which are a bit more like Western combat sports compared to a martial art like karate. Because boxing is still a martial art, MMA is still a martial art, but they feel less artful, you know? They feel a bit more scientific. That might just be my personal boxing bias coming in. My dad boxed. And I personally know the basics. I respect it a lot. It's a good sport. That just tends to be how I view it, you know? Of course, Oishi, as an officer, was pretty versed in judo. He also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, he could tell that the man in front of him was a bit better at fighting than he was. Ah, damn it. This was going to be easy just because the order came from the Sonozakis. It was a big mistake. Yeah, you're pretty good. It's been a while since I got this worked up. Oishi played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean Oishi wasn't going to go down easy. Man wildly charged forward, attempting to grab him. If he managed a successful clinch from his low stance, Oishi would be tackled to the ground and mounted. That's a rough one. It's something you saw often when children fought, but it really was a bad spot. Can't do much once you're in a clinch. Responding to the move, he lowers his stance to collide with the man head on. The moment they clashed, he grabbed the man's lapel. Okay. He yanked it upwards. He smashed his solar plexus with the elbow of the same arm. It was moved from his own personal brand of brawling judo. He then grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw his opponent with both hands. But the man lowered his center of gravity and swung his arms in an arc, entwining them. Not only that, but he forced his elbows to the outside. And Oishi was now in an awkward position, in danger of exposing his back with his hands close to the man's chest. I also wrestled in high school. And, yeah, this is a rough one. I can imagine this pretty clearly. Having your elbows forced out, you're breaking. You can't exert a lot of force like that, you know? When your elbows need to be locked to really force someone or throw them. You can do some bending once you've already exerted your pressure and you're following through, but you need that moment where you're getting the force through. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling or something. Oishi, cursing the fact that his fingers were twisted in the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip, but he was still in the awkward position of being bent over. And to top it off, zero range. He's able to read his movements completely as he tried to screw him into a better position. And then took the palms of his hands and clapped him over his ears. Ooh, that's a rough one. Ah, shit. Clapping the ears in any other martial art, except for self-defense, was forbidden. Karate and judo didn't recognize it as legal. It was that much of a simple and dangerous attack. He raised both his hands and tried to clutch at his ears. Before that could happen, he wrapped his arms around Oishi's neck. His biceps clenched around the base of Oishi's neck like a vice. He instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe that a man like this, who was accustomed to fight and could crush his opponent's neck from this position. But his opponent didn't do that. He'd chosen to keep his hold and force him to lose consciousness. That's why Oishi, even though his face was twitching, was grinning wildly. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, this guy has no intention of killing me. I can do whatever the fuck I want. However, even though that might be the case, man's hold his neck was not gentle. No time at all, his consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in judo during his student days, he was utterly resigned to the fact that it was over. I guess that ain't too bad. But he can't lose the fight here. Ekasaka was recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a sensitive area. He bumped into the capture carrying the boy by the back entrance. He had seen Shiki Inukai's picture plenty of times, but wasn't able to ascertain that the boy in front of him was the real deal with his mouth covered in tape. Also, this limited experience wasn't hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation, you know? Of course, the perp didn't overlook this lapse. His kick landed squarely in a critical spot, with Ekasaka not even having time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder, he headed towards the front of the shed. Upon hearing that Oishi's bellowing voice, he gave up going that direction. He dashed off towards the forest instead. This was the way the boy wasn't even there. Ikasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Oishi, who was fighting with the enemy, was the safer option, of course. But he can't just lose sight of the man. He's up and chased after the captor's back. Good choice. Oishi's goaded. He'll figure out a way to deal with something. He ran through a short thicket, branches and fall leaves crunching underfoot. Tips of the branches raked and clawed at him, small scratches inscribing themselves on his body. He kept on stepping into puddles of mud, and his shoes were filled with water. For Ikasaka, traveling through this forest was, even for an emergency situation, pretty unpleasant. Stop it! It's the police! I said that he regretted it pretty immediately. It was kind of a waste of breath. It wasn't a thief in the world that would stop when told to by the police. To a city boy like Ikasaka, run through this forest was pretty arduous. Or it must have been no easy task for the man carrying the minister's grandson. He neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit. Ikasaka, upon realizing that, gained back a bit of composure. Just keep on chasing. We're running in the same conditions. In fact, the man running with an awkward stride was at more of a disadvantage. They couldn't run forever. Eventually, he'd trip and fall. As long as he was being hounded, he'd stumble. And soon, his wish was fulfilled. Whoa! The man who had stepped in something lost his balance. He wasn't able to bear the weight of the boy and dropped him. Ikasaka didn't care about the perp at all, really, as long as he could ensure the safety of Toshiki Inukai. So if the perp ran off by himself, it's totally fine. But it seemed that Inukai was important to the man as well and didn't choose to run away empty-handed. Ikasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. So first priority should be to ensure the safety of the boy, subdue the captor, being less important, of course. Grappling with the perp wasn't something he planned on, but most likely, it's do or die at the end of the day. Ikasaka's moment of indecision was fatal. Man aiming right between her, for the eyes, struck out with a jab. Not wanting that, he raised both his hands to shield his face. At that moment, he kicked his unguarded midsection. The pain felt like his vital organs were squeezed out of his body, but he lashed his opponent's leg! Good tech, bro! But his opponent didn't hesitate one bit. Leading with his seized foot, he jumped at Ikasaka, applying pressure and pushing him down. Okay! Ikasaka was unable to withstand that and fell, but under no circumstances was he letting that leg go. Two men fell together in a tangled heap. Man was desperate to pull his leg free from Ikasaka, but having fallen in an awkward position, was unable to. Oh, this is a new sprite. Two of them rolled on the ground, floundering, about trying to gain advantage. But Ikasaka, who was holding on to his opponent's knee, and that opponent who had freedom to move his upper body were in different situations. This is true. Man get a position advantage on Ikasaka, who was lashed onto his leg and couldn't move away, and pounded full force on his head with both his fists. Yeah, Ryakishi must have been in an MMA phase when he was writing this one. Not only that, he found a rock nearby and beat it against Ikasaka's skull. Damn! You could die like that. The difference between being hit with a fist and hit with a rock was pretty vast. Ikasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands to protect his head. But if he let go here, the man would get away. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for nothing. What he was trying to save was right there. He was going to save him and go back to Tokyo. If he could do that, it was goodbye to this freakish village. Bam, crack! That looking, my forehead was split open, gushing blood. But I didn't let go of the man's leg. How could I? I can't let go. Man realized no matter how much he beat my head, he wasn't getting away. He used both his hands to grab my throat to crush my windpipe. Pulled my head back as a slight form of resistance, but it wasn't much use. Man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. Less about the pain of not being able to breathe so much as it was choking so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. I felt like my stomach was going to turn itself inside out, but I could only endure it. Damn it! My throat hurts, man. I won't let go, but I can't let go. I didn't want to be here. I want to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. Back to Tokyo. Talk to Yuki. All about our unborn child. We were going to talk about our bright future. I had no intention of loosening my grip. However, loosened just a bit, and the man's leg came free. Man kicked as hard as possible, and I tumbled back. My head was spinning, and I couldn't get up right away. I couldn't even put any strength into getting up in the first place. But even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape now, chance would never come back. Even just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. If we weren't able to get the minister's grandson back, there wouldn't be another chance. Man dragged the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying resistance, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grabbed the rock the man had beat me over the head with. Now it's my turn! The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, added more than enough power to my attack. My fist still wrapped around the rock, dug into the side of the man's torso. Seemed like it hurt him quite a bit. Yeah, depending on which side, you're either getting liver or, like, kidneys. Mess him up. Ugh. And I rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. Free the man's grip, the boy hid behind me. Toshiki Inukai, right? I've come to help you. To the boy, those are the words he was waiting for the most. But the crisis wasn't over. That was because even though he was still clutching his side, the man had gotten up and was taking a fighting stance. I'd seen in the man's eyes the resentment at the pain I caused him, and the confidence he could still beat me. He could beat my fucking ass. If we were to clash head on, he might not even stop if my head were split open. Stop resisting. Now that's a good line. Surrender quietly. You should just hand the boy over. Do you want me to snap your neck? Who listen to you now? Reinforcements are already on their way. It's nowhere for you to run. Man reacted adversely to the word reinforcements. That was because he now knew arguing like this wasn't a waste of time, but it put him closer to danger. Realizing that, he shifted mental gears too quickly. Let's finish this fast, huh? How about this? What? What the man pulled from his back pocket was a gun! course I'm a police officer. It's not like I don't know what a gun is. But having one pointed at me was something I'd never experienced before. Was it real? Of course it was real. There's no way to be a replica in a situation like this. Put both your hands behind your head and lay down quiet, alright? Don't get cocky, you villain. I won't do anything you say. Stupid idiot. Now know what this is without me shooting you with it? Then shoot. Reinforcements will hear the gunshot, head right over. Are you stupid? We're in the middle of the forest, and top of that it's raining. They'll never hear a damn thing. As long as he still held that gun, no matter how much I yelled at him, I was at a pretty distinct disadvantage. I had a fighting chance. If I were in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling at each other like this, I would shoot him and take the boy. That way it was fastest and would suppress resistance, of course. But that man was demanding my surrender. That happened fired a shot, which means he didn't want to shoot, or he couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy a second more time, the factors that would lead to my victory were pretty numerous. Wisher was on his way, and the reinforcements we called for should be well on their way as well. Not only that, they should have contacted the police box. Without a doubt, someone stationed in the village would be here much quicker than that. Ah, damn it. Do I have to put a bullet in you to understand how dangerous this thing is? There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes, alright? That moment I heard the rustling of foliage and heavy footsteps approaching. If Wisher was coming, it was a whole new ball game. Man couldn't have more than one gun. Wisher, over here, over here. Huh? I thought the time was on my side, of course, but I failed to even imagine the enemy could also have reinforcements. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Right click there. You can tell the man who had just appeared was one of the perps just by looking at him. What you doing? If you don't hurry up, the police will get here. Stop lollygagging. Ah, damn it. What happened to Wishy? Ah, chubby fella. He's down for the count. He is? Damn it. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. I keep right-clicking on an accident. Yeah, this will probably be the last chapter. I'm getting twitchy. How could this be, damn it? Your buddy ain't coming. Serves you right. Shoes in the other foot now, dumbass. As I backed up against the tree while protecting the boy, the second man pulled out a gun as well. Won't be saying it twice. Put your hands in your head and lie down. I refuse. Bang! As a shout in protest, blood erupted from my left shoulder. They actually fucking shot him! Compared to the ones in the movies and TVs, the first actual gunshot I heard was pretty simple, kind of mundane. In fact, the sound was more akin to small fireworks from the corner store. But there was no comparing the pain. It was a fear you knew only after you'd been shot. Sir, are you okay? Are you okay? The boy in his confusion tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound pretty further. I wanted to put on a bold face to reassure him, but my voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect. I'm alright. I've already called for backup. There'll be a full squad here soon. It'll be quicker to put one through your head before the cops get here. The family said no needless killing, so I'm taking it easy on you. Don't mess with me or I ain't going back. This was pretty bad. It was very, very bad. The second man was a different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. This man said he'd shoot me. He wasn't someone that a man like me could buy time from. I really hate to admit it, but at that moment the image of Yuki's smiling face crossed the back of my mind. So I knew what that meant. I was warning myself not to throw my life away for over pride. Of course I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yuki. I wanted to see her face of our soon-to-be child. Why should I risk my life for some minister's grandson when I was at such a critical juncture in my life? Ah, damn it. I need to stop rambling myself. So what do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my life? What a good idea. Everyone's life is precious, huh? My own life was in danger. Nobody would blame me. Ah, god damn it, it hurts. If I know it'd be this painful, I wouldn't have played the tough guy. My biggest miscal was that the sound of the gunshot was far quieter than I'd imagined. If it was only that loud, it would be drowned out by the rain in the forest. It wasn't something that somebody far away could actually hear. Damn it! Wait, just wait. I don't want to die, alright? And I don't want to kill you. As long as you understand, alright? Don't shoot, okay? Don't shoot. I have a wife waiting for me at home, alright? I don't want to die. I won't shoot as long as you don't yell or nothing. Quietly put your hands in your head and lie down. Will you really? Will you really? You'll keep your promise, right? Oh, it's a promise between men. I will. It's a promise between men, alright? Keep your promise. Okay, get down on the ground, okay? I'm getting down. Keep my promise. Stop putting that gun at me. You're still thinking of shooting me, ain't you? You want to shoot me? Oh, I want to get down on the ground. You're going to shoot me in the back of the head. I won't. Fine. I'll put it away, alright? I'll put the gun away. It's a promise between men. There. No problem now, right? Yep, no complaints. That's my goat right there. Oh, fuck. It was over in a flash. When he lowered his gun, I wish he didn't let this chance slip by. Wish he'd been assessing the situation for some time from behind the two men. But since they had their guns trained on me, he didn't really have a chance to jump in. Seeing the look on Wishi's face indicating he wanted me to create an opening, I took on the role completely. He lifted the arm that was holding the gun. He took the gun from the man's hand in only an instant. The other man, who was a bit slow in grasping what had happened, pointed his gun at them. With his ally grappled by Iwishi, he couldn't pull the trigger. Man was the one wrestling with Iwishi at the moment. He might have shot without hesitation. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't. Iwishi kicked the other man away, and while aiming the stolen gun with his left hand, pulled out his own. With guns akimbo, he's aiming at both men at the same time. I do believe that's checkmate. It was perfectly played, but heedless of the guns pointed at them, the men shouted, "Scram!" as they scattered away. It was over in an instant. Those two run away without putting up a fight was pretty unexpected. Oishi, quietly clicking his tongue in admonishment, slipped both guns in his pants pockets. Those guys know their stuff, huh? What do you mean? An officer won't fire at someone who's fleeing. I want to keep my pension here, right? Oishi and I grinned at each other. Are you Toshiki Inukai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction? Inukai? Yeah. This is going to be a major incident, alright? We probably only cut the tail off the lizard, though. Oishi smiled amusedly. The fact that the Onigafushi Guardians, or the Sonozaki family, was pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it would not be easy. And with apologies to Oishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. This caused an uproar to lead to the minister losing his office, of course. With HQ having decided that doing so was a natural incident, this would be cleaned up quiet. Might be a rough way to sign up. This was born in the shadows and would die in the shadows. Oishi understood the implications behind the incident, of course. For the time being, let's cordon off the area, since it seems that one of them still has a gun. After that, let's get Inukai to safety and get you to the hospital. As tensions faded, the pain from the gunshot wound blossomed once again. My forehead was stinging painfully and had grown hot enough to start a fire. Thinking the tension would cause me to sweat, I wiped my forehead, but what came off was just blood. I realized my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood thrown over my head as well. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound, without a doubt. There would probably be an investigation of the men who ran, but that was for another day. At this point in time, I could safely say we cleared a major hurdle. As soon as I recognized that, it felt like the lights in my head were hit by a power failure. My knees buckled, the ground feeling soft as a cloud. Didn't feel unpleasant as I was covered with mud. He came closer, asked if I was okay, but I couldn't tell. Turned off the switch to the last light in my head. That's a very dangerous scenario, I will say. Blood loss comes pretty quick. Especially left shoulder. You know how many bones you got in there? Or fucking blood vessels and arteries and shit? It's a lot. Exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something soft and a blanket wrapped around me. Probably wish he's fat bod. He's not fat. He's just a little, portly. That's probably the best word for it. I mean, he's a police officer, you know. You can't really get away with that kind of gig. Being unfit. A very kind person. That was quite the chapter. And that will also be the stream once I finish off this tip right here. Made a daring rescue. You can say that shit again. God damn. Few new tips, please, and thank you. Let's check out very kind person. I'd assume we're back at the hospital. Patients admitted to the hospital can only accept calls at fixed times. That's why she wouldn't be receiving a call from him today. Yesterday, she teased him that he got lonely easily, so he might have struggled with the idea of calling her sooner. Much easier to imagine, rather than they might just be too busy. Because he's just that kind of person. Yuki whispering that smile to herself. He announced that the visit hours were over, played over the hospital intercom along with some little music. She exchanged pleasantries with the family of the patient that was staying in the same room as her. Oh, that's cute. I definitely think that if I have to go to the hospital, I would love to share a room. I think it would make it a lot better. Probably eager for his mother to be discharged. Their small child was wearing a beaming smile. Oh my god. That child mother was pregnant in the bed next to mine with my baby be their new brother or sister. They're probably ready to burst the expectations, dreams, and worries of having a new sibling. Joys of a growing family, huh? Bathing in those warm feelings, I stroked my own belly, which had grown quite large. I talked with them about how many children we wanted to have. We talked about how if we had 3, it would be lively. However, there was the inescapable worry of whether I'd be able to handle giving birth that many times. Any mother out there would hate to give birth because they're worried, though. Yuki smiled and said that to herself, stroked her stomach. The metro, place where that man's sense of justice had led him, huh? He was gentle and fragile at the end of the day. Didn't talk much about the specifics, but I didn't think he was suited for the assignment he was on. But as long as he said he was going to try his best, I'd watch over him warmly. Your father's a hard worker, you know. Coochie coochie coo. Yuchi seemed to be enjoying herself as she talked to her belly. At that moment, she became concerned about something and looked out the window. You can sense it, huh? It used to be this time. Long ago. She remembered that when she was little, around this time in the countryside where her grandmother lived, the Higurashi would fill the air with their chorus. This was the middle of Tokyo, though. Unlike in the countryside, you couldn't hear their song. But for some reason, that moment, she felt that she wanted to hear that song of the Higurashi. She's hearing a song rather than a cry, so as such, Eika is going to be perfectly fine. Alrighty, we're going to save and load here at the end of Chapter 4. We'll do 2, thank you much. Oh my god, there's multiple folders? I didn't even realize. I don't know why you'd ever need more than a couple saves, though, at the end of the day. But I am going to Alt F4 this bitch right here, and we will... we will end right off. So, I will see y'all next time. I'll probably be on Tuesday, and honestly, if I get some appeal for it, I might actually and legitimately make it a goddamn mahjong stream. We might just play fucking mahjong all day. I'm not sure about that as of now, but there's a definite possibility. So if you want to see some mahjong, feel free to hop on by. But for now, I will see y'all next time.